Very true. Oof, as this. Yeah.
So
So, like you guys believe in flat Earth?
We don't necessarily believe in it.
Like, so what do you believe in?
I mean, there's lots of things to believe in. I know the Earth is flat. I don't need to believe in it being flat. I know it's
So you don't think that Earth is round,
no,
like a sphere?
no. Why would I?
And why is that so?
Yeah.
Like,
What?
what's
What?
the
Why
reasons
would I
behind?
believe? Why would I believe that the Earth is a sphere?
Why would you believe that Earth is flat, man?
Well, I mean, it's observably flat. It's measured as flat. It's used every day in engineering for practical purposes. Flat. The surface of water at rest is always flat. Everything's measured from sea level.
Like, oh, so you think so? Like, man, the curvature of Earth is like so minute that we don't
Hmm.
consider it as a sphere. We don't include it, man.
Really? How big is the
And
Earth?
the Earth is like 4 point. Fuck, I have to fucking search it, man. Like it's like 3,000 kilometers across. Sorry, 300,000 kilometers across.
No, that's incorrect.
But I'm searching. Oh
That's
fuck.
okay.
Yeah, yeah, like it is 5 point. Sorry, let me convert it to million. It is 510.1 million square kilometers. If you would count the surface area.
I'm not talking about the surface area. I'm talking about the diameter or the radius or the circumference.
The circumference is roughly 40,000 kilometers.
It's, I'm sorry, 40,000 kilometers?
Yeah, if you measure it like if from equator, if you measure it from equator.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So how tall are you?
I'm like uh 5'9".
Okay. So from a 5'9" observer, right? How far away
Yeah.
is the horizon if you're standing at the?
For a 5'9" observer,
Mhm.
that's some mathematical BS. If you are talking about the horizon, like how far away it is.
Yeah.
I'm not that great at math.
It's
Shit.
okay. You can Google it and Google will tell you.
So like have you opened Google on the side to like ask all these questions?
Yeah, that's why I've been a flat earther for 4 years. I've been studying this for a while, man. Like
You got
once you
the
realize the
you
earth is
got
flat and then you start reading all the details about how they created the globe,
no man, this the thing isn't flat. It is
it's flat.
3.01 square kilometer like miles, which is 4.8 kilometers.
If you're 5'9", it's about 4.7 kilometers or 3 miles away.
4 point yeah, not what
It's
it
not that
is like
far.
3 point no like it's 4.8 not 4.7.
What's
What
point
should I say?
seven, point eight?
Okay.
What's the difference between 100 meters?
What do you mean by that?
Well, 4.7 and 4.8 is only a difference between 100 meters, right?
Yeah.
It's like a football field. That's it.
But it is like if you are measuring the size, like
Hmm.
what did you said? Like 4,000
Yeah.
kilometers. Okay.
So they told me the distance to the horizon is 4.8 kilometers away. And when I
Yeah,
go
so
out and look at things that are 15 kilometers away, I see the horizon behind that. So how can the Earth be a ball if the horizon is
if you are looking
beyond
at
15
15
kilometers?
kilometers away, you have
Yeah.
to be on a taller spot, man.
Why? I told you
These
I'm
measurements,
5'9" observer can go see this right now. Matter of fact, I'll show you an observation where the observer is only 1 meter high and you can see 15 plus kilometers.
bro, like if you are not at the equator, the calculations you are doing is from the equator, man.
No,
Yeah.
no.
If bro, Earth is not a perfect sphere. It's like a
It's
little bit squish.
closer to a perfect sphere than you think. If they say, if you talk about the polar radius versus the equatorial radius, it's only a difference of 13 miles from those locations. And when you're talking about 4,000 miles with a difference of 13 miles, 13 miles is not that much.
Bro, if like let's say
So anyway, here is an observation.
like if you believe the Earth is flat, why don't you
I don't
believe the
believe it.
moon and the
I I,
sun is
I
flat?
know it. I know it's flat
How can you say that you know it is flat?
because the horizon is not at 4.8 kilometers.
So like how many years have you been doing this thing? Believing the Earth
Uh,
is flat?
it's not belief.
It is belief.
No. If you know
Different people have
something, is it belief?
probably,
No. It's knowledge.
yeah. Let's say,
Belief
let's say,
belief has to do with faith without knowledge. That's what belief is. You're taking it on good faith.
okay, let me bring a guy who is more knowledgeable than me. Because I
Please
can't
do.
argue with a guy. I can't argue with a guy who's been arguing for 4 years that the Earth is flat.
If you look in the side chat, I've given you some observations that prove the earth is flat. The first one, it's called the black swan, an observation and its implications for a globe. This was done by a PhD in optics. He used to be a globe earth believer, and once he made his observations over water, he realized that the earth was flat, and he changed his mind. A doctor, a PhD.
So a
Uh,
PhD, uh,
a
you
second
agree that,
observation below that is done over a frozen lake that's about 8 miles wide, 8 miles that converts to about 11 and a half kilometers. All right. Remember, the horizon's supposed to be 4.8 kilometers away. So 11 and a half kilometers is more than sufficient to do an observation. And then finally, underneath that, there's a playlist that I put together of 6 different laser tests over uh, roughly about 25 kilometers or further, showing that there's zero curvature over the surface of water.
so you know that
You
the
don't,
Earth is
you
flat,
don't, you don't even know the Earth is a globe. You just believe it.
bro. You also don't know that Earth is flat. You just believe it.
No, I know it. I've gone out and made observations myself.
What is like your qualifications, man? If you don't mind me asking.
What qualifications? I'm a I'm a person.
I know you're a person. I'm talking to one. So
Yeah.
like,
Let me ask you.
what?
I'm going to tell
Oh,
you
okay.
what I've done in my life for careers, and then I want you to tell
Okay,
me how much what you've done in your life for careers.
just a second. I'm coming back.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Back to figuring out what playlist I'm going to create.
In a world where in 2021 people still think the most effective way to understand something is to randomly bombard someone with questions prior to investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever. Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic flat earth questions. There's someone in my comments spamming me with the questions. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day one question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first question that this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat. The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour, and every single star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth, well, what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked the question again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be all right as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing listen, okay? The word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history, a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that, there's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math. Okay, Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen. 255 miles away, and according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain, yet you could see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we a disk in another solar system planet with other spherical planets? Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor flat earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really flat earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict 4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curry point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat Earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though. Right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that says it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored, and I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat Earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the Earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why. They said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion. And it is a religion, it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, the perfect shape's a sphere, a metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen. And they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paper clips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. In perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is, in fact, approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. There are U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, "We will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they quote-unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote-unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem, but now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there, and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there, and that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explore the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you could never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot to take in, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about going to space is fake intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high-altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro, who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is. It was just the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles. Right? So when we sent it up and found out that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there, that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring a camera out, zoom in, and you'll actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the Earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves and blocks your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So all observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it. And that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, pressure will fill the available space. Heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomena that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium, filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizing to the lower pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's not necessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity, and it's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even be claimed that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't accurately define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain the supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot. Okay, so all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied. With cartoons, they lied to you. The same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that, in fact, they declassified, they had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us in Gulf of Tonkin. Same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally. They believe the lie as well, and they propagate it forward. And there's something called compartmentalization, where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about you. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing. You get perfectly coalesced into spheres where happen to be you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is, the Earth is stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the Earth. And that means the Earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the Earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but you see it as the same size as the moon. And so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all of your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land and resources and money and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie. Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe Earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though, so the water is contained, which is convenient because fluid statics is also a natural law. Water finds its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see from 273 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we are like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the Earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat Earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe Earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe Earth model. The model has to be, the sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe Earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe Earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history, while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is that gas pressure on the Earth is contained, and we see way too far. The Earth's a topographical plane. It isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the Earth. That is the next step. Not to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of
Hello, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
И чё ты убежал, петушара, а? Не понравилось, что я тебе правду показал, уебан?
Wir sprechen über flache Erde. Hello, do you speak English?
Yes, I do.
Awesome. So this is the flat Earth room. It's a little different
Yes.
than all the other rooms on the server. So we are flat earthers, and we come here from 24/7 Flat Earth. That's our Discord. We've been around 10 years. And he's gone. They actually came in 2 by 2. Isn't that interesting? And welcome back.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
So this is an advanced topic to discuss for English. We get into science, technology, engineering, physics, chemistry. And perhaps above all, philosophy.
So you one of the guys who think that the flat is actually the Earth is actually flat.
Yes, I know, sounds crazy. Sounds crazy until you look into it.
But what do you mean look into it? Like, what kind of facts, like evidence do you present, like, in terms of
Yeah, I can.
saying that the Earth is flat?
We have laser tests. We have high altitude observations. We use infrared optics.
So okay, then let me ask you just a few questions, right? That
Sure.
that I've that I've had like for yeah, there are some facts that like I've had in my mind like for some time. Like for example, like there is one Egyptian guy, or maybe he was a Greek one, like I'm not sure. He was like measuring the shadow of the obelisk in Egypt.
Right.
At the same time, right? They were like one was in South Egypt and the other one was in North Egypt, right? And they were like measuring that that shadow at the same time, and this shadow, the length of the shadow was differed because the only explanation would be like because like the earth is curved. Oh, that's why
That's
like
not, I know, but that's not the only explanation. And there are many
okay,
problems with this story. How did they
okay.
communicate to know that they were doing it at the same time? How did they communicate?
No, it's simple. Just like you just like measure that stuff, that shadow when like the sun is right above you. You can communicate that like you measure that stuff like when the sun is right above you. Like it's not that hard.
Well, if they measured the sun at the zenith means the sun is at the highest point in the sky.
Yes, yeah, yes.
Yeah. Then that makes sense. And if they did that, it doesn't prove that the earth is curving. It just means that the
Yeah.
sun is far away.
What do you mean far away? It like the sun is the sun. Like
Yeah, so I can stand directly under the sun
it's
at the same time you stand not directly under the sun. And we measure two
oh
different
no,
angles.
man, it depends if the earth is curved or it's flat.
No,
If it
no way,
if
no
no,
way, no way. I'll explain further. Let's say that you and I, we are both standing in a warehouse, a massive warehouse that has boxes and forklifts, containers inside. On the ceiling of the warehouse is one bright light. All the other lights are turned off. The warehouse has a flat floor. If I'm standing underneath the bright light and you're standing somewhere else on the other side of the warehouse, we will both have two different shadow lengths on a flat floor. Can you hang 1 second? I have to go to the store real quick. I'm going to be on deafen. We have Lats and we have Captain Refractio. They're both flat earthers. If they can pick this up where I left it off, they can discuss this with you. But thanks for stopping by.
All right. Captain Refractio at your service, my friend. Okay, so yeah, like what Yoda just said, the Eratosthenes test is just based on pre-assumptions. Okay, so you could do the same thing on your flat floor inside your house. Okay, you could put one stick under the light directly, it's not going to have a shadow. And then you could put another stick further away from that stick on the side of the room, and it's going to cast a shadow. Okay, obviously, the floor doesn't have to be curving for that effect to happen. It's just because as the light diverges out from the source, it's going to cast a shadow as things are further away from it due to the angle. Okay, so it's not something that's necessary to have a curved surface. Okay, it's based on what type of assumptions need to be made, and obviously in your house the floor is flat, right? So we know that the light will diverge out in all directions from the source. Okay, so Eratosthenes made two assumptions: that light rays come in perfectly parallel, which has never been observed or validated, and he also made an assumption that the Earth was a globe. He wasn't trying to work out if the Earth was flat or a globe. He already assumed that the Earth was a globe, and he assumed that in his mathematics. So, in fact, the Chinese did the same thing at around the same time, and they concluded that the Earth was flat. But they also made a bunch of assumptions, right? They assumed a flat Earth with a local sun, closer sun, with diverging rays, and they concluded that the Earth was flat. Both of those methodologies have assumptions. Even the mainstream will admit that it's inconclusive based on the assumptions that were made. So glad we could clear that one up. And an event has now been started.
Great, I'm back just in time.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, now I have to drive
Yeah.
back home.
Ah, the store must be pretty damn close.
I could walk here from my house. Yeah, and that's what's so dangerous.
Awesome. Yeah, so we just cleared up Eratosthenes.
Oh, good.
It's concluded to be invalid due to assumptions that were made.
Yeah, the geometry is actually really interesting because there's a geometric equivalent between a flat Earth and a globe Earth, depending. So the funny thing is about the globe Earth interpretation is they still need a flat surface somewhere. And what I mean by that is in order to assume that the light rays are parallel, they have to put the flat surface up in the sky where the sun is. The sun has to be providing that flat surface for parallel rays. So they can't get around the flat surface part no matter what they do. It's just that they take the flat Earth that we actually see and they transliterate the geometry to put it up with the sun where you can't really see or detect, or you can't go there to find out what the surface is. And that's how they preserve the geometry. The flat surface must exist somewhere. So the flat surface emanating parallel rays from the sun bathe a globe Earth. And so what causes the apparent diverging rays on a globe Earth is the sun's distance and the curving surface. But on a flat Earth, you've got just diverging rays from a point source in the sky, basking a flat Earth in light. And what's really interesting is you can ask yourself which of these two, just based off of these two claims, which of these two comport with how we actually observe the world? Are we observing parallel rays? No. We actually observe diverging rays. We have to in order to get different angle measurements. So why would you assume, not knowing anything else, why would you assume that those rays are parallel when you measure diverging rays in the first instance? Well, that's because if you believe you live on a globe, you're going to need parallel rays to a curving surface. So it's like, okay, so let's measure the surface itself. Where's the curve? Because if the surface is curved, then we're going to have a stronger case for parallel rays. So we try to measure the surface, right? And we can't measure curvature anywhere. So we see diverging rays. We can't measure globe curvature. Why do we assume parallel rays on a curving surface? It's like, no, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't comport with reality. But the geometry is invariant between the two. The tiebreaker, and choosing which one of these two sets of geometries are correct, the tiebreaker is going to be what you measure in reality. We don't measure a curving surface, folks. We don't measure parallel rays either.
So why do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Well, because we measure the Earth flat, we use it flat, we observe it to be flat, and nobody can experience it any other way, no matter what they do.
If if you're there, like man, if you wanna measure the Earth's curvature with lasers, just point one, like at 4.8 kilometers away, and place another piece of sheet over there, like with the same height and the hole at the same place, you will see that the laser won't strike at the exact point. It would be off by a couple like it would be off by like half a centimeter.
You mean if Earth is a globe?
Earth is a globe, that's why it is half by like that's why it is off by 1.5 centimeters. You can try it.
Well, in the demonstration you're referencing, which is a mockumentary called Behind the Curve. It's on Netflix, by the way. They didn't use a laser, first off, and second off, the height adjustments didn't even comport to the globe geometry. And third, because they used a flashlight, every hole that was used in the path of the light became a new source of light, effectively. This is called Huygens' principle.
Okay, so like according to you, how does the gravity work?
What do you mean, how does gravity work? How does gravity work on a globe?
On a flat Earth, it isn't possible, man. If Earth is flat, where's the edge? Like, where is
Why
it?
does there have to be an edge if it measures flat?
So you mean there is no edge, so it is infinite?
I don't know if it is. And it doesn't matter. For the sake of measuring the Earth, we measure it
So
flat.
what? Okay, you are
Yeah.
saying the flat. Yeah, I know, Aisha. Okay, so you believe the Earth is flat, or you are like saying that you know the Earth is flat?
No, we measured it flat. We measured it flat
Yeah.
with lasers.
What do you mean we? Like you measured it flat with laser?
We as our community, 24/7 Flat Earth, our members, have performed laser
Mhm.
tests. We've also performed other kinds of tests.
And sorry,
what about all the NASA stuff? So, like NASA and all the space agency are spending billions and billions of dollars sending people to space, spacecraft every year, and all the math computation we get from those tells us about around Earth. So why? I don't know. Why do
That's
you
what's so
believe the Earth
frustrating,
is
right?
flat?
Yeah, this
Hmm?
is what's so frustrating, bro. Okay, so NASA presents us a globe. They explain that
Hmm?
their technology uses a globe, so we go out and fact check them. We measure the Earth directly, and we can't
Yeah,
find
but
the curvature that they show us. What are we supposed to do?
which type of test are you conducting to say so? Because has done plenty of, well, in first place, photos we get from the outside of the Earth. Even if you send like a balloon so high, you can see the curvature of the Earth. More than a visual proof, I don't know what we
Yeah,
need
well,
of.
we
Maybe.
use high precision lasers with differential GPS aiming devices,
Hmm,
and we also use infrared optics from high altitude
okay.
balloons and from airplanes.
Okay, and what are you exactly doing? Because the first thing I could think about is just, as the guys probably said, to uh, take a laser, point it to from a source to a receiver, and see if on long distances the laser gets like a slight offset. I don't know how to say it.
Right, right. Well, this is
You know.
exactly what we've done, and we use our community also has used more sophisticated means than just one laser. We've used
Mhm.
multiple laser beams with different optical frequencies, and
Yeah.
we pan the lasers horizontally left and right to hit multiple targets, and we can't measure curvature that way either.
Yeah. On which distance parameter? So we are talking about meters, kilometers.
A couple dozen kilometers.
Mm, I see.
Up to 40 kilometers. A test was
Yes.
done over 40 kilometers, and there should have been about 90 foot of Earth curvature that should have been
Mhm.
obstructing the laser from hitting the target. So that you basically, if you were 40
Okay.
kilometers away, you should have seen the laser about 90
Yeah, definitely.
90 meters up into the air, but the laser actually hit the
And
target.
this study is published somewhere. So like I'm
Yeah,
talking about
I'm
peer
gonna post
review
you.
or
I'm g- no, it's not been peer reviewed necessarily.
okay.
Okay, so because that's due to the mainstream, right? Peer review would be according to the mainstream. This is a team of field engineers, okay,
Mhm.
and the field engineers went out with about a $30,000 laser, a bunch of weather stations, a whole bunch of equipment, and they did a whole series of laser tests over the surface of the water.
Okay.
Okay, the furthest one was 40 kilometers, and each time the laser hit the target, where it should have been off by hundreds of feet. Okay, 92 meters, I think. So
And
I'm
this
going to
study is
post. So
published where? Oh yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
so I'm
thank
going
you.
to post it for you. I'm going to post it for you now. So they have a 1 hour long video showing the entire process
Mhm.
from start to finish, and they also have a 180-page PDF document going over all of the technical specifications that were present during the test. So I'll just post it for you, and you can have a look at it. But we do have less technical and equally as effective uh, tests that we can show you just to give you an idea of what we're talking about as well. But I will post the technical
Okay,
test that I
okay,
was just
thanks.
talking about right now. So just give me a second.
Just to take a
Okay,
look
so
at
it's
it.
it's
So
it's called Field Engineers Corps. That's the group of people. That's what they call themselves,
mhm.
Field Engineers Corps. Okay, so I've got the video and the link to the PDF document just here.
Yep, and that's just one. And we've got many, many, many more examples. And here's what's also frustrating. We are looking for the same kind of demonstrations from NASA, from the government, from universities to measure curvature of the Earth. And nobody's able to present anything like this that's ever been done.
Wait. But just using induction. So we observe the universe and we see all other planets being round, like
Pause.
spheres. So we see Yeah.
That's not inductive.
Well, you see something, then n+1, you see another planet that's round, and you go on like that. That's a method that works in science, physics. We use induction. And so you start
Yeah.
observing the sun is round, Saturn is round, Uranus is round, Pluto is round. Why there should be
Yeah,
flat?
let me explain why this is not inductive so far. Because you are assuming as a conclusion that Earth is a celestial object. None of us in here as
Yeah.
flat earthers accept that Earth is a celestial object. Why? Because Earth bears absolutely nothing in common with any of those
Six,
celestial objects.
seven.
Listen, flat Earth is not a space pizza. We don't believe Earth is a planet that is embedded within outer space.
Mm.
Flat Earth is the basement of the universe. This is the floor. This is the foundation of creation.
Okay. I don't understand that. So it should be infinite? I don't.
Well,
In which
there may
sense?
there it, the flat Earth may extend for a very long way, maybe infinite. I don't know. However, there is a limit to our experience. That limit is defined by the gas pressure that we're breathing. We exist within a limited pressurized environment.
Mm.
Gas
And
pressure
what
cannot
about
exist without a
all
container.
the but all the like the fact that if you start from a point and you start straight, at the end you will get back to that point. That is the most
You
basic
Why do you think that's
example
the
of a
case?
sphere. Well, if you are on a sphere and you pinpoint a point, then from there you start going straight. You are walking on the outside of the sphere, and so eventually if you set the route correctly, you will get back to the point from where you started. And is a thing, it's super easy to do on Earth.
No, it's not.
The America was discovered that way, so
No.
uh, why not?
No. So yes, I understand the geometry. For the kids
Yeah,
listening, what you're describing is a spherical manifold that has a looping
yeah,
surface,
yeah,
and the looping is defined by the radius.
yes,
So the periodicity of your loop is defined by the radius. This is how a great circle distance or the circumference is calculated. The problem is nobody's measuring curvature, number one, and number two, nobody's been able to demonstrate that there is a circumference that is looping in the manner that you think. If I were to take a gyroscope and
yeah,
spin it up and the flywheel is turning and turning and turning, if I
yes.
lived on a curving ball and I were to take
Hmm.
a great circle route, I would be going in one direction and the gyroscope should start to rotate as if I'm going underneath it. Nobody's ever been able to demonstrate that that's the case at all, ever.
But just make it simple. Think about, I don't know, Christopher Columbus started from Europe, got to America, but if he proceeded on that route, he will be eventually getting back to Europe. I don't know, airplanes do that. They start from Shanghai airport, they do all the flight of this sphere that Earth is, and they eventually get back to Shanghai.
Yeah. Well, what you're
Things
describing
work
can be
like
done
that.
on a flat surface, my friend.
Oh yeah,
You're going in
definitely.
a gigantic
But
circle on a
why?
flat
Why
surface.
should airplane or I don't know the entire world fake uh spheric or just for which purpose?
Well, I think people believe that the Earth is a globe so much that they will take physical
Yeah,
measurements and cram it into the globe.
but it's not that the case.
into a spherical coordinate system.
Yeah, and that's what's at
Yeah.
play. Is the spherical coordinate system that was developed from sky observations at night.
Okay, but I'm just thinking about, I don't know, going back with history about ancient Greek measuring shadows from Egypt on the Nile. I don't remember the exact name of the
Yeah, he was
ancient Greek
Eratosthenes.
mathematician. Yes. He did so. We can do so, and that is one of the best and most simple proof we have that
What
Earth
was
is a
he trying to
sphere.
prove? What was he trying to prove with the test?
He was
wasn't
trying to calculate the radius of Earth. So if Earth has a
so
radius,
he already
it is a circle,
pre-assumed.
is a sphere.
Yeah, so he
Right.
already pre-assumed that the Earth is a sphere.
Did you know
Yes,
that
that
in
was his
China,
ideas.
in China, at the same time as Eratosthenes, there's a Chinese
Yeah.
astronomer who did the same thing as Eratosthenes and confirmed that the Earth is flat.
Sorry, what is his name? I don't know anything
Yeah,
about it.
I can post some information for you.
Yeah, I
So
got it.
Yeah.
I got it. I
you
got it
got it?
already
Okay.
ready. Yeah, ready to go. So have a look in the side chat. There's a whole PDF to go along with what Yoda is going to tell you about.
So I have a quote from another document related to this. I'll post that too. Chinese astronomers developed a very ingenious flat Earth cosmological system called Gaitia. The sun rotates, has its counterpart on Earth right underneath it in the subpolar point. The circles described by the sun also have their counterparts on Earth. This means that the tropics and the equator are not only circles in the flat sky, but also circles on the flat Earth. The horizon where the heaven and earth seem to meet each other is an optical illusion. In Gaitian, that's what it is, Gaitian, I left out the N. In Gaitian reality, earth and heaven are two planes at a certain distance from each other. Accordingly, the phenomena of sunrise and sunset are optical illusions as well. In reality, the sun does not set but disappears out of sight, just like a man with a torch walking away from us. So there must be some gradual decline by which the sun is seen lowering and attaining the horizon, although in the Gaitian reality, it is always the same distance from the surface of the earth.
Can you please post that quote in the side chat? Because I would like
You,
to steal it from you.
yep, you got it. And I've got the source document.
Oh, excellent.
Yep, so here we go. All right, so there's a Chinese Eratosthenes, and he performed a very similar test using shadows in the sun. And because they already believed in Gaitian and or flat Earth, the geometry affirmed their flat Earth cosmology. And they remained flat earthers until Roman Catholic Jesuit missionaries spoke to the emperor and brought them a globe. They should have stayed flat earthers. Yep, I don't speak Mandarin or anything, so my apologies for butchering the language. Yep, so
Who
for
were
the
chatting
listener,
to? Was that Puelpo?
I thought so.
Yeah, Puelpo. What do you think about that?
The document, just a second.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, man. Take your time. Take your time. Don't rush.
So from the document A Chinese Eratosthenes of the Flat Earth, a study of a fragment of cosmology. I have a quote. Eratosthenes had two hypotheses of considerable predictive power, despite the fact that he would have found some difficulty in justifying them. First, the Earth is spherical. Second, the Sun is, for practical purposes, at an infinite distance, so that its rays reach the Earth sensibly parallel. As it will appear, the Chinese author believed neither of these things. The lack of instances of arguments for a spherical Earth is, of course, compounded by the lack of instances of any counter-argument at all. The flat Earth remained unquestioned. This situation persisted until well into the 17th century, as can be seen from a letter of the Jesuit missionary Ritchie, written in the year 1595. He notes that the Chinese say the earth is flat and square, and the sky is a round canopy. They did not succeed in conceiving the possibility of the antipodes. The text of which the translation now follows also naturally assumes a flat earth. I think it will become evident, however, that it cannot be classed. I'll post that quote as well. And it doesn't end there. We've got some more information to share regarding that. So there's a mathematics department, I think in Washington, Washington State. Let me go find that. As well as a quote from a university in Pennsylvania. Let me go. Give me just a moment while I go through this. I got plenty of quotes actually. So let's see which one to go first. From the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, North Carolina. This is from a journal regarding Eratosthenes. However, his observations would have led him to a very different conclusion if he had used another set of presuppositions in interpreting his observations. So, yes, the other interpretation would include a flat Earth with diverging rays from a point source. It continues, scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other viable hypotheses. So, to the earlier point regarding inductive logic, induction, yes, we use induction to build a hypothesis, but then it's tested deductively through experimentation. And that's how you prove or falsify your hypothesis. HO or HA. And this is also the problem of induction. Induction itself cannot prove anything definitively for the reason that was stated here. There could be other possibilities, other viable hypotheses. And our lack of creative ability does not negate the fact that other potentials may exist. So the problem of induction is we have just arrived at a conclusion potentially by one path, but that doesn't mean that there are other paths that can be taken to arrive at the same conclusion. And what happens if these two paths are based off of presuppositions that contradict each other, and only one of them must be true? Well, deductive logic will prove that out.
Excellent
got-
information. Can you post what you just went over, man, as well, please?
Sure, I've got some more. I love this topic so much that I've got a whole resource.
Yeah,
Here.
it's awesome. It's really great information.
Okay, this comes from oc.nps.edu. I wonder what that is. I forgot which one that is. nps.edu. Anyway, I'll post this too. But the quote is, Eratosthenes had observed that on that day of the summer solstice, the midday sun shone to the bottom of a well in the town of Syene. Today that's called Aswan. In figure 1. At the same time, he observed the sun was not directly overhead at Alexandria. It is remarkable that such accuracy was obtained in the view of the fact that most of the known facts and his observations were incorrect.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
How do we know Aswan is modern day Cyan?
Due to linguistics. You know how in
I
some languages you call the same city two different things? 2 different words? You know how, like, in English, we butcher foreign words all the time, like, holy crap, for crying out loud, we call people from the Netherlands Dutch, which is supposed to come from Deutsch, which means German. That doesn't mean they're from the Netherlands. So,
I suppose, but Aswan and Cyan don't sound the same.
no, they don't.
Like to me, like like
Dutch and
Cyan, right?
Nederlandish don't sound the same either.
Isn't it
Cyan,
Holland?
Yeah, or Hollandish.
Cyan and Cayenne, they sound the same though.
Yeah. These lands were conquered by different people too over time. So you had the Hellenistic Greeks that came in and whooped up on some of the barbaric tribes, some Egyptians, who themselves were interbred with Babylonians from before that. And then from the Greeks, you also had the Roman-Greek Civil War, in which the Romans moved in. And then a few hundred years later, you had the Muslim tribes move into northern Africa and take over. And so you have a total like confluence of different languages and cultures dumping in. You're going to get a lot of cities that are renamed different things, or cities that are said different ways because people hear the word in their own language and say it wrong and spell it wrong. That this kind of thing happens. So yeah, I mean, it's not unusual. Okay, next. This is from astronomy.org. Eratosthenes assumed that Earth is a sphere and that the solar rays are parallel when they reach Earth. Right? That's one of the foundational assumptions. That's an assumption. More. This is from MAA.org. Eratosthenes' assumptions. 1. That Alexandria and Syene lie on the same meridian. Well, that's false, according to today. Number 2. That light rays from the sun which strike the Earth are parallel. That's an assumption that has not been proven. Number 3. That the distance between Alexandria and Syene is 5,000 stadies. Well, how long is a stady? Nobody really knows, because back in the time of Eratosthenes, stadies were not a uniform length of measurement. Stadies were counted out by people walking.
Yeah,
Furthermore, number
yeah.
4, that the angle formed by the shadow of the staff in Alexandria at the summer solstice is equal to 1/50th of a circle. Boy, that's baking in your conclusion to your supposition, isn't it? And number 5, that Earth is a sphere. Yeah, that follows from number 4. Eratosthenes analyzed the observations with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere and the sun is very far away. All right, let me post that one too.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, thanks for posting that. I'll definitely take that. If you could you read out the screenshot that I just posted as well?
Absolutely, yes, we do have a listening audience. Okay, Captain Refractio posted a screenshot. It says this: I conclude with a remark on a method for measuring large distances, which is often recalled in the context of Eratosthenes' measurement. In most of the popular accounts, we read that the distance between Alexandria and Syene was reported to Eratosthenes by a bimetist. That's a strange word, but this is a man trained to keep a regular pace when marching and to record the number of steps between places. Oh, today I learned that that's a bimetist. The use of bimetists is often presented as the usual method for measuring large distances in the Greek world. Yes, this includes the Hellenistic era of northern Africa, Egypt. But a search of the Thesaurus Linguae Graecae has yielded the result that the word bimetist is attested only once in the entire corpus of Greek literature. And a passage concerning the method used for measuring the distances traveled by the army during the campaign of Alexander the Great, in circumstances in which surveying was hardly practicable. Fascinating. All right, did I post my thing earlier just now? Yes, I
Just
did.
now, yeah, you did. Yeah, excellent.
Great. From DIO, the International Journal of Scientific History. So Eratosthenes was pretending that the sun was 12 times smaller than the Earth. Eratosthenes' experiment was just an indoor theoretical exercise. That's a great journal, by the way, Dio. Ah, crap. There we go. Okay, let me copy and paste Dio. I've got plenty more where this came from, folks. Gosh.
Sorry, can
Alternate
you go into just a little bit more about that one? So Eratosthenes was pretending that the sun was 12 times smaller than the Earth.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
And the experiment was just an indoor theoretical exercise?
Yeah, so it's interesting and this is based off of a reading of original source material. And what is the original source material but third-hand tertiary accounts that refer to secondary accounts that refer to direct first-hand accounts? We do not have the original first-hand account from Eratosthenes anywhere. There's a reference to Eratosthenes by Cleomedes, which is often used as is the furthest upstream of all the sources. And he was said to be a librarian of Alexandria, and this is one of the things he did. But even in the ancient world, I don't think that the ancient world regarded Eratosthenes' experiment as something that was actually done. Rather, it was a thought experiment that you could do this. And this is one way that you could show that Earth is a globe if you could pretend that you can do this.
So,
And the
so
story
there's
has
no. Well, hold on one second, because that's
yeah,
crazy. So there's absolutely, like, Eratosthenes didn't write any of this down, and we don't have Eratosthenes' writings of his results of the so-called experiment.
right.
That's literally the first result when you type in who was the first person to measure the Earth to be a globe.
Right. And that's exactly right. And they say, well, of course it was Eratosthenes. And yes, no primary source documents exist of his. Not a single one. We don't even know if he was a real guy, and if so, when he actually lived. Outside of, I think, Cleomedes' account.
It's interesting, they actually say something similar about Pythagoras.
Yeah, Pythagoras. The guy who practically invented all of geometry and maps and everything. Yeah, one guy developed all of this scientific, technical understanding rather of the known world and geometry and math.
Sorry, why not? At this time, nothing of what he invented was known. So it makes sense that a great philosopher like him would come up with these ideas, formalize them, and get them to our time so we can call all those set of things by his name.
Are you
Yeah.
talking about Pythagoras?
Yes.
Oh, well,
Modern
yeah, sure. I mean, look, just quickly. Okay, so here's Dr. Piers Bursill Hall from the University of Cambridge talking about how most of what we're told about Pythagoras isn't true. Okay, this is a mainstream history professor from Cambridge. Okay, so I've posted the information in the side chat there. But yeah, most of what we're taught at school about Pythagoras is absolutely false information. In fact, once you actually have a deep dive into Pythagoras and the cult of Pythagoras and the Pythagoreans, you'll find
Oh,
the
yeah.
story is very different to what we've been told by the mainstream. But yeah, here's a historian from Cambridge in the side chat who literally says most of what we've been told about Pythagoras is absolutely false.
It was kind of common back then for the Greeks to invent characters that were composites of multiple people over a long period of time, distilling them into one archetype, one person, a persona, a mask.
So is it maybe fair to say that they lacked what we would refer to as a corporate or institutional identity? So they would often, as a project throughout antiquity, generate, say, a pseudonym that would encompass, say, 2 or 3 people in a particular project.
Yeah, and I think it was actually understood by the people at the time that they were doing this, that they were incorporating a body, an idea, to represent that corpus of knowledge. And this makes sense, especially given the curious explosion of the Greek era that took place after the second fall of Babylon. You had all these Babylonians getting run out by the Persian Medes and settling west and heading west, and they came into Europe. They came in through the Bosphorus, and they brought their arts and sciences with them. And they taught people things that lived there, and they tried to rebuild civilization. And then that's kind of where the Greeks inherited much of their knowledge from the Babylonians and the Egyptians. And so how would a proud people trace their heritage back, and how would you encapsulate a corpus of knowledge? I mean, you could do it very easily by encrypting it into one persona. Pythagoras is responsible for this, this, and this, and this. Eratosthenes is responsible for this, 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 and this. And so anytime you use these words, Pythagorean, or invoke Eratosthenes, you immediately can recall the corpus of work that's associated with these personas. This was not unusual for their culture at the time to do this. And I personally don't think that the people at the time believed that these people were real figures.
There's
But today we attribute that.
next to no evidence that they actually were real figures. And the
Mhm.
historian in the video I posted, he does explain that as well. He said
Yeah.
he said they probably did exist in some sense, but
Right.
everything that's claimed that they said, right, that's not able to be determined as true at all.
True. I don't think this practice stopped, by the way. I
So
think
I'll
this
give you a good
carried on.
example is the various painters who, even up till recent time, that came out with various paintings, and then they say, oh, then there's this big expose. This painter didn't actually paint this. His assistant painted it. It's like,
Right.
well, maybe, okay, that certainly is true, but that's clickbait because at the end of the day, you didn't really have, say, the Art Conservatory of North America. And so what you had was you would have a certain painter's name attached to the studio, and anything that came out of that studio was just by the name of that painter, and probably very few of the art that came out of there. So would you
Great
call it if
analogy.
you supervised it and directed it?
Great analogy. I love it. Yeah. So what was Pythagorean was anything that came out of the Pythagorean cult. Whatever remarkable insights or discoveries that corpus, that people brought forth, was considered Pythagorean, and that was attributed to Pythagoras himself, the father of all the information that flowed.
And I'll give you another one. If you go back a little further in history, you and I will take opposite sides of this, and that's okay. But the blessed Martin Luther, there are
He
still
would have
works
been
of Martin
Byzantine if
Luther.
he was able to write letters to the Byzantines.
No, you know, he published so many books that there's still, from when he died back in the 1500s, there's still books that are in that old German, Heiligen Deutsch, that
Hochdeutsch,
have
yeah.
not been translated to English.
Right.
So,
Right.
so there's no way that one man could have been that prolific. I know a pastor who has a collection that at that time it was all all the translated works. I don't know if that collection was from the 60s or the 50s, but it was a collection that was given him, and it takes 2 bookcases.
Yeah. Yeah.
How does one man?
How about Isaac Newton is maybe a more on point example. Isaac Newton. Isaac freaking Newton. Most known for his theory of gravitation and the Newton's laws of motion. And what is he actually interested in but alchemy and reconstructing chronology, time, and history? That's he's got far greater works attributed to these two things than to the mathematics of the physical world relating to modern physics. He was an alchemist. He was an occultist, an astrologer.
And isn't it also Einstein that they admit that
Yeah,
there's a work of his that was actually written by a student?
yeah, or his wife, who was like a real mathematician or something, cousin wife. But yeah, I mean, he basically stole like Ampere's equations, and he stole Poincaré's cosmology, and he was like a freaking all you can eat buffet of different ideas that he cherry picked and glued together. Minkowski space, Lorentz fields, all this shit. And what he created was a sandbox from which all kinds of other modern cosmologies can be invented. It's if you ever played video games, you know how video games, some of them are considered open sandboxes. One of them is like Half-Life that turned into Gary's mod, or the Unreal Engine, like a video game engine. You create the engine, you create the toolbox, and from there all kinds of other inventions, all kinds of games and programs and simulations and models can be created. That's really what Einstein did for the world, was he created an open sandbox for people to imagine anything is possible and then apply mathematical rigor to it to lend it some credibility. But yeah, I mean, he's almost like a conglomeration of all kinds of ideas that preceded him. I'm pretty sure Eratosthenes is like an Einstein for the ancient world. And if you include with Einstein all the different 20 to 80 spin-offs of relativity and morphologies, just like with Eratosthenes, I mean, you can attribute so much more to him as well, and Pythagoras. So yeah, I mean, this is what we do. People do this stuff, I guess, and it's not accurate, but here we are. Let's bring it back on point, though. So, Earth is flat. We measure it like that. We've got laser tests. We've got long distance observations, both in the optical spectrum and infrared and microwave. Radio. The Earth behaves and appears as if it is flat. It's the craziest thing, folks. I know it's hard to accept. When we go to measure the Earth, the way we observe it, and can't find curvature no matter what we do, the only way to make the curvature exist is with our minds, by applying a model, a conceptual model of the Earth. And this is this is actually called an ellipsoid, or a datum in geodesy, geodetic surveying, a datum. There's an entire field of surveying that is dedicated to this. They're dedicated to taking physical measurements of Earth, of a flat Earth, and they know it's a flat Earth. They call it that. They call it planar surveys. There's a field that takes planar surveys and mathematically bends them to the idea of a globe, a, a mathematical datum of a globe, an ellipsoid reference of a globe. They take physical measurements and they break them because they believe so truly that Earth is a globe that their measurements that they physically take have to be wrong somehow. There's no way I could be observing the Earth flat when I do a planar survey. I know Earth is a globe, so let me take these measurements and bend them a little bit within an error tolerance, and I can get a globe out of it. And guess what? If I run out of error tolerance, I create new error tolerances for me to bend it into.
എന്റെ അമ്മച്ചിയെ ഇതെന്തരടാ എല്ലാരും ഉണ്ടല്ല.
Yeah, what was that? Manu, welcome to
Yeah, bro.
24/7 Flat Earth.
Hi, sir.
Yep. So flat Earth is
Myself,
measured.
Manu.
മനു എന്ന് പറയുന്ന പുണ്ട ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടോ?
Oh, look, they come 2 by 2. Hello, we've got
The,
L and Manu M. Do you guys speak English?
Yeah, bro, I can speak English.
Awesome.
I only know a little bit of English.
Great. So, welcome to Flat Earth. Did you know that the Earth is flat?
Mm-mm.
No, I don't know.
No, sir. I don't know.
Well, I'm telling you it is. You can go out and check and then you'll know.
ഈ ഫുണ്ട് എന്തിടാ പറയണേ ശരത്തെ?
Bro, don't speak in the language. They will tutor you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
okay,
can
okay.
speak English and a little bit of German. So, if you want to go there, we can, I guess.
But we don't know German.
Could I ask a question about the
Sure.
Earth being flat?
Bro,
Yeah,
Um,
Mikan, hello.
how would you explain why certain parts of the Earth are nighttime or dark, while others are lit up by the sun?
Like,
If the Earth was
yeah.
flat, wouldn't uh, the entire Earth be lit up if the sun was above the entire Earth?
Great question. And I understand where you're coming from because that's one of the questions I used to have. What if the sun is actually not that big at all and provides local light only?
Right. So if it's very small, you're saying?
Yeah. And what if Earth is the floor of the universe?
Well, not the universe in the sense of the heliocentric model, right? But the floor of the system that we live in, essentially.
Yeah, it's a better way to put it. The Earth is the basement. The Earth is the ground, the floor, a flat plane. And we don't think there's anything underneath it. Because the further
Right.
we dig, it gets hotter and hotter and denser.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is the sun? I mean, the
bro,
sun is the light in the sky, and it's like this. If you and I are sitting in the same room, and there's a light on the ceiling, you stay under that light, and I start walking away from it. The light gets lower and lower in my field of view. And if it's a big enough room, let's say it's a warehouse, a gigantic indoor warehouse, I keep walking away, that light is going to go further and further down towards the vanishing line of perspective.
Yeah.
And eventually, I won't see the light anymore because it's too far away.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
sun is
So
far away from there.
Sorry, Manu, what
um,
was your question?
No, sir. You
Okay.
continue.
I don't think Earth
bro, I
is
have a
in outer space. I don't think flat Earth is a space pizza. If that makes sense to you, flat Earth is not a space pizza. People depict it
question.
this way. If you Google what is flat Earth, you're going to see a space pizza. That's not what we think, folks. That's pretty freaking hilarious. It makes fun of us, but we don't actually believe that that's the case at all.
Bro, if the earth is flat, where does gravity
right. So
come
you're
from?
saying the sun only lights up certain sections of the Earth at
Because the light
once.
moves away and illumines the local area where that light is over. You can't see forever.
Mhm.
The light doesn't push through the atmosphere forever.
Hmm.
There is weather systems, right? You've got weather between you and the sun. The sun goes behind clouds. What if the sun is thousands of miles away and you've got thousands of miles of cloud that blocks out the sun? It gets dark.
Here's
Um,
another example, just quickly. Okay, so even on like a clear summer day, and just say it's midday and the sun's directly above you. If you go just 200 meters down into the water, usually much less than that, but say 200 meters. Okay, it's pitch black at 200 meters deep. You can't see the sun. You can't see
Right.
any light from the sun at all. It's completely absorbed by the medium to the point where it's just pitch black. So the atmosphere acts similar. Obviously, it's not as dense as the water. It doesn't absorb it as the water does, but it's the same kind of logic, right? The same kind of thing happens.
Right, yeah. But it's each day at certain points in the day, it's on average there's roughly the same amount of light at that same place, provided there's no clouds in the way or anything like that. But
Yeah, the atmosphere is full of water vapor. I mean, water absorbs electromagnetic radiation.
it's just hard to think like a light so far away from the Earth being able to somehow only light up certain sections of the Earth.
Yeah,
Like,
Well,
I mean, it's
think
like a
about
light
the
in a warehouse,
example.
dude.
Yeah, think about the example I just gave you with the sunlight in the ocean. I mean, just 200 meters down, right? They say the sun is like enormous compared to the Earth. Okay, and it's
yeah,
93 million miles away, but just 200 meters down into the ocean, you can't even see the sun or any effect of the sun. No light whatsoever.
yeah. I mean, I don't know how big of a difference water makes as opposed to just the standard atmosphere, though. Maybe the
Yeah,
water.
quite a bit, but there's also a bit of a difference, as the sun moves away from you in the air. Like just say someone walks away from you with a flashlight, and they go to the next town, obviously you're not going to be able to see the flashlight.
Yeah.
Manu, you're hot miking, bro.
Bro,
Manu,
what will
my
happen if
friend,
you go
don't
to
make me mute you,
Ecofair
please. I don't want to do it.
How far away do you guys
for
think the sun is from the Earth? Or is it kind of unknown?
It's unknown,
Yeah,
fundamentally unknown.
definitely.
People have tried to triangulate the height of the sun, not just flat earthers, but people do this. And every time they try to triangulate the height of the sun, they come up with a different value each and every time.
Yeah.
It's a mystery in that regard.
money point?
Now, there could be some very complex optics at play. There could be an optical structure really high up there that is able to focus the light in a different position based off of where you are. There also could be other explanations in this. Where the globe, okay, people who believe in the globe, how they explain it is the light is parallel because the sun is so big, the surface of the sun is effectively flat. So the light that it emanates is parallel, and the earth is so tiny and so circular, depending where you're on the earth, you're going to see a different angle to the sun, even though the light is parallel. Now, there is a huge problem with this because if the light is effectively parallel from a flat surface that is much bigger than the surface of the earth, then we should have parallel angles of arrival to our eyes from that source of light. And we don't see that. If we did, we would only see white everywhere we look up. When we look up to the sky, we should only see white. It should be bathed. It should be like the sun. You can't even see the sun because all of the light is coming in at the same angle in parallel to your eyeball. And that's not what's happening. So people who claim that this is the case for heliocentrism, for a globe that orbits a sun, and say this is happening, it doesn't mathematically, geometrically, or physically make sense. And the people who know enough about this, who still believe it, will be honest with you and they'll tell you, yeah, we don't quite understand it, But this is how it has to be because we believe that Earth is a globe so much.
No, yeah, I get what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, because the way we
That
see
is
things,
confusing.
the way we see things is in angles of arrival to the back of our eyeball. There's an image of the world that is painted on the back of your eyeball that is a perfect reflection of what exists outside. And if they claim that the light is coming in parallel, how do you discern its size? How do you tell how far away it is? I mean, we know we can't see how far away it is. Like, that's the other thing. There is absolutely no parallax to the moon or the sun or any of the planets or the stars. So that alone is weird. But at the same time, we know that there's no parallel light because we can differentiate angular relationships in the night sky between things.
I feel
Like they
like a
say
lot of flat
Polaris.
earthers.
But hold
Sorry,
on, they say
continue.
Polaris. Polaris is a gigantic star, a star that is much, 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 much bigger than the sun and is over 400 light years away. And they say that the light from Polaris hits the Earth in parallel fashion. every source of light in the sky at night, they say, comes from a very, very large object so far away, and it's bathing a globe Earth in parallel light. And I would say, okay, if that's the case, first off, we don't see that that's the case. But maybe my understanding of how we see is not right because I've never had to deal with such large objects at such distances in reality before. So I don't know that that's true. So let's say, okay, for us to determine whether or not that's true, we're going to go measure the surface of the Earth. So let's go measure the surface of the Earth because if what you're saying is true, then a necessary condition of this, one of them, is that the surface is curving, that there's a globe, that we're all walking around the outside of a ball. Let's go measure that. What happens when we do? It measures flat.
Was that Mitten or Mitten that we're talking to?
Matan.
Mitten. Hey, good. Hey, bro. You were gonna say something a minute ago. I feel
Yeah,
like all flat earthers, and then
They generally say the sun is very close to the Earth, or the moon is very close to the Earth.
I
But
know.
yeah,
I don't
but
think
within
that's
so.
subjective. That's subjective as well. Like, what's very close mean? Like not 93
with
million miles away. Like, just like what's it really
within
depends on what.
10,000 miles.
Yeah.
But
Well, how about this? What if the sun is an optical effect? That this, what you see with the sun and the moon are not the source of the sun and the moon. Just like a rainbow, you don't see, the rainbow is not a predetermined distance away from you. You cannot
right,
triangulate the point of a rainbow. Well, what if the sun is like a rainbow? It's an optical effect, therefore
I mean,
holographic.
sure, I mean, in that case, I'd have no idea how far away it is if
Correct.
it worked like that.
Yeah, nobody can, whether you believe that Earth is a globe or not, you cannot triangulate the position of the sun. Just like you cannot triangulate the position of the moon, and you cannot triangulate the star, you cannot triangulate the planet, you cannot triangulate a rainbow
Yeah,
or a
I mean,
sundog.
assuming it's not the same as a rainbow, um,
Why not?
uh, just assuming it's not, I feel like you could determine that it's not within 10,000 miles because that would mean that if you're on different places on the Earth, you'd see a noticeable difference in size for the moon or the sun. You don't generally, no matter where you are on Earth, that the
No,
size
you
remains
do.
the same.
You do
Well,
actually. Yeah, like if you try to
you do, but
triangulate
it's
the height of
very
the sun.
small and indistinguishable.
Well,
But yeah, I guess it would exist slightly.
yeah, so there are people who are geocentric globers. Do you know what that means?
No.
So there are people, many people today, who believe that Earth is a globe, just like you, just like NASA and everybody else. But the globe is the center of the universe, and the sun and the moon are little orbs, little balls that orbit the globe.
Hmm.
So this is called geocentrism, and even if you are a geocentrist, you cannot triangulate the height of the sun or the moon.
Would you be able to explain how that's related?
Yeah, I mean, it's related because nobody, no matter what your cosmology is, flat, geocentric globe, or heliocentric globe, it's solar system, no matter your cosmology, you cannot triangulate the height of the sun or the moon or the stars or the planets.
Yeah.
No matter what,
I
right? So, period. There are different explanations for this, okay? So if you believe that Earth is a globe in a solar system, that's called heliocentrism, then you believe that the reason for this is because the Earth is so tiny and the sun is so big that the surface of the sun is basically flat. Relative to a teeny tiny Earth, the surface of the sun is so big and round that it may as well be flat. And so all the sun rays come down parallel. They say effectively parallel because the sun is so big and round that it's not parallel, but basically relative to a tiny globe Earth, it isn't parallel. That the light is in parallel and can be treated as parallel and is flat from a flat surface in the sky. And this is the reason why we can measure different angles to the sun because Earth is a globe. And as you go around the curvature of the globe, you measure different elevation angles to the sun along those parallel rays, and you get different angles because you're going around a curving surface. And the further you travel north or south or east or west, you're going to get a different angle to the sun because the surface is curving. Now, a geocentrist will say, well, Earth is a globe. We can't triangulate the distance to the sun, moon, or stars because they exist in a heavenly realm. And for whatever reason, God has appointed their position to be observer dependent. That's not too much different from how a flat earther conceives it. So
mhm.
you've got a well-defined explanation from the solar system, and maybe not as a well-defined explanation from the geocentrist or the flat earther. But how do you prove that the heliocentric explanation is true? You got to go to the surface. You got to go to the Earth itself. If we measure Earth flat, and we do, then we know that the geocentrist is wrong because they believe in a globe. And we know the heliocentrist is wrong because they also believe in a globe. We measure the Earth flat. What does that leave us? It leaves us with that the sky is a gigantic realm of mystery. And we can make up stories about it all we like. We can take measurements. Okay, I've got my spectroscope, and I'm measuring sodium. I'm measuring nitrogen. I'm measuring oxygen. Like we got people that can measure the spectra of different elements radiating from the sources of light up there. Doesn't mean that it's actually coming from the source of light. And so people start making up stories. Well, the reason why that this light has more sodium than nitrogen is because of this. The reason why that light has more oxygen than nitrogen is because of that. And the reason why this is that color is because of hydrogen and helium and da 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 da. I mean, people make up all kinds of crazy stories. And that's what astrophysics is. That's astronomy. It's making up stories based off of the limited amount of measurements that we're actually able to obtain, and an observation and an interpretation within a frame of reference that believes in the heliocentric model. And why do people believe in the heliocentric model? Well, because the ancient Greeks imagined the night sky as a gigantic sphere. And that is a subjective interpretation. I can conceive of the sky in any shape, in any form. I could, in fact, the most appropriate way to conceive of the night sky and the motion of the stars and planets is not spherical, but helical, like a spiral, like a slinky. I can get into further detail about that. There are so many problems with the heliocentric concept. It will blow your mind. We in 24/7 Flat Earth, we spend so much time researching this stuff. We find problems with the heliocentric cosmology, the geocentric cosmology, anything involving a ball Earth. And we document these problems. It's almost like if you're a hacker and you find bugs in the code and you're paid to find bugs in the code and exploit them. That's kind of what we do. We find bugs in the heliocentric code. You know, these are the bugs in the code that they don't teach you when you go to college, when you go to your science class. They're not going to teach you all the reasons why the heliocentric Big Bang is wrong. They're going to teach you why it's right. But if you want to learn why it's wrong, you're going to have to go to alternate sources. You're going to have to come talk to people like us. And it's up to you if you want to listen to us further and think about the further research that can be done based off of it. One of the most mind-blowing things I found, I know I've been talking a long time. One of the most mind-blowing revelations that I've had within the past year, I've been doing this about 5 years, 4 to 5 years. What's been so mind-blowing is when I learned about this, the leap year. We've all heard that there's a leap year. The leap year is when you add an extra day in February to account for the rotation of the Earth and its orbit around the sun. We were told that the Earth and its orbit around the sun and its rotation does 364.24, almost 0.25 rotations within its orbit every year before it comes back to where it starts. And as you add these up, it means at the end of every 4 years, you're going to have an extra day. 0.24, 0.24, 0.24, 0.24 is almost an extra day. So then you add you account for that extra day by adding it to February 29th every year. All right? Here's the truth of it. That's what we're told. And it's based off of this orbital concept of heliocentrism. There's probably a geocentric equivalent to it. But here's what actually happens. If I go out and I look at the sun, let's say I choose a day out of the year, it could be the summer solstice. What is the summer solstice? I chose this day because it is the day that has the longest amount of sunlight. Depending where I live, this could either be in the north or the south, but I'm choosing this day and I stick a big gigantic stake in the ground and I measure the length of the shadow, just like Eratosthenes, by the way. And I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to count how many times the sun rises to get to this exact point in time to where the shadow comes to this point on the ground as I'm measured by the stick. And so I'll count the days, and I will count 365 days. And lo and behold, the shadow casts down at the same exact place it was 365 days ago. Like, great, so that's 1 year. Let me count another year. Okay, so 365 days later, it does it again. 365 days later, it does it again. 365 days later, it doesn't do it. I have to wait another day, 366. I have to wait a 366th day for the shadow to appear at the same point on the ground as measured from the stick that I put in 4 years ago. There's an actual extra physical day that takes place every 4 years. And that day doesn't land on the same day as the leap year in our calendar system. That last day, I think, was in 2022. Sometime during that year was that 366th physical day. How does that happen if Earth is a spinning ball in a solar system that, that actually spins 360, you know, it actually spins, hold on, it spins another 0.24 times than 365 over the course of a year. We're told that those 0.24, 0.25 extra orbits accumulate every 4 years, and then we account for it by resetting the calendar with an extra day every 4 years. What actually happens is every 4 years, there are 366 sunrises to get that shadow back to where it was on the ground from the stick that I put into it.
That's interesting. Do you have any documentation of who checked that?
Yeah, I got tons. I'm not ready. I don't have it right here. Now,
Oh, that's all right. I'll
I
get
did
it off
check it
you.
myself,
Yeah.
okay? And the data exists within what's called meteorological data. You can go to timeanddate.com. You can go to your local government, whatever weather organization, weather agency, meteorological agency that is local to you, could even be local to your city or town or county. And you can find this data because people are recording this and you will see it in there no matter where you live. And it doesn't have to be on the summer solstice. Like I said, you could arbitrarily pick any day out of the year and you're going to find this is the case. You could pick the equinox, you can pick the winter solstice, you can pick any point in between the two. But I think one of the best ways to do it is to pick one of those days where people know that the sun is at its zenith at a particular point in time that's consistent. So that would be either of the solstices or the equinoxes. And use that as a starting point. So you could look up like the summer solstice in your location at your particular point in time and go back through history and count how many sunrises and sunsets happen. And then keep going backwards and keep going backwards and keep going backwards. You'll count 365, 365, 365, 366, 365, 365, 365, 366, 365, 365. It's insane. If you want to know more, there's a flat earther who passed away, sadly. Probably one of the greatest legends. His name was Antonio Subarats. The Book of the Sun. That's the name of his YouTube channel. His daughter maintains the channel. The Book of the Sun. He has done so much research into this. Definitely worth checking out. So I'm going to yield the floor back
What
because
was
I
the
have
name?
sources.
Sorry.
Yeah,
What was the name? Sorry, of the channel.
Antonio Subarats. I'm going to post his name in text chat if nobody else has. And I will post his YouTube channel in there. Give me just a second while I pull this up. I've got to do some house cleaning right now. Why? Because my wife's away. So I'm now the wife of the house. Got to do some
Yeah, well,
vacuuming,
I
cleaning the
appreciate
bathroom.
all of that information was great. Much appreciated.
Thanks, man. Let me. Right, hold on. Still scrolling. OPQRST, the Book of the Sun. There it is. Okay, copy. There he is. Absolute legend. One of us. He died of cancer. Very
Well,
friendly, very upbeat and positive. It's really sad. It seems like death prematurely takes the best of us.
Well, thank you for that, and we'll talk to you soon, man.
Thanks. I'm going to be listening. I'll probably chime in and interrupt you. So be ready for that.
All good, man. All right. Well, I do have to go in a moment too, but if anyone has any questions about anything that Yoda was just talking about or anything about Flat Earth in general, feel free to mic up, ask your questions.
Bro, if Earth is flat, how does the gravity work?
Gravity is something that, I mean, okay, so gravity, it depends what your definition of gravity is in general. Okay, so some people think of when you drop something and it falls to the ground, that's gravity. Okay, so if you drop something in a vacuum chamber, it will fall at approximately the same speed as anything else. Okay, so some people say that that's gravity. Okay, we can agree. Okay, that happens. But some people say that mass attracting mass is gravity, and that's something that would be required on a globe Earth. Okay, so you guys claim that the Earth is a globe, and the outside of the Earth is covered in water, like oceans, and we have gas pressure inside a big giant space vacuum. All of this is dependent on some magical type of gravity, right? Like mass attracting mass, the bending and warping of space time, that kind of thing. Okay, we would question that. That's something that you need to have a globe model, not something that is necessary in reality.
Okay. So, what about lunar eclipse?
Lunar eclipse.
How can it happen? Yeah.
So okay, so we have certain lunar eclipses that don't fit the framework of a globe model. Okay, so sometimes we can have a lunar eclipse and we can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse. Okay, that doesn't work according to the explanation of how a lunar eclipse would work on a globe. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse. And then sometimes the shadow on the moon, the alleged shadow, okay, sometimes it's upside down. Okay, that also doesn't work according to the globe explanation. So we have some issues there. Okay, we also have another massive issue is when we go out and measure the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature. Okay, so claiming that due to the Earth's curvature, there's a curved shadow on the moon, right? That's debunked as well because when we measure the actual surface of the Earth, there's no curvature whatsoever. Okay, so we're not making specific claims about how the sky works. Okay, but if the globe earthers want to make specific claims that what we're seeing during an eclipse is caused by the shadow of the Earth, that's going to require Earth curvature. It's going to require the Earth to be a globe, and then you're going to have to validate that, and that's where you're going to run into a big trouble trying to validate that claim.
Okay. Then just one last thing. What will happen if we go to the tip of Earth?
To the where?
Edges of Earth.
Edges. Yeah, we're not claiming edges.
Edges of
Okay, so, yeah, we don't claim that. Okay, so flat, right? We're saying flat Earth. Okay, what's flat mean? Flat's not a shape. Okay, flat is the description of a surface.
Okay, then what will the end?
Don't know. Yeah, we're not claiming that there is ends. Okay, so if there is ends, we don't know anything about that. Okay, no one does. Okay, so we're not claiming to know where the end of the Earth is. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the size of the Earth.
Okay.
We're claiming that the surface of the
Okay,
Earth is flat.
If it's flat, then what it is surrounded by?
Air. Okay, so it's surrounded. What it's surrounded by? Okay, so we're not claiming it's an object that's surrounded in the sense of engulfed all the way around. Okay, so we're not claiming that. What's in the sky? we have gas pressure, we have air that we're breathing. It's what's keeping us alive right now. That's what's surrounding the surface area of the earth. Air, gases, fog, pollution, dust, mist, all of these things.
But all the other planets in the solar system are round. Why are you so convinced
Well,
that the
when
Earth
you
is
say
flat?
other planets, that would be begging the question that the Earth is also a planet. Okay, we're not claiming that the Earth is a planet. We see some other lights, or not other lights. We see lights in the sky. Okay, the Earth doesn't have any characteristics that anything that we see in the sky has. Okay, so just because you can see something in the sky, that doesn't mean that the Earth is also the same as what you're seeing in the sky. Okay, if you have a flat floor in your house, it doesn't matter what happens on the roof of your house. It doesn't mean that you might have some round lights on your roof in your house. That doesn't mean that the floor is also in relation to those round lights on the roof. That would be illogical. Okay, when we test the surface of the Earth, it doesn't have any properties of what we see in the sky. Okay, so you see
Okay,
stars, you see
alright.
planets. Yeah, lights in the sky moving in cycles. That's what we see. Big cosmic clock in the sky.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, Fidan BTW asks, what about the sun? Okay, so nobody knows exactly what the sun is. Okay, the sun's a big light in the sky. It moves in cycles. It's what creates daytime, nighttime, seasons. Okay, it's very, very
Yes,
helpful for humanity. Welcome.
but if the shape of the Earth is flat, how it surrounds around the sun?
Well, the sun is a light that we see in the sky. Okay, it looks roughly the size of the moon. Okay, and it moves in cycles. Okay, so each day it moves east to west in the sky. During the summer,
Hmm.
it's higher in the sky. During the winter, it's much lower in the sky. So it's what's responsible for daytime, nighttime, seasons. It's responsible for wind, life. Yeah, quite a lot of things. It's something that's essential to this system that we live in. But
Then you are not
yeah,
believe that the heliocentric theory?
no. So yeah, good point. Okay, so yeah, we don't claim that the flat Earth is within the heliocentric theory. Okay, so in the heliocentric theory, we have a big giant space vacuum, and then we have all of these planets, and the Earth is one of those planets within this big space vacuum, right? And then the sun is 93 million miles away, and the sun is many times greater than the size of the Earth. Okay, so we don't try to insert the flat Earth inside the heliocentric concept of the system that we live
Hmm.
in. Yeah, so we would say that the sun is much closer than in the heliocentric model, and that the sun is moving, right, rather than the Earth. The Earth is stationary. Okay, so in the heliocentric model, they say that when you see a sunset, okay, the sun isn't moving from your perspective. It's that you that's moving. You're spinning backwards away from the sun, and that's what makes it look like the sun's setting. But we would say the opposite of that. Okay, we would say exactly what we observe is what's happening, and that the sun is actually moving across the sky, and that we're stationary. The Earth doesn't move, the sun is what's moving.
Okay, I got it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Any more questions from anyone?
So I do have a question.
Okay.
So what do you think it is that binds people to this idea that they can accept fantastical things that come from somebody as long as they're proverbially wearing a white lab coat or their business card's a little heavier because they have a few post nominals? Like, I find it interesting that it seems like so many people who come in here and ask us questions that they continue to go back to it. And then Yoder gave this fantastic review earlier about Eratosthenes and then talking about Pythagoras, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I think it's just that people have not been presented with an alternative option, and people have generally never questioned what they were taught from a young age. So you can convince a kid of just about anything, right? So you can easily convince a kid that there's a man that comes down the chimney and leaves presents for you, and that there's a magical fairy that comes and takes your teeth and leaves $1 under your pillow, and there's an Easter bunny that comes and leaves Easter bunny shaped chocolates, in your backyard that you have to go and find. All sorts of things. You can convince them of anything. So the same thing with the globe, right? It's taught to children. And then beyond that, they're not presented with anything else. So once they get older than childhood, they just take that as a given fact, right? They taught it. It's reinforced in the movies, in the music, in the media, okay, at university, and they're not given an alternative option. They're not encouraged to question it. They're not, they've never gone and tested it. Generally, people don't know anything about it, right? If you ask them, which way does the Earth spin? Most people don't even know that. Okay, they don't know the size. They don't know anything about it. It's just a belief system, and people just never generally question it at all.
Yeah, well said. Is there anybody else who would like to ask a few questions here? That Captain here gives us a great review of this. So somebody here that's on with this, that's may have been a little afraid to step up. With Captain here, he's very patient and very easy going. So feel free to come ask your questions, and we'll be here to try to patiently answer them the best we can. Well, I guess
we have a claim by Vector. Okay, I don't know if you can open your mic, Vector, but this is what Vector wrote in the side chat. The curvature of Earth is very thick, 40K kilometers. Okay, so he's talking about actually the circumference of the Earth. When he says thick, he means distance. How far it is if you went around the Earth in a circle. That would be 40,000 kilometers if the Earth were a globe, and that would true. Okay, but if we walk 1 kilometer, it's 8 centimeters of curvature. And it's small, so that's why we can't see the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so yeah, over 1 kilometer, there wouldn't be very much curvature, but over, say, 20 kilometers or 10 kilometers, there would be a much larger amount of curvature. Okay, so it's not 20 times 8 centimeters to determine how much curvature there would be over 20 kilometers. Actually, you would have to square that. So over 20 kilometers, there would actually be well over 100 foot of curvature. So we could go out to, say, a lake that's 20 kilometers across, and we could stand on one side of the lake. And if you have a friend that's standing on the other side of the lake, 20 kilometers away, you shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake with some binoculars or a camera or a telescope and see your friend standing on the other side of the lake. Okay, if the Earth were a globe, that would not be possible. But in reality, we can go and test that. And we can zoom in across a 20-kilometer lake, and we can see our friend standing on the other side of the lake. In fact, we could see their shoes. Okay, we could see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That isn't possible if the Earth's a globe. And that's what we have empirical evidence showing to be the case over and over again. We can zoom in across huge distances, and we can see things that would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth if the Earth were a globe. Okay, because we've tested this over and over again using all sorts of different methods, such as super zoom cameras, infrared cameras, high intensity lasers, radio propagation, all sorts of different things, right? We've determined in every single test that there's absolutely zero curvature present. Okay, and then what's even more interesting about that is that there isn't a single test throughout all of history that validates that there is curvature over the surface of the Earth. Okay, the globe Earth is just a theoretical mathematical concept. Nothing more.
Bro, when I found out about the Earth is not a globe, I was probably the most angry person on Earth at the time.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, a lot of people, it's like that for a lot of people, isn't it? You know, they're pissed. You know, they were getting not necessarily lied to, but they were getting fed misinformation their whole life. It's hard hitting, especially if you were into it, right? If you were into space and you had all of these dreams that humanity would one day be having infrastructure on
Right.
Mars and things like that.
It's
Someone
a
trying to.
natural reaction, dude. Like, I remember the day when it finally set in, and I'm driving home from work, and the sun is setting in the sky, and I get this feeling that the sky is much closer to me than it ever has been in my entire life. And I'm like, what the hell is the sun? What the hell is the moon? What the hell are the stars that come out later? What is this? And it's kind of unsettling.
Yep. Oh, definitely. Okay,
My
so
boy said, "Where is the edge?"
yeah, so vector. Yeah, with another common question that we get all the time. Okay, so I don't know if this is a basic question, but if the Earth is flat, what is at the edge? Okay, so it depends what you mean by edge. Okay, so we don't claim, like I did explain this before, but we don't claim the Earth is a flat planet. Okay, we're not claiming a flat disk or anything like that. What we can validate in regards to what an edge would be when it comes to the Earth is that every large body of water has an edge. Okay, so to have a container, you need to have a large body of water, you need to have a container. Okay, and then in every container or any large body of water, you have a shoreline. Okay, so in a puddle or in a pond or in a lake or in a sea or in an ocean, you have an edge to the shoreline. So if you mean by edge, you mean, the shoreline of a large body of water, sure, that would exist. But on a grand scale, we don't know exactly what shape, what size the the big pond that we reside on is. We don't know that.
Yeah, like
Nobody.
it's flat like Minecraft, dude. I mean, it's kind of funny to say, but You know, Minecraft is a 3D world where there's no curvature, and there's night and day. The sun comes and goes. So, I mean, to use an analogy that kids today might understand, and I'm way too old for Minecraft, folks. Like, I've got gray hair in my beard, some in my hair too. But yeah, I mean, that's it. So Minecraft is kind of like a level in the universe, a level as in a floor, and then there's like the nether world below. And you can keep going up in the sky, and there's sky structures. It's kind of a cool game, but there's no curvature. If you can imagine yourself as you experience standing on Earth, you can walk in any direction, and as soon as you meet the shoreline of an ocean, you look down at your feet, and your feet are in the water. Let's say you do this in California. You can look west across the Pacific Ocean, and you can know that somebody in Japan on their eastern shore can stick their feet in the same water as you. And the water that connects your feet to their feet is at the same height, the same level, doesn't curve.
You live in Japan?
Yeah, what's up? What's up,
Bro,
Chris? Or
how could you
Vintage B?
imagine like a resting body of water, a large body of water curving? That's insane.
Yeah, the only way that someone could think that that isn't completely illogical is if they were taught that from a young age and they're desensitized over time to how ridiculous that claim is. That's the only way.
Repeat one time.
Chris, we can hear you, bro. What's your question?
I don't understand. Repeat, please.
Oh, I was talking about the water does not curve if it's like a large body of water. It's flat. It always stays flat. So there's no water curving around the ocean. It's flat, completely flat.
What I mean flat?
Yeah, I'll show you a photograph
Photograph?
Yeah, in the side chat. Can you see the side chat? So flat means not curved. Okay, so if we have a surface and it's not curving, that would be flat. Okay, like in the photograph here, we see a huge lake. Okay, and the water on the surface of the lake is flat, like a mirror. A mirror is flat.
Okay.
Yeah, so no matter what size the lake is, the water's going to be flat. Okay, obviously if we have wind, it's going to make some waves. Okay, but overall, it's still flat over distance. It's not curving like it should if the Earth were a globe. The horizon is also, it's horizontal, it's flat as well.
What the globe people need is for gravity to start bending the surface of water into a curve,
I have a
which means
question.
Gravity has to be so strong at the molecular level that it overcomes the strength of molecular bonds. Now, if you know anything from school, you know that you were taught that gravity is a weak force, weaker than the Coulomb, weaker than the energy that binds electrons to their nucleus. And you might have been taught that it's 40 orders of magnitude weaker. And yet at the same time, you have to believe that it's so strong that it overcomes that same force that it's weaker than in order to curve the bonding of water molecules to conform to a globe shape. It's absolutely contradictory. It doesn't make any sense.
Great point. Never considered that point. Because they say gravity is very weak, right?
Mm-hmm. Guys, I have an idea.
What's the idea?
One
Well,
question.
I wanted.
There is question.
What
What's
did you
that?
say?
There is question.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
What did you say?
There is a classroom.
Yeah, you're in it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the classroom. Case, Yoda, if you can answer this question very quickly, I know you're busy, but Vector has asked another question I wanted to know is how do satellites orbit a flat surface?
How do satellites orbit a flat surface? Well, how do we know what satellites are in the first instance to suppose that they're orbiting? So, you know, I would love to speculate with you, Vector, on what kind of physics might be involved if these things are indeed moving as fast as they say that they're moving, and if signals are emanating from the sources as people claim that the signals are emanating from. What are satellites? I don't think we truly know. And let me get into this a bit further. I'm going to take a break. I'm setting down the vacuum cleaner. For those listening, I had to step out a minute ago because I have to clean the house. Why? Because my wife's out of town and has to be done. So yes, now I am the wife of the family. Let me go into my handy dandy folder here and pull up some interesting documents for you to look at regarding satellites and orbits. The first document I'm searching for is a screenshot. I took a screenshot from NASA. They have a space flight situation center, NASA Goddard, Goddard Situation Center, where you can go as a member of the public and query the location of a satellite. So you want to find out where the satellite is, what it's up to, what its status is, and so on and so forth. So I'm scrolling through my stack of stuff, going down, and I'm looking for it. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because there's some very curious information in there that doesn't provide answers to you. It doesn't provide answers to me or anybody. But what it does provide are questions, further questions to question our reality and how it is we think of satellites. What are even satellites? Are they orbiting, right? Are they orbiting through a gravity well? We're taught in school that satellites are in orbit because they're falling around the Earth at a speed and trajectory that allows them to maintain a certain altitude and a certain velocity without degrading and crashing into Earth, without spiraling out and crashing into the moon or going out into outer space, we're taught that satellites are in this perfect cherry-picked point where their trajectory and velocity allows them to fall within a gravity well. And that this is the reason why these things are up there. Now let me show you this. Okay, I'm going to post this in chat real quick. So from NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, under query, you want to query where a satellite is. It reads, the query component provides two query matching options: magnetospheric region occupancy and magnetic field line tracing. The region query lists the entry and exit times during which the specified satellites were in a particular magnetospheric region. Pause. Hit the pause button. What? The region query lists the entry and exit times during which specified satellites were in particular magnetospheric regions. It goes on. The trace query identifies periods when one or more spacecraft are on the same magnetic flux tube of force, or periods when one or more spacecraft occupy a field line which traces down to a specified ground station. Yeah. Do you want to query a satellite? Do you know what any of this means? No, you don't. What are satellites? Well, apparently, according to this, Goddard Space Flight Center, if you want to query a satellite, when you query it, you have two matching options. So you can match the satellite to one of two things. You can either query the magnetospheric region occupancy and magnetic field line tracing. I guess you can either query the magnetospheric region occupancy, or you can query the magnetic field line tracing. Find out where a satellite is and what it's doing. Do you have any idea what that freaking means? Well, you can click on these links and you can go do that. You can go find out where the satellite is and what it's up to by doing those things. Do you know what that means?
I
Nowhere
think it
on
means
here is anything about its orbital location.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like. I was going to say that doesn't sound like orbital mechanics according to gravity.
doesn't it mean
Right.
like it has to be line of sight?
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like plasma physics. It sounds like electric universe. It sounds like the things that the NASA scientist named Hannes Alfvén was talking about when he was chastising NASA scientists, astrophysicists, chastising them for submitting a theory of cosmology revolved around gravitational fields, when in reality, what we measure and what we deal with, what we need satellites to operate within, is a plasma environment. So you want to go down this rabbit hole of what satellites are doing and how they operate? Feel free. You're going to run up against different theories of cosmology of the universe and what's actually up there. You've got double layers of plasma fields. You've got you've got documented. You've got space shuttle missions where they deploy a magnetospheric tether, a plasma tether that goes out about 10 miles above the space shuttle. We're all told that the space shuttle flies upside down. Well, I mean, I can show you documentation where the space shuttle flies right side up, the shuttle bay doors open, and a freaking steel beam rotates from within the shuttle bay 90 degrees, sticking straight out into outer space, and they shoot a big, huge, charged plasma sphere ball. and it goes way up high, another 10 miles or so, and it is collecting energy and charging a battery on board the space shuttle. And that they're able to use the tether and the plasma ball at the end of this to maneuver the space shuttle, to slow it down and speed it up, lift it higher and lift it lower within the magnetic field of Earth. This is mainstream NASA physics. I bet most of you never heard of this before in your life. If you want to learn more, you can Google this. It's called electrodynamic propulsion. It's been going on since the 1970s. Magnetic tethers.
Now, Yoder, did you see
Yeah.
yesterday I tagged you in an article where there's a chart in there talking about the drag at various speeds compared to Mach 1?
Yeah.
So I just found it really interesting that as the craft gets to Mach 2.5 or so, I don't remember the upper number it showed on the graph, that there seems to be some kind of asymptote to where it goes down. So my point to it is that if we're to believe the conventional cosmology, gravity, drag, et cetera, that there's something else substantially that would be much more revealed, much more perspicuously through some sort of plasma explanation than just aeronautics and gravity.
Yeah, I don't know if plasma's involved at those velocities because the friction isn't high enough, but I think what might be going on is there might be a vortex behind the aircraft, and it allows for pressure to stabilize and equalize in front but behind. And so the thing just kind of slips through the direction without experiencing much drag. I mean, that I don't know how else to get. I don't want to speculate further than that. I'm not a physicist, but I mean, you've got something going through a medium. It's configured as such that it's able to separate the density layers in front of it and recombine it behind it. Maybe it just reaches a point where it's able to do that with such efficiency that it doesn't experience much drag in front anymore.
Well, just point being, there very well could be a lot of different things going on. Just my point being that the standard explanations don't tell us everything.
Yeah, that's right. You have to speculate like what I've just done. Now, what is true with like a hypersonic velocities through the air, that the friction on the leading edge of these airfoils, of these wings, produces so much heat that the air ionizes and basically turns into plasma. And this contributes to the radar deflection black body stealth characteristics of these aircraft. So like hypersonic missiles are stealth.
I was unaware of that. That's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, because the it's so incoherent that if you were to beam a radar signal at it, and you can't get a return because it scatters. So it's like the radar just keeps going through it.
So talking of all this from the Goddard satellite search, our friend Space Manji, while he was coming around, were you ever able to broach that topic with him?
Yeah, I did actually, and he didn't know what it meant either, which was interesting. And he suspected it had to do with satellite orientation, which is true to an extent because satellites are claimed by them to maintain downward facing orientation based off of the magnetic field of Earth. they use something called magnetotorquers to do this. So they measure the magnetic field and they basically rotate their direction 90 degrees perpendicular to the field line, which is going to be going perpendicular to a globe. Really flat Earth.
Wait, what? That's perpendicular. That's 90 degrees.
Exactly. You know, it's so hard to describe like the globe when you understand all this. You're like, shit, I'm just going to have to contradict myself when I'm trying not to strawman the globe.
So is that when Space Manji stopped coming around, is when you asked him that?
No, he was banned.
Oh, I didn't realize he was banned. Ah.
As to our friend Vector out there who's asking about satellites, does that help make it more confusing for you? Because I hope it did. The point is to educate you on more of the nuances of what it is you're asking about, and highlight the fact that you probably don't know as much about the topic as you think you do, because there's a lot more going on by their own accounts, not ours, that you need to know.
Yeah, like the first 2 satellites that were ever launched allegedly were balloons, and that there was a proactive propaganda campaign in order to like use the idea of satellites as some sort of power freaking structure.
Yeah, like the space race was built entirely upon power projection. The first satellites, the first self-orbiting satellites, was a total power move. You can read like the founding documents of NASA. NSC, that stands for National Security Council. NSC 5814 describes how satellites are going to be used as psychological weapons to project power and capability and like inculcate fear into the minds of everybody who opposes America.
So let me ask you this question here.
Yeah.
The satellites are supposedly going 22 times the speed of sound. So I'm just curious, just for a moment here, pretending that they're true just for the sake of Eratosthenes' thought experiment. If that's true, and if also is true, the graph that I tagged you in yesterday, that there is some sort of drop as it goes faster and faster, is it possible that something could indeed be flying around, obviously not over a baltard, obviously over a flat stationary Earth, and that there is some sort of effect going on that they are loath to describe? I mean,
I don't know.
Is that possible?
When it comes to aerodynamics, you're going to have to talk to an aerospace guy, somebody who went to school for, aeronautical engineering. I think their claims regarding like, aircraft velocities and capabilities is completely and internally validated. There's no contention here. The modern turbojet engine is more efficient by weight and power than a bicycle.
Oh yeah, I have a close family member who's a pilot, and him and I regularly talk about how little fuel per passenger an airplane uses, and especially with the A320 Neo engines, that I want to say it's 180 miles per passenger per gallon of fuel. Now, your bicycle is nowhere near that efficient.
What I kind of suspect satellites might be are just repeaters.
Yeah, and I will say this, that I live near a satellite facility that is today it's in a well-beaten path that of course there's fiber line going to it, but when it went in there in the early 1980s, how the hell were they receiving the programming to actually put on? And it is one of the nation's premier teleport facilities, and I forget how many hundred television stations are uh, fed from there and have been since like the 1980s. So the interesting question becomes, obviously, if satellites exist, we know how the programming got out of there, but how did the programming get in there? And why is it in this odd place that it's nowhere near any kind of production facility? I mean, absolutely, they're nowhere near.
Well, they use satellites to beam the satellite information to the ground station to beam it back up to the satellites.
Yeah,
Don't you
positive
know?
feedback loop. I mean, it's a massive complex. We've stopped at it a few times. Now, most people who are observant, like my wife, she grew up literally 5 minutes from that place. And she had absolutely no idea that was there until I pointed it out to her. And I've lived here substantially less than she has. So all my point is in looking at the other locations of these other teleport facilities, they're just in odd and weird places, like really weird places. Like there's some reason that they're in those specific places. And Yoder, are you familiar with the East Coast reflector on ham radio?
What is it about like spinning that wheel up there? That from watching Riley that you posted there. What is it about spinning the wheel that causes it to like seem to lose weight?
They say it's the torque angle. As it's spinning, it's producing torque in an upward angle, so it reduces its weight.
But it would also be going down.
Yeah.
So I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense.
But I
There's
feel
also a
they
downward force.
they use this principle to get those satellites into the sky and keep them there. They're just spinning at a rate that helps them to stay aloft.
That's really interesting. This is the stuff that they were investigating at Lockheed and Martin, right? Like,
I think that's easily
Yeah.
explained with just conservation of angular momentum that that's used in figuring out how fast you were going in car crashes and things of that nature. That it's kind of like a car wheel spinning, and it doesn't really lose its gravity. It's just you're just transferring energy from the drill, the electricity. You're turning it mechanical, which then just kind of makes it like a gyroscope. So it's not really anti-gravity. It's just conservation of angular momentum.
Yeah, that brings up the question: how do the gyroscopes on the ISS work? They've got like 4 of them that are like 100 kilos each, and they're spinning at like thousands of RPM to help orient the ISS. But the ISS is changing its orientation constantly, coming around a globe.
Well, and as I understand, big ships that if the gyro gets off or something, they have to actually put it in dry dock to restart the gyros. So, how would you ever start the gyros to begin with?
Yeah,
And
what
have
they,
them
they
accurate?
claim happens is the ISS updates the horizontal reference frame called local vertical, local horizontal, LVLH. That's the local frame. That they calculate WGS 84, altitude above WGS 84, and the rotation that is required from that altitude. And that horizontal reference plane rotates, and the gyros torque in order to compensate. Now, that requires a draw of power, right? It requires physically rotating the ISS constantly. So this means that there's a power draw, there'd be a voltage drop somewhere that would be measured that is commensurate with what is required for the ISS to be physically rotated such that the belly of the ISS is facing Earth. Because if that doesn't happen, according to globe physics, the ISS should be oriented only in one absolute direction and orbit the Earth. But it needs to rotate to maintain down with respect to the Earth. This also means if you're a passenger inside the ISS, and if you aren't rotating with the ISS, you could sit in one position, and over the course of 90 minutes, you're going to watch the room rotate 360 degrees around you. Funny thing is nobody's ever shown that.
Yeah, maybe if you're in the center of the ISS, but I figure if you're on the edges, you may actually get hit by the wall.
Yeah, this, you know what this should also produce? Like a gradient of air pressure. You know, like maybe you should, maybe the air should migrate towards the back top of the ISS. Yeah, the ceiling in the back of it. There are all kinds of issues with the ISS, and nobody's ever addressed them or talked about them like this.
And
You're only going to find these questions here.
And any liquids in the air would congregate to those areas as well.
Precisely. Because it's rotating and translating.
So hopefully they have not put any sensitive electronics at the far ends of the ISS.
But why would you question the ISS since they're able to teleport stuff there?
So Vector's making some pretty bold claims in the side chat. I mean, just at the moment, just would be baseless assertions, Alice. Baseless assertions. I'd just like to see this so-called model that they're using, Vector. If you're saying that they're using a model of 3 bodies in free space to predict eclipses, I'd love to see that. Because it's my understanding that they actually don't use that to predict eclipses. But maybe you have
Time to
information
mic
that
up.
I'm not privy to.
Vector, you need to mic up, man. Come on. I'm inviting you to mic up. Let's talk. Do you have the courage?
And also, that would also be something called correlation, which we know in science as a huge rule is not necessarily causation. So just because you have, you might have a little 3-ball model that you think can predict an event that we see in the sky, doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's happening when you see that thing in the sky, right? You're assuming, right, that what the darkening that you see of the moon or the sun during an eclipse is due to another body being in the way or casting a shadow. And you are asked, prove that thing is a shadow. Prove that darkening is the result of one body occulting the light of another body, causing a shadow.
Look at that. Vector is immune to any moderation. All right, Vector, you better mic up right now or we're going to get Vivek to boot you. How about them apples? I'm tired of your shit in text chat.
No, you're just blatantly incorrect about shadows, Vector. Okay, so you can cast the shadow of a sphere onto another sphere and get a sinusoidal pattern, like a Pepsi logo. Not like a perfect circle or arc. Right. So you can get a nice perfect arc of partial arc or a full circle of a sphere, the shadow of a sphere, onto a flat surface. But if it's cast onto any other contours, it's going to form it's going to follow the contours of the surface that it's been cast onto, also depending on the angle from which it's observed. That's even if what you're observing during an eclipse is a shadow, which you haven't proven is in the first place. And come on, Vector, mic up. Stop hiding behind your ability to be immune to mutes and mic up, please.
But you better do it. You know why? Because the guy that owns the English Hub, Vivek, he's a flat earther and he loves us. So if you're going to sit there and troll in text chat, I guarantee that we have more power than you. You're going to have a bad time. So why don't you man up, grab your ball sack, and unmute the mic?
Well, there's no issue with him spamming the chat. That's been fixed.
Well, how come it said something about this person being a moderator when Yoda tried to do it? What the heck?
Yeah,
See,
bro, it was the
I don't.
wrong ID. I just
Wrong
copied
ID.
his
Ah,
ID,
right.
checked the ID, and it was not the same numbers, so I tried it. It works.
Might have been one of those instances where the
That's
list
strange.
moved just as he clicked on it. I've done it a heap of times. And all I can say is thank God
Let
you
me
don't
let me
ban
delete that
moderators.
shit from the mod mail. Hold on.
Yeah, that's what I expect happened. I've had the same thing happen to me as well when the text jumps.
That's funny. Okay, well, egg on my face. All right, so Vector, yeah, we've determined you're not a moderator. So you've been text muted. That means your only recourse is to talk to us in voice chat. So time to unmute the mic, grab yourself by the balls, and breathe deeply and talk to us.
So what's he got written here? Circular shadows always appear circular from every angle because a sphere always casts a circular shadow. It's not the problem of what's casting the shadow, Vector. It's what it's getting cast upon. What are you trying to tell us? The moon is flat? When you cast a shadow from a sphere onto another spherical item, as T-Dub has already stated, you get what is a sinusoidal wave pattern. So as the shadow moves across, it'll start off as a blotchy thing and then grow into a circular shape as long as it lines up perfect, and then goes off and becomes another blotchy thing. We don't ever see that. We don't know why you seem to, but if you could have some kind of video footage of that, that would be swell.
Yeah, and
It's
essentially
funny.
he's making the claim that what we see on the moon is a shadow, but if we take that claim at face value, then shadows would conform to the shapes they hit, and we would see the shadow distort. We do not see the shadow distort, so he is claiming that the moon is flat.
Right on. What's even more hilarious is that NASA models the shadow in a sinusoidal pattern shape and not in a circular conformal shape. So what we're describing is basically a teardrop. Like it's going to enter like a teardrop and leave like a teardrop. If you have a spherical object casting a shadow onto a sphere, it's because the shadow is being cast onto an object whose surface is curving away from your point of perspective. And as such, it's going to produce an elongation in the direction that it's curving away from you when you're looking up at a spherical object on the moon. But we don't see that. We see a circular conformal shadow that is completely commensurate with what we'd expect to see if the surface is flat. And we aren't claiming that the moon is flat either. So have at it, Vector. Come on.
Yeah, we're not the ones claiming it's a shadow. We say we don't know what it is. There could be multiple other things that could explain it. Like, for instance, just a divot in some sort of layer between you and the moon could refract the light such as to create a circular shadow on the for instance, water underneath. But that doesn't mean that there's anything physically blocking it. It's just the divot underneath the leg of a fly standing on the water. But the divot causes the light to refract in such a way that there is created a apparent shadow from the bottom. But we don't know what's between us and the moon. We don't know what's causing the occultation of the moon, so we can't claim that. They're the ones with positive claims that just don't match up.
Yeah, during an eclipse, if you watch the Terminator line, it's very funky. Most people don't care to do it with such scrupulousness. But if you watch that Terminator line as the moon eclipses, it's almost like it starts to fold away from you. What's going on? I don't know.
It was also pointed out earlier by DJ that there's events called selenilian eclipses, lunar eclipses, where both the sun and the moon can be viewed above the horizon at the same time during the lunar eclipse, which doesn't sound like a three-bodied alignment to me.
Yeah, lunar and solar eclipses break the geometry of heliocentrism.
Pretty much everything breaks the heliocentrism if you really dig into it. There's always an assumption or an error somewhere. Just cannot be helped.
But look out for the baseless explanations, guys.
So, like, why do you guys believe that the Earth is flat?
We don't need to believe that the Earth is flat when we all experience the Earth as flat, and then when we go out and test the surface of the Earth, it measures as flat, and there's no evidence to suggest it's anything other than that. Okay, so if you want to believe in something, you might have to believe the Earth's a globe or something like that, but we don't really need to have a belief, right? Because there's a big difference between belief and knowledge and everyday experience, or believing something that defies your everyday experience. So yeah, we all experience the Earth as flat. Even people that believe in the globe lie experience the Earth as flat, but they believe it's a globe.
Bro,
And
like,
that's
the curvature of the Earth is so minute, you can't tell if it is like
oh
if it's like sphere. A normal human brain can't tell that minute difference, man.
well. There's like 22 meters of curvature over just 10 miles. So it's not very minute. It's actually a huge amount of curvature that should be there if the Earth were a globe. We can do this. We can just calculate this using basic
Yeah.
geometry, and we can validate how much curvature should be there if the Earth's a globe. It's actually a huge amount that would have to be there. So there's
Not to,
that.
yeah, and not to mention the fact that if you can't physically measure it or visualize and see it, then how can you claim that that is so?
Could you see the air?
Because a guy with some sticks and the sun and some shadows measured it and claimed it to be a sphere 2,500 years ago. You're putting that into the pot. Like, if you can't see it,
If
if
you
you can't prove
can,
it, if you
bro,
can't
that's
prove it, if you can't prove it, you can't visualize it, you don't see it from any height, from the ground, etc. How do you make that claim? It'd be like me saying, can I get your screen name at least? Whom am I speaking with? Captain? So it'd be like me saying,
oh
I
no,
think it'd be like me doing this. I don't really know Captain, but I think he's an asshole. So it's just what I think and what I believe about you. And then I meet you and I start hanging around with you, and you're not an asshole. Now I know, hey, Captain's not an asshole. I just believed he was one before I knew who he was.
Yeah, but he's hob miking,
Yeah.
which makes him an asshole.
Yeah.
Right. So listen, my friend, if the point is that Earth is so big that you can't tell if it's flat or globe, then why would you think it's a globe? And the reason why you think it's a globe is because you think everybody else thinks it's a globe. And so do they. They think everybody else thinks it's a globe. And everybody thinks it's a globe. The issue is we've gone out and checked and we've measured to see if it is a globe, and it's not. We've got laser measurements.
Okay, laser measurements. What did you do to measure it?
Well, we pointed the
Well-
laser at the sky and determined the Earth was flat. What do you mean? We shot the laser across a large body of water and saw that there was no drop over distance, therefore no curvature.
Okay. So
Yeah,
what
we
you
have
can do is...
a 40 kilometer laser test.
Okay.
We've got a 21 kilometer laser test in long distance observation, and we've also got a 760 mile infrared observation from an airplane.
Okay. So like, do you got telescope?
Yeah, we use infrared optics with
bro,
super zoom capacity.
like
Not
you
not
see
good
at
enough.
this...
Not good enough. Do we have any telescopes though?
Yeah, telescopes are for wussies.
But what do you think? What do you mean? What do you think? How would a
What...
telescope be useful in this sense? Tell us.
If you look at other planets, they're sphere.
Oh, shit.
The Earth is...
I
Other
see.
planets. Earth isn't a planet,
Yeah.
Enzo.
Earth isn't a planet?
Earth
What are you
is the
saying?
floor. Earth is the floor for all the planets.
Let me help you out, Enzo. If you go out and you see a cat, does that mean you're a cat? The correct answer is no. That's an illogical leap
If you
to
go
make.
out and look at a mirror, then you would realize you're not a cat.
Yeah. You never saw Earth. Earth doesn't have a mirror. Okay.
I'll teach you how. You see the cat has fur. You look down on yourself, you do not have fur. You look at Earth, nothing on Earth appears in the sky. Nothing in the sky looks like Earth.
I watch
can
my
you
cat
see
go
that?
into a litter box and pinch a loaf. I go into the bathroom and take a dump. Big difference. I'm not a cat.
So like do you guys you guys know that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, but first,
If
I
you
want to
don't believe
I
it, just
want to
know.
clear. One thing. I just want to make something clear to you, right? We don't think that Earth is a flat planet. We don't think that it's an object in outer space.
Yeah, you think it is the
Floating.
floor on which you think it
Right.
is like a floor.
Like the floor of the universe, yeah. But we don't think that the universe exists as it's being taught to us since, like...
So like how can a guy travel around the world if the Earth is flat?
Can you repeat that, please?
He said, how
How
can
can
you
a
travel
person
around the
travel
world if
around
the
the
world
world,
is flat?
explore
Yeah.
all the parts of it if the
Oh,
Earth is
okay.
flat?
Yeah, I'll answer you real quick. How can you walk around your house if your yard is flat?
Because I can walk around the house.
Ah,
Let
bingo.
me
Yes,
explain you what
that's
I'm trying
how
to
you
say, man.
answer your own question.
My God, that isn't the question that I asked, man.
If you
Well,
how
that
can you
again
walk in a
proves that-
circle
Okay.
on a flat Earth? You can walk in the circle on a flat Earth just the same as you can walk in a circle over a flat anything.
Okay, so you like the guy, the Yoda guy I was talking to like a couple 5 hours ago when I joined in on this thing, the what is the name? This 24/7 Earth flat this called. So that guy told me that Earth has no edge when I asked him this thing. So you guys believe the same thing?
Well, no, well, excuse me. I don't know whom you were speaking with or what they said, but I'm almost certain what they said was, we do not know if there's an edge because we're not allowed to go that far and see. There are limits to where you can go. In fact, there are limits to where you can go within where you can go, such as Area 51. You can't go inside that area, but you can go around it. So if they don't let you go beyond the 60th parallel south or the 60th parallel north as a traveler, how can you make a claim as to what's beyond that? So without going as far as we're allowed to the absolute limits, nobody here can say, yeah, there's an edge. Nope,
No
there's
one
no
here would
edge.
ever claim an edge. That's not
So
something we
you think
claim.
there's no edge?
We don't claim there's no edge. We don't claim there is an edge. That is an unknown. It's unrelated to our claims. Do you understand that?
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
so
not sure. I'm not sure if you do because I just told you nobody said there is or isn't an edge of the earth because we can't verify that.
okay, hypothetically, let's say there isn't an edge of the earth, right? So
Okay.
like how do you okay? So let's say there isn't an edge of the earth, okay? There isn't like a edge that you can see because you are not allowed to go there. Like I'm thinking from your viewpoint, okay? So you are not allowed to go there, so there's like nothing sort of an edge of the earth. Okay?
Hurry up, girl.
Watch me.
At the moment, it's just outside the scope of our investigation. We're just getting the fundamentals down with what we can investigate and what we can know, and that is that the surface of liquid, when it's at rest, lays horizontal and level. Okay, that means that those pictures that they show us, where there's a big ball, giant curving oceans on it, and they say it's Earth, that can't be true. Because we know from our direct observation and measurement and experience of water that it lies horizontally.
What?
Yeah, we're not a
Sorry,
replacement belief
yeah,
system.
sorry.
We're not a new cosmology for you to believe in. We are just the people who left your belief system, your religion, globe religion. We left it because the evidence, reality, does not conform to your religion. It doesn't match up.
Okay, so you think that I believe the earth is flat, I believe the earth is a sphere, and you know the earth is flat.
The earth is measured flat. So, yes, we know that you have a belief.
Or another way to word that is we know it's not a sphere. That's what we know.
So you guys know that it is not a sphere, but it is also not it also doesn't have an edge. It is just infinite. Oh, sorry, you don't claim that if it does
Yeah,
or
we don't
does not
know.
have an edge. Yeah, you don't know if it does or does not have an edge, right?
Yeah, and then that's antecedent to the topic. It doesn't matter if there's an edge or not. Visually, it is flat.
So like how do you think that the lunar eclipse can happen? If the earth is
Also an unknown phenomenon. So we know we're aware of the phenomenon, but we're just not aware of a causal mechanism. Do you know what that means? We don't know what's making it happen. We're not making a claim about what's making it happen. We're not trying to use anything that's occurring in the sky as confirmation of the Earth's surface geometry. We're just directly observing and measuring the surface of the Earth, regardless, of anything that's happening in the sky.
okay, so like you don't like believe like how this lunar eclipse or the solar eclipse happens.
Yeah, see, we don't need a belief. You have a religious belief system about what's happening. For instance, with the lunar eclipses, you believe Earth's circular shadow is being cast because Earth is a ball floating in outer space and is being cast onto the sphere moon. And we just went over this with another guy that shadows actually have properties. If you cast shadows onto surfaces, the different surfaces will make the shadow appear differently. The shadow will conform to the surface. So if you cast it onto a straight shadow onto steps, for instance, the shadow will appear jagged. because it's conforming to the steps. So if you cast a circular shadow onto a sphere, you get a sinusoidal pattern as the shadow distorts along the curves. We don't
But
see this with the moon, so the claim that this is Earth's shadow hitting a circular moon or a spherical moon just doesn't come through with the evidence. The observation doesn't match the story.
Okay, so where do you live? Like right now, where do you live, man?
Where do I live?
Yeah.
I live in Iceland.
So like, is there like right now is like the afternoon, evening, or night?
Yeah,
You'd be almost entering your. Wouldn't you be entering your 3 months of pretty much darkness, night?
Yeah, it's night most of the time now.
Okay, so like, how would you explain, like, if I'm talking to a guy on Discord, over here it is nighttime, and over there it is daytime. Why is that happening?
Very easy. This is just the location of the light source you call the sun relative to my position. So from my perspective, during the summer, the sun appears to go in a circle around me. During the winter, the sun only peaks a little bit over the horizon, and so if you translate those two motions, you can basically, the sun appears to be going further and further or further away from me as the winter comes, and then eventually during winter, it's so far away from me I can only see it when it's the closest to me.
Okay, so like during winter it is further away from you, but if I go to like a place like Africa, it is closer to them. Why is that
Yeah,
so?
very
Like
easy. If you have a light bulb in your kitchen, and let's say that's
Okay,
my country, and then Africa is
okay,
your living room. Like if I move
okay.
the light bulb from my kitchen to the living room, the light bulb is no longer over my country. It's not hard to understand.
So how far away do you think the light bulb is?
We don't know how
We don't
far the
have
sun is.
claims to the geometry of the sky. We're not a replacement belief system. I already told you this. You
So
have a
you just
religious
try
belief
to
system.
figure.
You have a religious belief system of how you think the world works. Whatever we have is evidence that your religious belief system is false, and we don't have a replacement belief system for you to believe in. You can just go check the world like we did, and then you know that your belief system is false, and then you can be one of us, or you can just continue to believe. That's your choice.
And you
Okay,
would do
so
that. You would do that by understanding the claimed geometry of your belief. So it's not just that the Earth is a sphere. Period. Bang. That's it. Just go on your way. That's not how it works. Okay. So they give specifics about that sphere. They give it a size, right? They give it dimension, and that would have visual geometric consequences out in reality when you go out into nature, into the world, and you view long distances. You would not be able to see certain things, right? You would only be able to see a certain distance across the surface because of its size and your height above that surface. So this is
okay,
about
so what
geometry.
you
So you'd need
so
to
what you
understand that what's being claimed in order to test it to see if those consequences actually
so
are
what do
present
you think?
in reality.
Like if what do you think about the live streams from ISS? What do you
Now, this
believe
is
on?
not about someone else's claim. Okay, so this is not what someone else is able to do. This is about what you are able to do, what you and I are able to do. Right? You aren't
Okay, so
able to get inside a magic tin can and float around the earth and take photos. Okay, that's something you saw on TV or on the internet or in a book. Okay, we're talking
you
about going outside
just
into reality, comparing what they claim. So we're going to compare that imagery that you're talking about, right,
you
with
just
what
you're just
we
saying that
experience in
okay,
reality.
just a second, man, you're just saying that the imagery, like if I check the ISIS live stream, so that live stream would be
Yeah.
false and would be like
Yes.
like a studio or something like that, right?
Yes, but for one thing, right? So this is the thing. Can we go out into reality and find what that imagery is depicting? And the answer is no, it's not there. But you'd have to go out and do your own observations to
Yeah.
realize this.
Okay, so I'm trying to look at from your perspective, but like you can like if you see any like if you like see any NASA live stream like from ISS, they would show you like the Earth from above. And if you look at your country, man, like wherever you're from, if you look at the globe and if you look at the sky, okay? So like let's say I look at the weather monitoring satellite, which is like continuously clicking the picture of my house. Okay? So you can just go outside and like you can just draw like a W from a bunch of sheeps like one guy did. Like I can't remember the name. But what he did was he gathered all the sheeps and write his name using those sheeps, like he arranged all of them. And if you would like look at the image from the sky, you could see the sheeps writing his name on the ground.
And
Oh
Okay.
yeah, show us that. Show us that from the ISS. That's not true.
yeah,
As far
that's
as I
first
know,
of all,
that's not true.
No, I'm not talking about
yeah.
the ISS, man. There are many satellites. There's not
Does
just
it show any
one
Earth curvature?
space.
Do you see any? And do you see any Earth curvature in what you're talking about?
Yes, man, you do see Earth's
No,
curvature.
Okay.
bro, you cannot be telling the truth because anything that can see optically the sheep at that distance, it just doesn't make any sense. It would have to be closer. And for instance,
There's
the
not
ISS
one
is so
sheep,
close.
man.
Sorry, the ISS is so close to the
Sorry,
supposed
point of
surface of the
order. Are we
ball
saying ship
that
or
the
sheep?
horizon would appear flat from that perspective. The only way to curve the horizon at that height would be with fisheye lenses. So if you're claiming the fisheye lens ball is the size of your Earth, you don't have a ball big enough to contain all the continents.
Point of order. Is the word, this being English hub, is the word ship or sheep?
The word is sheep. Indeed, man.
Like the animal,
Like
like ba
the
ba ba
biggest,
sheep?
yeah,
Yeah.
the animal, man.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Like that video was like also covered like on Discovery Science if you know the channel.
Thank you for correcting us on that. You must be native
Appreciate it.
English speaking. Anyway, look, yeah. So if you want to make a claim that you can see the sheeps from space and also see the Earth curvature, okay, post the
You,
footage of that. I would like to see that because I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, that doesn't make any
okay,
sense
let
because
me.
the angular size of that flock of sheep would have to be bigger than a whole country.
My guy, if you go to Google Maps, you can just
My
zoom
guy,
into
you
your
don't
house.
understand optics. If you take a hair from your
What
piece of your
optics?
if you take a hair from a piece of your head, you can see it when
Okay,
it's in front of your face. But when you
okay.
move away from that hair becomes smaller and smaller until you can no longer see it. This is why when you look at pictures from really high weather satellites that are looking at the ground, you don't see the people.
Yeah, you don't see the people.
Yeah, so
I'm
you
not
don't
saying
see the
that you would
sheep
see the
either.
people. My guy. Sorry for saying my guy, but like you could see your house from the sky, right?
Nope.
How can I see my house from the sky,
Can you
man?
see your house from the supposed ISS images?
Bro, you use Google
No, you
Maps, right?
cannot. No, you cannot because it
You
merges
use you don't
together
use
because
Google
the
Maps.
supposed distance is supposed to be that far
See,
away.
see, see. Don't you use Google Maps?
Yeah, I have used Google Maps. Many of
So
those pictures
if
are
you
taken with low altitude airplanes. So what?
okay, so you believe that those pictures are
That's
taken
how
from
Google does it. They admit it. They have many airplanes and cars and other things they use to take these
the
pictures to
Google
create
Street
low
View is
resolution
pretty.
or create these things at resolutions that you can actually view them at. When you zoom into the graphic they show you, the graphic has no relation to the Earth being curved. because we measure it not being curved.
You
But
just
Drace, I
use
can
this.
zoom in. I can zoom into my street from space and then like scroll down my street horizontally from space.
Yeah, that's because it's multiple different images and views being meshed together in one visual graphic. Like you could make it however you want it.
You can't
The
make it
ground still
however you
measures
want.
flat, buddy.
If you are talking about the 3D view, right? That view is like combined like with the satellite view. Like if you tilt it a little bit, like that's what that guy is trying to say. Like if you tilt it into 3D view, then you would see like the buildings, and that is the image of the Google Street View car combined with the image of satellite. That's what it helps to make it that tilt that he's talking about.
No, it's a graphic that's not related to reality. If you actually like the whole curvature issue, like if you try to use Google Earth as a Earth curve calculator and compare it to reality by like taking your elevation and looking at the horizon and looking for Earth curve, bro, this doesn't actually match your globe belief. You should actually look into the numbers of your globe belief and how fast the Earth is supposed to drop away, and then you should go out and look in reality for any evidence that your belief is true. Taking it on faith because somebody said so is not a very valid method of inquiry.
You
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. So we okay. So certain things are presented to you, claims, imagery. Okay, can you replicate it? Can you verify it? No, I can't. Okay, what can we do? We can go out into reality and check to see if the surface is conforming to those claims and that imagery, and it doesn't.
so like if you go outside, okay, if you like go outside and like you said the sticks method that was used to prove that the Earth is curved is BS, right? That's what one of you guys said. Hello.
Actually, no, that's a logical fallacy that was committed by half-naked ancient Greeks who believed they saw with laser beam vision. Like he thought that if he pre-assumed that the Earth was a ball and that all the light was parallel coming from the sun, then he could calculate the size of the Earth based on the shadows of sticks or wells,
All
depending
the
on the
light
story.
coming from the sun is
However,
not
however, you
bad.
have a problem in that the Chinese did the exact same thing, except they didn't start by assuming the Earth is a ball. They started by assuming the Earth is flat, and so because it's circular reasoning, we're begging the question when you start with your conclusion in your premise, of course you're going to end up with your premise being your conclusion. So that is the problem. It's circular reasoning. Chinese did the same circular reasoning, concluded the Earth is flat. The half-naked Greeks did the same circular reasoning, concluded the Earth is a globe because that was their pre-existing belief.
Okay, so you think that they believe that it is like that, and when they tried the experiment, they
It's
just
not an experiment. It's a logical fallacy.
okay. So if like during the equinox, if the sun is over like one city and all the shadows are like cast on the ground, like no like shadows are formed. I see that shadows are formed, but they are just parallel to you. That's why like people say that this time there are no shadows. And that can only happen if the earth is circular. If it was flat,
No, that's
there
not
won't
correct.
be.
No, that's just fallacious reasoning once again. You need to start to actually stop spinning and trying to salvage your broken belief system and try to go outside and verify it if it actually exists in reality. And you'll find, if you do that it doesn't exist. And you can stop being this defensive for a belief that you don't actually hold. Like, this isn't from you. This was installed into you as a child. You had no choice in this matter. You did not employ your critical thinking when you adopted this belief.
Okay, so you are saying that as an as in like as if you are looking at the earth, you can't use the sky as a proof that the earth is sphere. You can't use the satellites as a proof that the earth is sphere. You can't use
Obviously
NASA
not.
as a proof that the earth is sphere, right?
You cannot use something else that is not the thing to prove that the thing is something based on that. Like, I cannot prove you're a cat based on looking at the cat. No matter how much I look at the cat, I'm not going to prove you're a cat by doing that. I would have to look at you and then determine that you're a cat from looking at you. Do you understand the difference?
Okay,
Like, you can
like
infer from the sky and imagine that the earth is a ball. You can do that. But that doesn't make it a ball. You would have to measure the ground to be curving to conform to the ball you're imagining it is.
okay, so what you are saying is that they like you are saying is they're like the sun is shining on a floor, right?
No,
On a
I'm
plane
not saying
surface.
anything about the geometry of the sky. I'm telling you
But
that you can model the
just
sky however you want,
you
and it
you
won't
said
change it won't change the observable effects here on Earth. So
okay.
that's all.
Like
You can
I
model
just
the sky
asked you a
however you
question.
like, and you can make it match what we observe here on Earth with different configurations. That does not mean that all of those configurations are true at once. What matters
Okay, so
is you can measure the ground, and if the ground is curving, then you have your ball. If the ground isn't curving, you don't have your ball. It's very simple.
okay, so like you have used lasers to prove that the earth is flat, right? You point the laser like kilometers away at a thing, anything for sure, anything for instance, and that laser doesn't have a dip, right? That's what you said,
We've used multiple methods to test the surface, multiple
such as
electromagnetic wavelengths, including lasers of different wavelengths, and what the globe math predicts is that the laser will continue to ascend as the ground drops below it, and then they claim that because the ground is dropping away and the air is curved, the light will slightly change angle, and so will curve a little bit around the edge. However, that's never going to allow it to actually curve back down onto the ground and allow us to see the ground. And there's big problems here because when we test for the assumed refraction, which they assume has to be there because we can see way too far for the globe, turns out that there is no refraction allowing us to see further, and when there is more refraction we see
do you
less, and when
guys
there's less refraction
have
we see
ever
further,
used
and so that's the complete opposite of what is
okay.
claimed with the globe. And so
Have have
the
you
globe
guys
idea is completely falsified. All of their
can
ad hoc
okay
excuses to try and
guys
claim,
just a
well,
second. Do you
sorry,
mind like how like you have used planes, right?
we have
You
used
guys have
planes,
used
yes.
planes and all the stuff for measuring Earth. You ever like have used like weather balloons?
Yeah, we have had people send up weather balloons, yeah.
Yeah, so like the footage from the weather balloon, can't you see the
Yeah,
curvature?
horizon is flat from the weather balloons, yes, unless you use fisheye lenses. We've observed this.
Do you have an image
Yeah, it's
from
in
the
the
weather
chat right
balloon?
now. 22 miles up.
And how far is the carbon line?
Irrelevant. It's not even an actual point.
What?
The Kármán line is just a theoretical, like arbitrary, like distance from the ground, and they can't even measure that distance well. So
Okay, so you are that you send the weather balloon that up high in the sky, right?
what's your point?
So I'm just saying. So if the Earth was flat, you could like look at the infinite distance. So why aren't
No,
you?
no, no, no. That's just you not understanding how optics work and how light works. So You
But
cannot see an infinite distance. That is completely absurd. Things get smaller with distance, and then when you're looking between two parallel planes, those planes meet together in the distance in your field of view. That is the vanishing point, and once you take the vanishing point from 4 planes and you take 2 planes away, that vanishing point stretches out into a line and becomes a horizon line. So you don't have any geometric horizons anywhere. They don't exist in reality. What we have is an apparent optical horizon that is only apparent in the optics. And so we have actually used larger aperture cameras and smaller aperture cameras to show bottom-up disappearances over flat surfaces, and things that appear to disappear in the smaller optics are still visible in the bigger optics. And so the Earth is not changing size based on the optics we're using. What's actually happening is when they assumed the Earth was a ball, they never actually accounted for optics because they were half-naked Greeks who believed in invisible laser beams shooting out of the eyes. And so they believed that the horizon was a geometric sphere edge and calculated the size based on that. And we reified it over and over and over again in history with using fallacious logic. However, now that we understand optics and how light works a little bit more, we can actually test for refraction. We can test with using different optics, and we can see that there is no geometric horizon. The Earth measures actually flat. You don't need any ambiguity, you don't need any ad hoc excuses that you don't verify. You can actually test for refraction. You can see, because we know infrared doesn't refract as much as visible light. So we can take infrared
okay,
cameras,
so
put them right next to
whatever
visible light cameras, and we can see, is the horizon closer in the infrared or is it further? Because
whatever I'm
if
being taught in my 2 years of aerospace engineering is just false. That's what you're saying.
No, a lot of the basics that you're being taught are correct. However, some fluff and nonsense that you don't actually need to apply, you're also being taught. And you're being taught that to make you dumber and more compliant.
Oh, so you are like just bringing up optics and optics again. What is optics like from your point of view? What do you mean by optics when you say optics?
Optics is how you perceive the world and how the world is perceived through light.
And what isn't being counted, like
Okay, so
according to you?
let me teach you how they reified the globe into existence to begin with. So the Greeks saw, they were from a 6-foot observer, about 3 miles away, the horizon appears to drop away, and we assume that's the geometric curve. However, if we take bigger aperture cameras, we can see like up to 10 miles or further, the horizon appears to extend further. But if we take very small
Obviously,
aperture
if you
cameras, we
take
don't
bigger
see that
aperture
same
cameras,
extension. However, when the Greeks
because the
reified,
Earth is sphere, that's why
Not
when you take bigger,
overtalk, Grace.
just
Do
a
not
second,
overtalk him.
just a second. When the Greeks were reifying the sphere into existence, they used orthographic side view calculations to do so. And so when you draw a sphere in a side view and an observer that's 6 foot, and you draw a tangent point to the sphere, what you're actually doing is you're converting perspective and how we perceive the world into this absurd spherical geometry based on the human eye and how the diffraction limit of the human eye and the human pupil. And so we can use the diffraction limit of the human eye and the numbers we get from that to get the same radius value as the globe. But so it's mostly a misunderstanding, and that misunderstanding was then propagated throughout the ages. Sunk cost fallacy, they built on it, and now the whole world is controlled through this belief system.
okay, so can you do that calculation just in front of me? Like the calculations of human eye and the refractive index between the
I'll give
you
you
I guess you're talking.
I'll give you a video that goes over all of this.
Okay, so you believe in that guy's video, but you don't believe in all this other stuff.
No, it's just basic the geometry of vision. You can look
But you
up
don't have
all of
to
this. This is
believe.
not a flat Earth. stuff. This is throughout basic modern understanding of optics. However, a lot of this hasn't been put together, and so that's kind of what we're doing. We're putting together from different aspects of the scientific community, and we're looking at their results, their data, and we have people who are highly educated within our circles.
Like, what do you mean by that? They are highly educated.
I mean, PhDs, Masters of Science, I mean, things like that.
So, like,
I'm
in
a
my
Master of
college,
Science. I have that title.
okay,
Me
so
too.
the teachers in my college who have done like lot of PhDs, they are just saying BS, right? That's what you're
They
saying.
believe it. They believe the stuff they were taught, just like we also used to believe it. And then we kept on looking and exploring the topics and found errors. Just like if you look into academia at the highest levels, you'll find that they talk about much of the same things we talk about because we're looking at their work and we're also expanding upon it by testing the world itself.
So, what kind of things that they talk about? Like,
Gravity, for instance, like the majority of people who come in here, they tell us, well, Newton's gravity, and they don't understand that Newton was superseded over 100 years by Einstein, and currently Einstein is on a very shaky foundation, and they call it the crisis in astronomy, or the cosmological crisis.
Cosmology.
Yeah, it's both right now, because too many of the theories are we're the deeper we look into the sky, the better our telescopes, the more issues we're finding with observation and theory. And so the theories are all on shaky grounds right now, and we have over
Also, in
20
the
different
quantum,
we have 20 different theories competing for gravity right now.
Also, flat Earth is fully compatible with Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity.
Yeah.
Sorry, Drace. I just wanted to interrupt there because, because it's also coming from the other end, right? In the micro as well. Like they're saying, that's not adding up, and then they go out, like they point to the sky, they look out at the sky, they go, that's not adding up. So it's like they're screwed from both ends, right?
So, like, you believe that, okay, tell me, just I'm asking you two questions. First off, what do you believe about the sun and about the earth? Like, you believe that earth is infinitely flat
No, bro.
and the
I
sun,
already told you 3 times. I already told you 3 times. We're not a replacement belief system. We're not sharing beliefs or making up beliefs. We only
Okay.
go by what's measured and what we can prove to be verifiably true.
Okay, so again, what do you know? Do you know that the earth is completely like infinitely flat and the sun is like
He
the
just told you that answer. You're not paying attention, sir. You're not listening.
okay, so okay, what the thing you told me,
We just know it's
like,
flat. That's all we need. Just fast forward, okay? We know it's flat. We're not gonna make any claims about how big it is,
okay.
if it has edges or not, what is the shape of that flat surface. We just know it's flat, and that's all we know, and that's it. And the sun is a light source, and that's it. And it moves in the sky.
Music to my
Okay.
ears, Peter.
The sun,
Preach,
the
brother.
sun moves, the sun moves in the sky, right?
Obviously,
And
look
what?
at the sky for more than half an hour, and you'll see it move. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that
if
is
you're
The
what
about
you
to say,
observe.
since you
the
see the
sun
sky,
moves.
or since you see the sun moving, obviously it's because the ground is spinning. No, that you can't make that claim.
Yeah, I'm not making that claim. According to your analysis, like there can't be any dark spots on the ground. So how can there be night? If the Earth is
No,
flat,
that's not
that's
true.
okay. How can you say
Light
that's
has
not true?
limitations, okay? So just because the heliocentric model tells you sun's on one side of the ball you're living on, the moon's on the other side of the ball you're living on, The sunlight from the sun is hitting that ball and going around the side of that ball out into outer space infinitely, forever and ever. That's stuff you've been
Yeah.
told.
You're just betraying how little you understand how light actually operates. So, when you look at the sun, when it's setting, does it change colors?
Yes, it does.
Oh, does it turn red?
And that's because of refraction, my man.
Oh, wait. That's actually it's
Wait,
because
wait,
of
wait.
scattering, actually, but you're wrong. But when it turns red, what is the last color of the visible spectrum, Numpty?
Visible, that's red.
Oh, bingo! So after you stop seeing red, what color
Okay.
do you see?
After I stop seeing red, if the like,
You just
if
get
you,
darkness, my friend, because the light is no longer visible.
so what are you trying to say from that?
You just proved why your question is dumb.
Why is it so, man? If you can't, you just
Because the
believe in
whole
it.
of the earth would not be lit up because just you looking at the horizon at your horizon distance is already
Hello,
turning
guys.
red. It's scattering into the red spectrum, which means if it scatters just a little bit more, you do not see it anymore.
Nigga, just shut the fuck up before I rip you, nigga. Shush.
What the
Bro,
fuck, bitch?
scattering.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
He's dealt with. We can move on.
The point is, you cannot see forever. You're limited by your view and your perspective. And then the sun's light is limited by the medium it's going through. So it scatters and diffuses in the air and attenuates. And so eventually the light does not reach through the air to your position. That is what we call night.
Okay, so the light scatters as much as it can't reach you, right?
It's a combination of all of the above.
Okay, so you are saying that the sun goes that far and that far so that the light scatters, all of the light scatters away,
We
and
have
that's why
we have videos under low humidity conditions where we can see the sun disappear above the horizon.
the thing you are talking about, the sun disappearing above the horizon, isn't because of like the light scattering away, man. The thing that occurs, like, if you like lay on the ground and then quickly stand up, you could like see the sun again. And why is that so? If I go to the world's tallest building, people could see the sunset twice by
Yeah,
just
that's no problem.
getting up in just a
No
little bit of
problem.
height.
That's no problem. Of course.
So you are saying the
You're
sun
higher than
goes.
the objects. You're higher than the objects in the distance that obstruct your view.
Yeah. And like you're saying, and like the globe believes, the sun itself does refract bit in the air, so its angular position is lower. And so when you're close to the ground, of course, those beams have already hit the ground. You're not going to be seeing the sun at that point. So when you go higher up, well, the path between you and the sun is not the same, not the same distortions.
Okay, so you are saying that all the stuff which is blocking the sun's light won't be the same. Like, so if there's night right now, if I go at a high enough point, so it would be there again.
Well, you would have to prove that you could go high enough to be able to do that.
So so I have to go
That's
high
actually
enough.
the same thing that happens in the globe belief, by the way. It's identical. So if you travel high enough in the globe, well, you could see the sun again.
Not, bro, if you travel high enough in the globe, if the globe, if like let's say there's 12 like if one side of the globe is facing sun and I go high enough, like let's say using some sort of rocket, I won't be able to see the sun, my friend.
Yes, you
I
will.
will only
Yes, you
see
will. You,
no, you won't be.
yes, you will. In the globe belief, the globe will eventually shrink to be so small that you can see the sun again.
Yeah, but you have to go out of the globe, like you have to like travel
Oh,
the this.
so you're just wrong and I'm right and you're a dumbass.
No, man,
Not,
your
you
beliefs
don't need
are
to
just
solve.
your beliefs are just effed up, and that's
No,
it.
I just showed you
Because
how it doesn't matter
no,
in either belief. If you
you're just
just
not
go
trying to
far enough
understand the.
away, it would show you the
You are
sun
just
again.
not trying to understand another guy's
However,
point,
I'm
and you
teaching
are just
you, I'm
saying
teaching
just
you,
bingo and bingo
stop
without knowing
crying,
shit, without having a.
relax, relax. I'm teaching you that you can imagine going up and seeing the sun all you like. It doesn't matter because you're not doing that.
So what's the point if the Earth is flat or circles?
The point is that's the truth. You can go out and test it for
So
yourself
as
right
a
now.
human now,
You can test it.
what difference will make for us?
Listen, brother, you really got to do everyone in here a favor. Stop over talking him and interrupting him. He was about to speak, and you just cut him off.
You
Second
guys.
sentence in. It's
Anyway,
insane.
guys. Wait.
Oh,
Where
no,
are
no,
you
no.
from?
It's not anyway,
Where are you
guy.
from? Wait.
It's not anyway,
Where are you
guy.
from? Where are you from? Guys, come on. Where are you from? So just talk like this. Nothing will be.
Why are
It's
you having a fucking meltdown, dude?
Worthless. Come on. Wake
Why
up.
are you having a meltdown?
Emotional damage. Do something better for more than that. What's the difference will make?
Oh my god.
Guys, wake up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I know it's painful to lose your belief system. I know it's painful and you want to grab onto something to like make it work. But if you really want to do that, if you want to be honest with yourself and everybody else, just go outside. Just go outside and check. If you think we're pulling your leg, just go outside and check. That's all you need to do.
If you wanted to add to your own observations, the knowledge that the only time you're really seeing the horizon bend or the Earth as a ball in outer space is when NASA or some space agency presents you an image of Earth from a position you can't go to on your own to confirm it. So add your own observations with that information that's given to the public on a daily basis and do the math on that. See if the two things equal a globe. I say that because, and I'm not sure if you're still here, I'm going to assume you are, but for the folks at home, I say that to you because for me, when I found this topic, it took me a minute almost a full year, 9 months of looking at information from both sides, whether it was people seriously approaching the topic and looking for real answers, or regular everyday men and women that were staunchly opposed to looking into anything and vehemently defending NASA and what they have been taught, saying extremely rude things to people looking into it. You know, after 9 months, I hit a 3 hour documentary about the topic. And after watching that, it was pretty much that was it. It was like, yeah, you know what? I've been bamboozled. I've been lied to. My whole family has. The whole world's been lied to. Nobody walked on the fucking moon. Nobody will ever go to the moon. Space is a place that is unattainable. We can't go there. We can observe it from here, but we're not going there. More so if it's what they claim, 10 to the negative uh, torr a
17.
vacuum, that's insane. You're not going there and surviving.
Yeah, but you gotta also admit that different people think critically at different speeds, so to speak. So maybe for you it took, a 1 hour documentary and that was it.
No. You okay?
For
So
me,
you're
it
not
took two
listening.
years.
You're not listening, sir. I said 9 months of researching. The last documentary I watched before I went, you know what? It's flat, and we've been lied to. Was a 3 hour documentary. nine
All
months
right, so
after
nine
finding the
months.
topic.
For me, it was 2 years. All right, so
Okay, and
more
you're
than
correct.
double your
Not
time.
okay, and I wasn't disagreeing with your first statement that not everybody critically thinks at the same pace. All the time, Globers come in here and they'll say things like, I don't know that. I'm not a scientist. I'm not smart enough to know that. And I'll unmute and say, please don't do that to yourself. You can find information out. You can learn. You might not know something now, but you can research and learn. So thanks. Yeah, you're right. People do think at different paces and learn at different paces. That's correct. What also is correct, though, is some people blindly choose not to question what they're told, blindly choose to just believe what somebody shows them. So that also is true.
What I also find weird about some Globers that come in here is when we tell them we measure the Earth flat, their next logical question should be, how have you done that? But most of the time they just say, you measure the Earth flat, okay, and then they move on. And they start with their shit about boats going over the horizon and sunlight can't, the sun and so forth. It's so weird that they don't even know how to ask the right questions. Like this guy we had in here before, if we would have said, look, have you ever dived into water? You notice how it becomes dark pretty fast. They can understand that the sunshine can't go through water, the medium of water, but they can't use the same concept and apply it to air. And it's just weird. So yeah, people think differently, I guess.
They don't apply it to air on purpose.
Right.
Chicken George. Yoder, are you still here?
No.
Yeah. See my private message if you would when you get a moment.
Not there.
Hello there. Somebody's got to have something to talk about.
Well, I can share since I'm my own boss. I took the day off today because my leg is just horrendous. Yeah. Did you write yourself up though for calling in sick? Sorry. Yes, I gave myself a tardy slip. Well, I hope you feel better. Man, boss must be a butthead. Soaked in the tub for a good hour this morning. Yeah, I bet, my friend. Yeah, so I hope you get feeling better. Thank you. Yes. Bob Marley is helping me with that right now. Ah, in both audio and odiferous ways. You know that. Well, very good. I'm glad it's helping. Why can't I see forever? You know, it is funny how the GTs can't even figure that their light bulb, I mean, their flashlights don't show up for 50 feet or so, yet alone light and being able to see forever.
Yeah, but the issue is, mate, what they're doing is they'll say, you hold the light here, I'll go 2 mile down the road, and they'll turn back and be able to see the actual torch light. Whereas from the perspective of the torch end, the light only gets cast for so far. They don't see that bit. They just see from the other end looking back at the light. But I can see the light from 2 mile away. What are you talking about?
Funny, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Which I think that what we see here is that we see the city slicker kids come in who have probably never left their parents' basement or the high-rise apartment building that they grew up in, and they've never been out in the woods, manipulating a flashlight in the middle of the woods, trying to see what the hell it is 50 feet from you, making a sound that you can't see, even though you're shining a light right at it. So what does what does the kid do that's never actually been out? Like, so many of these people, they talk about things like they swear up and down that you can't feel an airplane move. I'm just like, well, you've never been in an airplane, obviously.
Years ago, when I was working in the mine sites, we used to catch this nasty little plane from Adelaide to Roxby Downs. And also, the same sort of very similar thing over in Western Australia. We catch this little plane from Perth up to Pleasant, just near Geraldton. Anyways, there, you know, when the plane does that sudden drop, well, I don't like that much. And the guy sitting next to me, he loves flying. The plane could flip upside down and he'd be sitting there cool as a cucumber. I'm not like that. And every time the plane would do this little drop, I'd nearly grab the headrest of the seat in front of me and nearly rip it off. And one day there, he was having a good laugh. He was in tears laughing at me. And that's, I said, look, bro, I'm not going to turn green, but I promise you I'll rip this fucking thing apart. Like, seriously, I cannot handle this shit. he was nearly rolling off his seat laughing. It was that funny. But for me, no, I just, anyone that says that they can't feel motion in when they're in a plane, like, hello, wake up. Like, seriously, guys. It just doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry. Like, I like flying. Like, don't get me wrong, it's pretty cool stuff. But, yeah, the whole little drop thing, yeah, no.
I've also noticed that when they tell us that, their voice drops in frequency a little bit. They get a little quieter and it's a little more tremulant while they're saying that. Have you ever noticed that?
With a couple of them, yeah. Not all of them.
I've noticed it on most of them. It's kind of like either somebody's told them, here, just tell them this, see what they say. Or maybe they just heard it from fake Professor Dave or some shit. I don't know. But I just do wonder, like, where these, because these, it really does seem like they get some sort of coordination when they come in here. Like 3 or 4 days in a row, they'll be saying the same shit, and then it'll change, and then a bunch of them come in saying the same shit. So I just
The
wonder
weekly
where
theme,
they.
yeah. Yeah, I've noticed there is a theme how they'll all seem to, for a week, they'll be just the same thing. Professor Dave, oh, but if it's a giant clock and you stand here, painful.
Yeah, one of the little turds here, he was looking at my Discord screen on the phone and he saw Dr. Yoder's picture because the they have to have one of those that somebody gave them, little Yoda dolls. So he was trying to figure that out because it looks like what he has, but it's a little different than what he has.
Close but no cigar.
I'll be right back. I'm actually going to use $100 million of investment to make a phone call up the stairs.
Welcome to our new visitors. If you're one of our regulars, please assume the position. If you happen to be a new person, please don't be scared to ask any curly questions to do with the shape of the Earth.
Okay, I'm back. I was just seeing what my orders are from the probation officer.
You missed it, bro. Matrix was so welcoming to me earlier. I felt so warm and fuzzy inside.
Oh, if I'd known it was you, assume the position. Get back in your chair. Go on.
So I quit slacking.
But Matrix, I think I know what happens in the closed door sessions of the GT Society.
Oh, how do you
Please
know? I want to
continue.
know.
It puts the glow proof on its skin, or else it gets the hose again.
I think a lot of it's just ego-driven myself. Most of these kids have got no friggin' idea. You live on a globe, and that's about as far as it goes. So outside of them watching YouTube videos of NASA and all this other bullshit they get force-fed, most of it I think is just ego-driven. We were told we live on a globe. You're wrong because flat earthers are wrong because the TV said so.
Well, in all seriousness, I think we give them far too much credit. I think, for the most part, I think they're just looking to have some sort of Discord fun, like it's like some people might go to a baseball match, or they might go play some sort of basketball, or watch boxing. That, ooh, I can go on to Discord. It'll be exciting. I'll go in here, and this will give me something to argue about. I don't know anything about it, but they got to be really stupid because everybody knows we live on the globe. But so I'll just have some fun in here for a little while.
Yeah, possibly. Too many cats, not enough recipes. It's great.
I agree. Yep. Yep.
I like the ones that are like, what, did you guys just watch some YouTube videos? Became a flat earther? I'm like, yes, how'd you
What,
know it
you
was a
watch...
ball?
Yeah, flip it around. What, you watched a
Yeah.
YouTube video and you believe in a ball tart? Wake up.
Like, how do you know the Earth's a
When,
ball? Oh, here, let me show you this YouTube video from NASA real quick.
yeah.
So good.
So when you apply the same thing back in the opposite direction, you realize how stupid some of it is.
Oh yeah,
But they
dude.
don't
It
do
was
that.
see,
They don't apply the same scrutiny on themselves. So they should.
CB was in here talking the other day. Oh man, it's probably a while ago, probably like 3 or 4 weeks now ago, talking reverse reverse day, like an opposite day where we just use
Oh yeah,
their fallacies against them. Dude, that was so funny. I was like, my goodness, that's actually really good. A really good idea.
it's hard to do without laughing, man. To be
Oh, I think so.
the complete opposite. Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh yeah, I think it would be an absolute gas, and I think it'd be too hard to pull off because it'd be way too easy. It'd be far too easy, and it would be I don't know how we would do it without losing it.
What breaks you is the soundboard. As soon as some clown hits that, that's it. Game over. You'll just crack up laughing.
It's like, yes, I know the Earth is flat because I went up in an airplane and saw it. Just had to wait for them to answer, see what they say. Yes, I know the Earth's flat because I saw a boat go over the horizon.
Or it didn't.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah. I guess a bird is capable of flying, therefore the Earth's flat. I saw a balloon go up one time. That's how I know the Earth's flat.
Ooh, balloons. Yay.
I was trying to think of a good one for their satellite ones.
Well, we would just say that it relies on some sort of a centripetal force that it just kind of like gravity holds it like a yo-yo or something that you're just kind of like spinning around, kind of like a hula hoop, and it just so it spins at the same way.
Yeah, we gotta come up with something like Coriolis. I call like Holiolis or Flatiolis or something. I'll come up with a funny name. Something that we.
Coriolis for satellites?
Or how about Flatholius?
Flatholius. The Flatholius force. The fictitious force that we have to account for this when we shoot over long distances over a flat Earth.
And then I ask them, well, what's it really matter if the Earth is, why do you spend all this time
What will it
thinking?
change in your life?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah. Well, why does it matter to you that you're telling us this information right now? Why does it matter to me? What can it change in my life that I know that the Earth's a globe? Oh, that's good.
I always tell them nothing at all will change. Like, just because you believe it's a globe doesn't change the fact that you already experience and utilize the Earth as flat every single day of your life. The only thing that would change was them realizing that they believe in some bullshit.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I actually talked to one of my coworkers today about this, about the importance of truth. I told him, I was like, okay, tell me if, if this will change your life or not, just knowing information. I told him, so imagine that your boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever has been with you for like 5 years. They said they were an architect this whole time, but they ended up coming out to you and told you that they were actually a stripper, an OnlyFans model or something. Like, would that bother you? They said yes. I said, okay, well, is your life going to change after? They said yes, and I said, "No, don't you still have to wake up and go to work and you know do all the same daily routine?" They're like, "Well, yeah." Okay, so your nightlife's not really going to change. Does it still affect you? Like, yeah, of course it would.
Being an OnlyFans stripper, they're probably more cashed up than what they were as the other one.
Yeah, that is true. That could be easier too, personally. So yes, something that doesn't change your everyday life can matter greatly to the individual person. I haven't had a chance to actually try that with a Glober yet, but it's on my little tick marks of things I gotta do.
Can he make 2-dub on? No, he's not.
Oh, he's normally on around this time.
We got some crazy weather happening. Yesterday we hit 41 degrees. Today it's only going to max out at 27.
What are you talking about? Fahrenheit, right?
No.
What do you mean no?
We're not on freedom units.
Well, you're talking about Celsius?
Yep.
Wait, hold on. I'm not like crazy hot. What the heck?
Yep.
Said 40 Celsius. Oh, let me check. I'm gonna convert that real quick.
He put his converter on.
I'm about to
Oh,
right
yeah.
now. Oh, that's actually not that bad. Okay, I thought that was like 150 degrees Fahrenheit for some reason. Okay.
No. 150.
Over in let me see, I think our max for this summertime that we had in Vegas was 49 Celsius.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, today's down to 27. So gone from, for you guys, 105 down to 80.
Oof. That's not, yeah, that's actually pretty good.
It's
Have you
0
guys ever
here.
seen?
What would
You
you
said
prefer?
0.
Yeah, here
Oh,
in Poland, it's 0 where I'm at. Matrix, would you rather 40 degrees or 0 degrees?
40.
Yeah, me too, man. I'd love it to be 40 right now. I
Quick
mean, it's
answer
like
that.
it's over 20 in the house, but outside it's freaking freezing.
Have you guys seen this
yeah.
joke when someone says to a physicist, "I wish it were half as hot in summer"?
No.
Think about it.
Wait, say that again? I like missed it. That joke went over my head. Wait, one more time.
And people will say in common speech, they will say, "I wish it were half as hot," right?
Okay.
So what does that mean to a physicist?
I don't know.
Well, in physics, temperature is an absolute scale, right? So
Hmm.
0 is no energy whatsoever, absolute 0. So if someone says, "I wish it were half as hot," it's going from like 310 degrees Kelvin, which is what he has in Australia right now, roughly speaking, from 310 Kelvin, let's say that's equivalent to 40 Celsius, going down to 155 Kelvin, right?
Okay.
And that means we're all dead because we cannot survive at 155 Kelvin. That's negative 120 Celsius, right? Anyways, temperature is an absolute scale, not a relative scale in reality. Only humans kind of talk about it as a relative scale.
Well, I mean, I guess if you're saying it in Celsius, right, half as hot as 40 would be 20. So,
Yeah, but
I mean,
no. So what is half as hot as 10 degrees Celsius? You got to go negative at one point, right?
well, you would never reach a negative, right? If you just keep halving it.
No, like imagine, Jesus, imagine it's 5 degrees Celsius, and you're saying,
Okay.
I wish it were twice as cold. What does that mean?
Oh, yeah, that one's
Right?
a little rough.
Like zero is meaningless in Celsius and Fahrenheit. Like zero is just arbitrary kind of middle point that we call zero. It has no meaning. So to say I wish it were half as hot, like it's
I
nonsense
guess
using
I guess in
Celsius
that
and
sense,
Fahrenheit scale.
if I was to think about it, say something is half as cold, that's like saying I wish it was twice as hot. I'd be like saying like a double negative, so
So
I guess you'd be
right.
multiplying by 2 in that
Well,
sense, in my mind anyway.
sure, the point you're missing is this makes sense on an absolute scale of Kelvin. Right? Twice as hot means,
Yeah, I guess that's
oh,
why
it's
that joke,
300
yeah,
Kelvin,
just
so
went,
600 Kelvin. Right? That makes sense.
yeah, I
You
just
can
went
never go
straight over
negative.
my head, bro. I'm not
We're
gonna
just
lie to
thinking
you.
critically. I know. We're just thinking critically. So don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Peter the Flat Larper.
Excuse me?
Hello?
Hello.
Why is it so quiet?
Should we all start talking at the same time?
Guys, talk. What is it?
You want us to all talk at the same time?
Yes.
All right, everybody start talking at the same time. Go.
Okay, let's
How's it
go.
going today? I'm doing pretty good. I'm gonna have to eat.
That
I'm
sounds
gonna have
really
to
great
eat
in
in a
here.
little while. You know,
Oh
we'll see
yeah,
how that
let's all
goes.
do that. That sounds great
Might
idea.
fold some
Great idea,
laundry. I
T-Dub.
don't know.
Yeah. Flatman, yep, that's very well said.
Right,
Welcome
shut
to
up,
the
shut up,
channel.
shut up, shut up,
What
shut up,
shape do
shut up.
you think the Earth is?
No.
What?
Just stop. Let's talk one by one, bro.
The what?
I said let's talk one by one.
Right, my turn. So why do you think the Earth is flat?
We don't think, we know.
So, well,
Because of how flat it is.
so tell me, just tell me.
Yeah, it's flat, like the guy said. We can see it's flat. We observe it and measure it flat. That's why we know it's flat. It's that simple. You show us
But all
something
the
different, you
science says
show us.
it's not. All the science says it's not flat. It's
We know that. That's why we're here,
whatever
right?
it is.
Otherwise, we would all go home.
Bro. Then what's the question? I don't get it.
There's no question. Well, you had a question. You said, "How do we know it's flat?" We told you how we know it's flat, and now you don't get it.
So because you see
My,
it's
my
flat
turn.
means it's
My
flat.
turn.
No, it's
My
not.
turn. My turn.
All right, talk.
What's the science? What's the science?
Oh, I don't know, but there's a lot.
Okay, so you don't know if there is science. You just know that some alleged scientists have said it is not flat.
All right, wait. Because it actually makes sense. Just like
Yeah, it makes
autumn
sense
and
that it's flat.
summer and let me talk. Like autumn and summer and winter, the earth and the I'm not good at English, you know. And the nights.
You're doing fine.
Type shit.
Type shit.
I
Yeah,
agree, T-Dub. It makes sense that it's flat.
Just the sun moves, man. Right, the sun goes in cycles over the Earth, and it makes seasons and daytime, nighttime.
You
Did you?
guys, but you let me talk, bro. You both have no proof if it's not it's flat or not, bro. There's no
Then what
proof.
are the edges of the earth? Tell me about that. Talk.
Right. Yes, we're not presenting to you an overall third person perspective view of all of reality, and we're just presenting to you what we can know about our direct experience of reality. So from a first person view on the ground, right? So we can determine that the surface of liquid is distributed horizontally, right?
over vast distances. So not curving and conforming to the shape of a sphere. So we have no
Why are you
idea
giving
about.
him such a complicated answer?
I'm not.
Yeah.
Shut up. We no. Listen. We don't have an overall dimensions, length, size, depth, all that. We're just presenting to you the nature of the surface, which is flat.
Much better.
All right. What do you say about?
Thanks,
remember an
thanks,
experiment.
arbiter of how I should present myself.
Can I talk?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So what do you say about that experiment where they put a laser that goes so far? Do you know it?
There's a few. There's quite a few. Yeah. Go on, Dean.
Yeah, we
Look,
use
I'm not good.
lasers to check. We use lasers to check for the Earth curvature, and when we do that,
Yes.
it's not
Yeah.
present over long distances where there should be quite a lot of curvature depending on the distance. Yeah, it turns out that there's no curvature detected in any tests
No,
that we do.
it turns out that there is a curve. There are
Well,
many
actually,
videos
no.
in
This
which
is the thing, right? I'll be able to present a whole bunch of examples that shows that there's no curve. Okay, and then I'm going to ask you to present an example that shows that there is curve, and you're not going to be able to do it. Okay, do you want to do this?
Can you give me some videos that shows that there is a curve?
No, there isn't a curve. There is no curve.
Why would we show you one that
Yeah,
there is
Why
a
are we
curve?
showing you videos of curve, dude? What are you talking about? You need us to get a GoPro out and take video?
No, bro, it's not like that.
Hey, do you have a video of somebody proving that there is curve?
Yeah, I think I saw it in Instagram.
Your
Or
troll
real, I
would be
don't know.
better. Your troll would be better if you
I
can
bet his name was
control your
Jaren
laughter.
too.
Well, he's not trolling, Flatman. He genuinely thinks that what he's saying
Nah, he just
exists.
he just threw in
And
his
now he's giggling now because he's nervous. But
Yeah, it's not a troll.
No, it's not like, bro. I just joined. It's not like to debate or something.
Yeah, you're curious. You're curious about what
No,
flat
that's
earthers.
fine.
You've seen a lot of misinformation. You're like, so
Bro,
you went online and you're like,
was born.
what are flat
Let
earthers
me.
up to? And rather than people in power and authority who control the flow of information, rather than give you the straight, the nitty gritty, they decided to give you misinformation to completely misrepresent a minority group. And that should be your first question. Why would they do that? Why would people who have control of the flow of information only provide you misinformation or disinformation? Why would they do something like that?
Okay, yeah, my turn.
Can you think of a reason, real quick, though, before we move on? Why do you think people who have the power to control the flow of information, why would they provide disinformation? Why would they do that?
Wait, I'm sorry for interrupting. Do you guys actually think the Earth is flat?
Yeah,
I thought it was
We know
one
it's
sec.
flat. Hang out,
One sec.
Val.
We're just in the middle of something.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just let me talk.
here's your chance to talk to real flat earthers. Present.
You tell me why. You tell me why. Why would they lie about that? So, why would they lie? Just tell me.
Yeah, so it's interesting, right?
There is no reason.
How do you know they've lied?
Why wouldn't they lie?
They withhold.
Why would they lie?
They present disinformation, and they do this all the time. At this
What
point,
don't they lie about, actually? What don't they lie about, dude?
Yeah, that's the question.
I mean, you're
Why
right.
would
Yes,
they
yes, you're
ever
right.
tell the truth? Why would they? If they know they've got the power and control to manipulate the flow of information to push any agenda they want, why would they ever tell the truth?
You are right. Yes, you are right in this. Okay. But if we say they lied about the Earth being flat, the science would prove them wrong.
Well, that may not be necessarily the case, right? Lots of people may just misunderstand and believe that it is. They're just wrong, right? So you'd have to identify who it is exactly that would necessarily have to be lying. But just one sec before we go there, I just wanted to okay, so the chats. Can you see the side chat? I just wanted to just dispel a misconception for you, right? So you see what I just posted there? You see what I just posted there?
Oui, yes.
Okay, that's not what we're talking about. We're not saying that's Earth. I want to show you exactly what we are talking about. Right? Just as far as your direct experience of reality goes. All right, next one. Here we go. Ready?
Can I ask a question?
That's what we're talking about. All right. See what I've posted there?
Okay. Point of view. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what we're. But not only that's just the beginning of it. That's just observation, right? So we got observation. Check. Right. Now we move on. Can we confirm that our observations, our experience, what we're seeing visually, is actually real?
Yes, it's
right?
flat.
Right.
It's flat. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to dispel that idea because lots of people that they've heard about flat Earth, they've seen images on the internet or on TV where it depicts like a disc floating in outer space, but we're not claiming that that's the case. Okay. So I just wanted to fix that up before we move on to anything else. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So back to your questioning.
What was my question?
Those who saying that the Earth is not flat, bro. So why would they manipulate our thoughts? Like, what's the reason?
Why
What's the
wouldn't they?
point? Bro, I'm saying, what? Why would they? Not saying why
Who
wouldn't.
is who is they? Who is they though? They is a bit ambiguous. Who are we talking about exactly?
Those who saying like the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, there's lots of people saying that. Like lots of people. Some people just believe it, right?
What doesn't the government lie about, dude?
It doesn't have to be the government, you know.
Oh, so who is it then?
Just, bro, it's just science, you know. So
Well,
then someone who is a
Science
scientist has
doesn't
to
make a
prove
ball. Science doesn't prove balls.
what?
Science doesn't prove a ball.
Yeah, what
Yes,
branch
it
of
does.
science? What branch of science are you talking about specifically? Computer science?
Physics.
Bio-
Physics.
or physics?
What part of physics deals with shapes?
What? Bro, I don't know, like, English. I'm not good at English, you know. I know in other languages.
Do you know what a shape is?
Yes, I know the shape, like flat, like
All right.
round,
Right. You know
square.
circles, triangles, squares,
Yes.
rectangles. Which part of physics talks about shape?
Quantum or I don't know.
No quantum nothings.
Bro, I told you I'm not good at English.
I think your English is pretty good. I think you're not good at validating an imaginary space ball. I think that's the problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like I understand things, but I can't generate like a good sentence.
That was the whole idea of them making that up because you guys can't figure it out.
Yeah.
So, guys, you talk about quantum.
Yeah. So
Not really.
everybody here agrees that the Earth is flat.
No.
Not everybody. No, some
I
people
agree.
are still
I agree.
under the delusion of it being a globe. because they
Delusional.
haven't looked into it. Yeah, quite well. It's
But
not
do you have
delusional. The
proof?
globe is a delusion, but I'm not saying you're
Do you have
delusional
proof
necessarily.
that the Earth is flat?
Yes, there's no curve.
Sure.
No,
What do you
the
mean
Earth
that
is
there's no
flat.
curve? Do you know what?
The
I'm
Earth
sorry.
is a cat.
Haven't you ever been in an airplane? Look out the window; it's flat.
No, it's a cat. It's like a cat. It's big now.
I'm so
So
sorry.
so Bob's out. We'll
You
try
mean that
again tomorrow, Bob.
there's no curve because when you see far
Don't
away,
cry.
like
It's all right. You don't have to cry. The the way you prove Earth is flat is because there's no Earth curve to measure.
Why are you so sad, Val? Why are you crying?
Crying
Very
or you're laughing?
traumatic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very traumatic.
It'll be okay.
Laughing?
There.
Why are you pushing the speak button so we can hear you cry? You don't have to. You can do it by yourself. We don't need to hear it.
Yeah,
the
go in the
Earth has
bathroom
no
and cry.
curve.
Bro, is she crying for real or laughing?
Yeah, this is a no crying panel at the moment, so you're gonna have to go on mute.
I'm
Go
sorry.
on
I'm
mute.
sorry.
Go on mute, GB.
That goes for all of the rest of you globe earthers as well. If you're going to cry, put yourself on mute.
Yeah, we don't
And
want to hear
collect the
sniffles or
tears in a cup
anything. No
and
sniffles,
observe level.
no creaky voices, nothing.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the best the globe side has to offer.
Okay, so I'm better now. You said that when you look at the window inside of a airplane, you see that everything is flat. That's your
Yeah,
proof that the
yeah,
Earth is flat.
No.
yeah, yeah. That's
Well,
my
no.
proof.
Well, that's
You
his
can't prove
proof.
it's a ball. Yeah, you can't prove it's a ball. So there you go.
But you know that like
I
we
will
are
agree that when
so
you look out the window of an airplane, the Earth looks flat. Yeah, and there's no evidence that it's not flat. So take it from there if you want. If you want to present evidence that there is actually curvature that goes against what everyone experiences and measures when they go outside, then sure, go ahead and present evidence that the Earth is actually curving.
wait, do you know what like our point of view is? You know that we are so small that we cannot see the whole Earth. So we cannot see its
Really?
curve.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, things would. What about ships going over the horizon? Isn't that one of the globe proofs?
No,
Hey,
because
speak for
like I
yourself, Val. I'm not small. I'm massive.
Yeah, most of us are pretty built in here and tall. So
Crying
maybe
again.
you guys
Gotta
like
stop crying.
yeah, they can't see the
it's just,
curvature because they're small. But
I'm sorry, I'm crying because you said that
yeah, look, this is
the
the
Earth
thing,
has
right?
no
So
curve.
you think that we're so small and the Earth's so big, and we wouldn't be able to see any curvature, but then they tell us that we know it's a globe because we see the ships go over the horizon. Contradiction, isn't it?
Do giraffes see the Earth curve?
I don't know, maybe? No. I mean, if you can look the curve from an airplane, then no, giraffes cannot see the curve.
Excellent.
Okay, so how do you know it's curving then?
Because of the physics or
What
I don't
physics?
know
The
the
physics
name
of water?
in
The
English.
physics of water would go against
Wait,
curvature.
wait,
Yeah.
wait. Wait, give me a second.
Well, physics is the relationship of the interaction between like mass and motion. So what's that got to do with whether or not the Earth is curving?
I'm just looking for a word in English because I forgot. But meanwhile, you said that okay, So they are lying about the Earth
Who?
being
Who's lying?
flat.
Who are you talking
They are
about?
the government, the
No,
scientists.
no, no.
I
The
don't know.
government's it's like a big organization of all different people that probably genuinely believe that they live on a spinning space ball. So yeah, most
Okay, so you're
yeah.
generally saying that scientists genuinely think that like
Yeah.
the Earth
Is a
is
ball.
globe
Yep.
is a
It's like
ball.
a spinning space ball.
So they are not
That's
lying to
yeah.
us.
No, no,
Everyone
no.
just thinks that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, most people have never questioned the globe, right? Or tested the globe. They're just regurgitating information that they learned at school.
Nor
What
have they
about the other
investigated
planets?
where the idea even came from.
But what about the other planets? Like, have you ever watched through a telescope into the sky? Have you ever seen the other planets? They are spheres, like they are balls.
What do you mean by other planets? You're pre-assuming that the Earth is also a planet when you say other planets.
So, what is the Earth for you?
It's a topographical plane as it measures and presents itself of unknown size or shape.
Not
You know,
floating in
the
the
rings
vacuum
of
of outer
Saturn are
space.
flat. Val, the rings of Saturn are flat, so why wouldn't the Earth also be flat?
Oh.
So we're just surrounding the moon. Is that what you say?
We don't think that we're floating in outer space.
Can you see the side
So
chat?
where
Have a
are
look
we?
at what FLW just posted in the side chat. Okay, so no real flat earthers believe this bullshit. Okay, so that's what people think that flat earthers claim, but that's not what we think the Earth is.
So what do you think the Earth is? I don't understand.
Well, most people try to flatten out the globe inside the heliocentric model when they hear about a flat Earth. Okay, and then they think flat earthers are claiming a flat planet floating around in space. Okay, that's not the case. You could think of the Earth like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in.
Okay, can you show me a picture? Representation would be better for me
No,
to
because
understand this.
okay, so we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming the Earth is an object in space. What you're asking for is like a God's eye view of the realm that we live in, which is not possible for any of us to obtain because we can only get up to a certain height. When you get up to a certain height, you can only see a small section of the ground. Okay, but as far as we can get up to, the horizon's flat. There's no curvature detected. And flat is not a shape. Remember that as well. Globe, that's a shape. Flat, no, that's not a shape. That's the description of a surface. Kind of like you have a bumpy surface or a flat
Okay.
surface, etc.
Okay, but the gifts that you're sending in the chat right now, that's because of the perspective. We cannot see the curve on the Earth, because, like I said, we are
Because
just
we're
too
so
small to
small.
see
Yeah,
it.
we're so small, but we can calculate. Okay, so let's say we go to a lake, and the lake
Yeah,
is.
we have calculated.
Listen. Yeah, I know. Like, okay, so listen to this, right? So let's say we go to a 10-mile lake, okay, and we calculate how much curvature there would be over a 10-mile lake. Okay, there should be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. So we can conduct different types of tests very easily to try to detect that curvature, because what would happen if there's 66 foot of curvature on that lake? Things over on the other side of the lake would become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, you shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. You shouldn't be able to shoot a laser across the lake and have the laser hit a target at the same height on the other side of the lake. That wouldn't be possible, but that's what happens in reality. So it doesn't match up with what they tell us about the globe.
The globe. Okay.
Yeah, the globe. It doesn't match reality. It's a mathematical concept. Okay, all right. Gotta mute. Remember the rules. If you're gonna cry, you gotta go on mute.
I'm sorry.
Only mute crying is permitted.
Yeah, if you're having some other unrelated personal problems or something, it might be wise to deal with that before discussing this topic. Like we're not really, we don't know you. We're not family or friends really. We're not qualified, psychologists or anything like that. So
This is the Globe
you know.
helpline. It is the Globe helpline, though. We
Yeah,
can help
the
with
Globe
this
helpline.
dilemma.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's be for real. Do you guys actually think that the Earth is
No.
flat?
We tested it, right? So do you understand that over a 10-mile lake, there would be 66 foot of curvature if the Earth were a globe? Do you agree with that, or do you not agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that.
Why not? How much curvature do you think there would be? Right? So now you're against the globe. Okay, it's almost like I'm arguing right
I didn't
now.
understand your fucking
Along
question.
with the globe, you didn't understand the question, so you don't agree with something that you didn't understand. Very
No,
logical. Okay, you know what 10 miles is? 10 miles.
Yes, I do.
Okay, we'll take it slow. Do you know what a lake is? And you know what 10 miles is? Okay, now I'll add those two, lake plus 10 miles across the lake. Okay, now we have a 10-mile lake. Hopefully you're still following along. Okay, so over the lake, there should be 10 miles if the Earth is a globe. Okay, so we got globe plus 10 miles plus lake equals 66 foot of curvature.
Oh
Okay,
my
so
god.
that, yes, should be 66 foot of curvature. Okay, now we test for the curvature that would have to be there, and it's not there.
Okay.
Yeah, can't
Okay,
be a
okay.
globe, can it? If the
Okay, I
curvature
got it.
if the curvature would have to be there for it to be a globe, and it's not there, then it can't be a globe. Okay, and then we test it
So,
again and again and again, and then we go to a 20-mile lake and a 30-mile lake, and then we go try it again at nighttime, and then we go try it with a laser, and then we go try it in Canada, and then we go try it in a different country, and all of a sudden we've got thousands of these different tests that show that there's zero curvature. So we go asking, how come we've got all these tests that show no curvature? Who's got the evidence of the curvature? And then we interact with people like we're interacting with now that don't
okay,
have
but
any idea that there's no curvature. They just believe that there is, and they don't have any evidence of such a thing. It's just a belief, like a religion
okay,
in a way.
okay.
Okay?
I
Okay.
got you. But
I don't know
what
about that.
about the scientists proving
Which one? Name
saying that
one scientist. Name just name
everyone,
a
No, one.
scientist. Do you know the name
Give me
of a
one name.
single scientist?
I don't know, Albert Einstein? I don't fucking
Okay,
know.
what did Albert Einstein do to
Einstein.
validate that the Earth's a globe? You have no idea, right? You just know the name. But what did he do? Did he prove the Earth's a
Well,
globe?
it's common sense that it didn't actually validate it, but
Oh, okay. It
I don't
didn't
know,
validate
man.
it. Okay, so it's not common sense. Our common sense is that we experience the Earth as flat and
Nigga.
stationary. Oh no, that's not gonna work. Who
Nigga,
did that?
nigga.
Who's
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
Who's this? Okay, all right, we got a brain
Right.
rotter. Chitty, yeah, chitty brain. That's what we got there. All right, so
Oh
Val.
my god. Who let these
Okay, so
kids here?
common sense. Water needs a container. Is that common sense? If you want to have a body of water, you need to have a container. Is that common sense?
Okay.
Yeah, it's common sense, right? And then the surface on
I
the
mean,
top. Yeah.
what I meant is that it's common sense that all scientists say that the Earth is
Wrong
a globe.
again. Most of them
Yeah.
have never even gone out and checked. The ones that do go out and check, a couple of them have actually turned into flat earthers because they're like, well, that's impossible.
What scientist?
Yeah, which one
can't
out of
even name
throughout
You
one.
all
want me
of
to Google
history?
it? I can
Find one.
Google it
Yeah,
and
Google
tell
it if
you
you
our
can. Okay,
scientists.
so you don't know. You're not
Yes,
aware of
Google
any.
and tell us the globe scientist, please.
Yeah, I just need to
Please
just to
Google it.
clarify with you, like you don't know of any scientists that did anything, right? You just assume that someone's done it. Now you're going to just go and try to research it on the spot because you don't know.
I mean, if you research about it, well, yeah, you will find any kind of information. I just
Yeah, I did
don't
that.
really.
I did that, and there isn't any. That's why I'm telling you that. I've been
So
looking into
you
this for
found
8 years.
what do
Stop
you mean
saying you stop saying you know, Val, and start saying, you know what? I just believe it. I'm taking it on good faith that somebody out there did the checking for me. Just say it.
But well, yeah, I believe that the Earth is a globe.
Right.
But
We
you
know it's
also
flat.
believe.
No, we know it's
Well,
flat.
but
We
you're
checked.
saying that you know that it's flat.
Yeah, there's a
When
difference.
you
We
haven't
know it
measured
is.
it.
Where you believe it's a ball, we know it's flat. There's a conflict there.
You have
Like
no
you just have a
proof.
belief system. Like if you believe that, like if you walk in a closet, you could, if it's dark enough, you could end up in another universe. But that's a belief system. I don't believe that. I know that cannot happen.
Yeah, so we all used to believe that the Earth was a globe, but we went out and did some research and
It's
actually
about.
checked. Yeah, we checked to see if anyone had actually
So
proved
you
that the Earth's
checked,
a
but
globe. Yeah,
the only thing that your checking method is not a scientific method. Like the
it's not
thing
a
that you
scientific
described, what the
question.
fuck is that?
It's not a scientific question. We're just checking for
To prove
curvature
something,
that
you
should
need
be
to
there.
do a specific method called scientific method.
Yeah, no, to measure something, you need to do a specific thing called
No, to
measuring the
prove
thing.
something. To prove
Yeah,
something.
yeah,
Okay, okay, Val. If I want to prove how wide my computer desk is, how do I do that?
What?
If I
I'm
want to
sorry.
prove how wide my computer table is, how would I do that?
I'm so sorry. I have trouble understanding British accent. I'm
I'll
really so
repeat it
sorry.
for him. I'll repeat it for him.
I'm really so sorry. I
If
don't
he
want to
has
do it.
if he has his computer, he just bought a computer for his desk, and he wants to make sure that his desk is big enough to put a computer on. How does he prove that his desk is big enough for this computer?
That's different. What I mean by proving something is that, for example,
That's still proving. I want to prove
no.
that it can
What I
fit
mean
on the
proving
table.
is scientific proving something. By the way,
What's
proving
the
that
scientific method for proving a shape?
not a shape, but proving that the Earth
Is the Earth a
is
sphere?
Yeah, we're
it's
testing a
flat. Then
shape.
you have to
Is the Earth a sphere?
prove that you have to undergo a.
Val, listen to this. Listen to this. They're telling us that if the Earth is a sphere, this 10-mile lake must have 66 foot of curvature. Okay, when we go and test over the 66 over the 10-mile lake, there's zero curvature. Okay? Like
Okay.
if someone tells us their desk is 2 foot across, right? And then we measure it and it's actually 4 foot across. Okay, we didn't have to do any science. We're just using basic measurements here. Okay, they're telling us that the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth, but we can zoom across the lake and we can see the shoreline on the other side. We could send a laser across the lake over the surface of the water and hit a target on the other side. So obviously the curvature is not present over that 10-mile distance. It's not a question of science, it's a question of geometry, which is not science. It's a branch of mathematics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a cause and effect relationship.
Okay. So
Mhm.
everybody here thinks, well,
Not
everybody
everybody
here knows that the Earth is flat in this voice room.
I don't know if everybody in here does, but yeah, most people do that are in here. There may be a couple of people that still think it's a globe because they haven't looked into it and they've never checked the Earth, like yourself. You experience the Earth as flat and stationary, okay? And you've been told that the reason that you experience it as flat is because you're so small and the Earth's so big.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but when we calculate how much how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, and then we go out and test for it, it's not there ever.
I'll give you an example. How tall are you, Val?
160 centimeters. 62.
Okay.
I don't know how to.
162 centimeters. The horizon, if you stand at the shore of the water, the horizon's going to be roughly 4.5 kilometers away. Maybe 4.4.
Okay.
Could be.
So if that's how far away the horizon is, right? The curve of the earth, thing that they say boats go behind, then if you can go out to the shoreline and you can see further than that, and the horizon is behind that, that's a problem for the globe.
For the globe.
Yeah. The earth is no longer a globe. Then it's the horizon. Then you start to think, well, maybe the horizon is an optical effect and not a physical consequence.
Hello?
What's up, man?
How you doing?
All right, just talking to Val. She's learning about the flat earth right now.
What do you think? The Earth is flat or
I
not?
know it's flat.
You know that it's flat?
Yeah. What do you think? Do
Yeah.
you think it's flat or do you think it's a ball?
No, it's all.
Not even a
Huh?
ball, it's an egg.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's an egg. What's the polar circumference and the
You know,
equatorial circumference of this egg?
you know what I believe? I believe that the Earth is looks like a cube.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Are you on the inside of that cube or the outside?
No, like outside the cube.
Okay.
He's beside the
So
cube.
are we finished speaking with Val before we go on to the troll?
What do you
Yeah,
think,
I'm
Val?
done.
You do understand that in order for the Earth to be a sphere, then it has a certain size, and then it has a certain
Has to
distance
be
to.
circumcision? What? What do you say?
It has to be a certain size. Hold on, man.
Has to be what?
It has to be a certain size because it's a closed loop.
A certain size, not circumcised.
Well, it's circumcised too.
Certain size. Certain. Okay.
It has to be a specific size because it's a closed loop. It has a circumference. When we say it's
Okay, I
flat,
get
it
you.
could go on forever. It could go on for 1,000,000 miles. It could go on for whatever. We don't know.
Okay,
We just know it's flat on the surface.
I get what you think. What you think. I respect that.
Appreciate it.
I respect your belief,
It's not a belief.
even though it's wrong, but I
It's not a
respect
belief.
it.
It's not a belief. We've measured it. You haven't. You're more than welcome to go measure it yourself. We'll give you the tools on how to do it.
She's laughing. She's not crying.
No,
Okay.
that's definitely that's crying, definitely.
Could be.
Okay, I'm done.
Look, Val, it's fine you come in here and you think this is a joke, right? That's fair enough. It's a natural reaction given everything you're fed from mainstream media regarding flat Earth and flat earthers. But you have to understand, everybody in here was a globe believer for most of their lives, right? Every reason you have in your mind as to why the Earth is definitely a globe, we all had the same thoughts and beliefs, right? Some of the biggest space nerds are in here as flat earthers today.
This is so
Some
funny.
still are.
Exactly what I said
Well, yeah,
before
I've
happened.
actually seen. I think I've seen somewhere that people that went out of space believe now that the Earth is flat. Can you send me who those people are?
No,
Can you
nobody
name
made
them?
that claim.
and I don't believe there's such a claim.
Yeah, you just said that, dude.
No, I said space nerds. I meant people that were,
Well,
enthusiastic about things to do with space, right?
someone here
Rocketry
said
and
that, I
Mars
think it was.
missions and all this stuff, and all the stuff they tell us about what's out in the universe and other planets and blah blah blah, right? Space nerds.
Some people
Okay.
that are flat earthers, they still like science fiction, but we know it's fiction. It's not real.
Okay, but about the thing that I said, I think Captain Refracture said that people that went out of space, some people now believe that the Earth is flat or something like that. So
No,
I
he
want
never
proof
said such a thing.
that. Yeah, you said that. Don't gaslight me. I
But
know
that would be
that.
the claim that some of us in here or some flat earthers were astronauts prior, which is not the case.
Yeah, like an astronaut that went to the
Yeah,
space and then came back. Now think
Yeah,
that.
he never
Yeah,
he never
two
said
Russian
that. So
two Russian astronauts did that, or a Polish one and a Russian one. Yes, they went there and said the Earth is flat.
And there was that lady that was an astronaut for NASA, and she went up on Virgin Galactic and then said, "Wow, I didn't see the curve."
Okay, so can you tell me the name of that woman?
it's not really relevant.
This
What do
you
you
want to
mean it's
know?
not really relevant?
No, Val,
Like
I
Well,
want to ask you a
because as has
question
been
now.
explained to you, Val, look,
I
there's
wasn't able to
dimensions of
keep
the
up
globe
with it.
Earth, Val. They've given us dimensions regarding the globe Earth, right? That entails the geometric consequences of them dimensions. If we go out into reality and we measure for the curvature rate that should be there, needs to be there, and we don't find it, then the Earth can't be a globe.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
really
Val,
that
can I ask you a
simple.
question?
So it doesn't depend on anybody's testimony of anything or opinion or their feeling or what they want to believe. If it measures, if the surface of Earth measures without curvature, it logically and physically cannot be a
Yeah,
globe.
I understood. Your main argument is if you can measure it, then yeah, you can prove
Not
that.
if you can, it has been measured. And that's the
Okay.
result. There's no curvature to the surface of Earth.
But I was asking you about the example that one of you were giving, and that was the thing that I just said. So I just want some names.
But I don't believe DJ Captain Refractio said that. But I'm gonna let him
Yeah,
clarify.
I didn't say that at
It's not
all.
that.
You were talking about scientists and government, and I said that most of them are not lying about the Earth. They genuinely believe it's a globe. We weren't talking about
Well,
astronauts,
someone
and
said that.
look, there's some astronauts that have said that the Earth's flat as well, right? Like the Polish guy in the side chat there that Trace AI posted. Okay, you can look at his interview. We can post that for you. It's posted in the side chat already with subtitles, but you can look up the actual video. And then there was a Russian cosmonaut who also said that the Earth is flat as well. So, it's we would say that the Americans faked the moon mission, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that the astronauts would be lying about the Earth being a globe. They might still believe that the Earth's a globe in their mind, even though they faked the moon mission. They might still think they're living on a globe, but they didn't have the ability to go to where they said they went to, and that was a lie.
Okay, and they still think that because they have been brainwashed. Is that correct?
No, yeah, it is kind of correct. Just like all of us are brainwashed from a young age, essentially. I mean, brainwashed is we're just taught that. We're taught it's a globe.
And who
Most
brainwashed
people,
us?
yeah, most people never questioned it. They get taught it from a young age. They never think about it. They don't get taught how we measured the Earth to be a globe, right? And most people don't question it. Most globe Earthers don't really even know anything about the globe. Like if I ask, what's the radius? Which way does the Earth spin? How fast does it spin? All of these basic questions, most globe Earthers have absolutely no idea. They just believe it's a globe. They believe someone has worked it out. Some scientists have worked it out, and they've never really looked into it.
Okay,
Once you look
but you
into
said
it,
that you measured it. Like you actually measure it.
Yeah,
You,
there's different ways of measuring things. We can use lasers, we can use long distance observations, we can use all sorts of
yeah,
different methods.
you already told me all about it. But my
Yeah.
question is the following: you want more people to realize the truth about the Earth being flat?
We want people to look at the evidence that we're presenting and
Okay,
unlock their
so
critical
why do
thinking.
you
Hold on,
not?
let me finish the answer.
Okay, finish.
We want people to unlock their critical thinking abilities, okay, and come to a logical conclusion based on empirical evidence, not just be blind sheep that just believe anything they get told.
Okay, so if you want people to realize the truth or whatever you want, why don't you all, I don't know, make a scientific article stating what you just did, like
Yeah.
you
So
measure
obvious
you
obvious just
the Earth.
posted a video in the side chat that has an article that goes along with it. It's a 180-page technical PDF, and we have a team of field engineers using a $30,000 laser. Okay, so there's a video showing the entire process of the experiment. Yeah, and there's a 180-page PDF going along with it with all of the technical information, all laid out, right? They did 5 different laser tests up to 40 kilometers over the surface, showing zero curvature. So yeah, this has been done.
Okay, let me see the.
I'll post the PDF that goes along with it as well. Just a
Yes,
second.
I'm reading it right now.
Well, I haven't posted the
So
PDF. He's just posted the video.
I'm reading the PDF.
You have the PDF? Okay.
Yes. You did this, or you
This is a
found
this
it?
is this is a team of field engineers, okay? That's why there's a video to go along with it which explains the entire process. PDF
Okay,
is a
and
technical
by
document
you I
showing
mean you all, by the way.
No. This was a team of field engineers. Okay, I've done my own tests for myself, right? I used to live on a giant lake called Lake Macquarie in Australia, which had a 20-kilometer stretch across the water. So I saw all of these tests and I thought, okay, that's interesting. I would like to confirm it for myself. Okay, so I went out and did a series of tests myself, and I was able to zoom across the entire lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake every single time. Okay, the shoreline should have been hidden by way over 50 feet. Okay, over 15 meters of curvature. It should have been blocked if the Earth were a globe. But there's countless amounts of tests that have been
How
done and
many?
documented.
How long was that?
20 kilometers.
20 kilometers is nothing compared to the size of the Earth.
Yeah, I agree with that, but we can calculate how much curvature there would be over 20 kilometers. Okay, so it's over 20 kilometers, there would be about 100 foot of curvature over that distance. Okay, so that's more than 30 meters.
Okay.
Do you remember, Val, when I told you about from your eye height how far away the horizon would be?
Yep.
How far away would the horizon be?
Well, I remember that you said
About
you said
about 4.4 kilometers.
yeah.
But DJ here just said, Captain Refractio just said that he could see 20 kilometers with no horizon.
Mhm.
So what does that mean? If there's no horizon at 20 kilometers, but it's supposed to be at 4.5 kilometers, what does that mean?
Wait, can you repeat the question, please?
The horizon is supposed to be at 4.5 kilometers, but
Okay.
at 20 kilometers, there is no horizon.
I'm still not getting your question. What
There's
does that have
nothing
to do with
blocking
the experiment?
anything from 20 kilometers away. It's supposed to start blocking
Yeah,
things
but
at
what I
4.5
meant,
kilometers.
22 kilometers is
Yeah,
like
it's supposed to
nothing
start
compared
at
to.
4.5 kilometers, not 22 kilometers. It's supposed to start blocking things at 4.5 kilometers.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's
And
smaller than you
this,
think.
you're saying that um you're saying that this experiment proves that like that's not the case.
Say that again.
You're saying that this experiment is proving that, well, basically
It's not an
it's not.
experiment. It's a measured observation with known distances as D markers.
Well, for me, it would be an experiment because you're like you have an hypothesis, then you are doing the experiment, then you have the results.
Look, the nature of the surface of the Earth is not a scientific inquiry. I think that was explained to you.
You can have a
Okay.
hypothesis in math, and then you can solve for the
Science
math
is
problem.
used to study cause and effect relationships in the natural world. We're just measuring the ground here.
Yeah, it would be a misnomer to call it a science or a scientific experiment. A scientific experiment is a very specific method.
Am I echoing or?
Yeah, it would become a scientific inquiry if we were asking how the Earth came to be of this nature. And that would require experimentation.
Yeah, just like when you're in when people build large buildings and they lay their foundation, they shoot a laser above the floor, across the floor to see if there's any kind of like elevation or depression that may make the floor uneven because they want the floor as flat as possible. And so that's all we're doing. We're just checking to see how flat the floor is, and apparently it's flat. It's not curving. Because if it was curving, there would be things in the way.
And
We
this
shoot
room
lasers.
and this room wouldn't be here if the Earth was curving.
Yep. If we were shooting lasers out to the horizon, when you go 20 kilometers away, it should be like way over your head. You shouldn't even be able to touch the laser, but instead the laser's hitting the target. These are all problems for a sphere. They tell you the circumference of the Earth is 40,000 kilometers. It's not as big as you think.
Okay, I get it.
Basically, we got observations showing us the horizon appearing 10 miles away for a 1-foot observer. If that was a consequence of a sphere, then the sphere would reach basically from one end of the Earth to the other end of the orbit of the moon. The sphere would be bigger than the sun if that's how far away the horizon is because of any consequence of a sphere.
I wonder if she understands what the basic claims regarding paradigm is.
I'm sure if you
reading
explain,
right now. Like you said, you can see the horizon at 4.7 kilometers at a sea level, correct?
yeah, over any surface of water. That's where the horizon should be.
And the well, it's not an experiment, but what do you say it was?
It's a test.
A measurement.
A test. Well, it's kind of the same for me, but
it's not.
Okay, this proves otherwise. Oh, I'm reading it right now. Well, I don't have anything else to say.
Yeah, there's other laser transit tests that have been performed, and as DJ said, there was long distance observations being made. We have a guy called he goes by J Tolan Media. He's on YouTube. He goes up in commercial flights and he takes his camera gear with him. He's got IR filters, infrared filters for his camera, and he does long distance observations from about 32,000 feet up. Of course, he's accounting for this altitude and where he should expect to see the horizon if the Earth was a globe, and he's making observations out to, I think his furthest one is something close to 2,000 miles, but he's got observations varying from 500 to 2,000 miles. They're well beyond what the globe geometry predicts. Basically, he shouldn't be seeing that far. I can post one in the side chat as an example for you to look at if you'd like.
Okay. And you said that this test was done in many locations apart from this.
Yes.
The FE core laser experiment, there was multiple transits done, but they were all I need to go and look at it again myself. It either involved another lake, but they were in the general area, like close to each other. Maybe mistaken on that. Someone else could clarify. But there's other laser tests being performed by other people, and they are in different locations. There's been observations and tests performed pretty much worldwide. If you look hard enough, you'll find them. But a lot has been done in the Americas, or the US specifically, Europe, Australia. But there's tests being performed pretty much everywhere.
Okay. And you said that you have done your research, and this is all that you could found, like the laser experiment. By the way, it says here that it's an experiment, laser level experiment. So I don't know why are you saying that it's not an experiment.
Yeah, it's fine. Honestly, it's meaningless semantics.
So
what we're interested in is the test and the
yeah,
results,
then just
right? Not what we're calling it. Pick a word, go with it. It doesn't make a difference, right?
Sure.
An experiment for
it
me would be
is
something involving variables,
science.
things you manipulate, right?
Yeah, but it's not that. That's
No,
not
You don't
actually.
I don't know
understand.
why you're getting hung up on this point.
You don't
right?
understand because the thing here is we're talking about the definitions of science and how you define a scientific method, a scientific experiment. Colloquially, people can call any test an experiment, but it doesn't mean that it actually follows the scientific method. So we are being very precise here when we say things like experiment or science. We're not conflating it with things like geometry or measurement.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. So I don't know. I was just looking at the title and I found
that's
that.
fair.
Those are
That's fair, but
those are a bunch of field engineers who went out and tested the surface. We are not them. Those are just many of the people who have tested the surface. We have hundreds of examples of it.
Okay, and that's your only proof that the Earth is flat, like that only
No, I
experiment.
just told you we have hundreds of examples of it and multiple methodologies to test the surface, not just lasers.
And how many other
Microwave,
methods?
infrared.
Trace posted you another one right there.
There's
for you.
multiple ways we've tested it, and none of them come back with curvature. Only thing they have, the globe believers who try to argue against it, is an ad hoc excuse that light must be bending to hide all measurements of the globe. And so what we did, and we went out and tested to see if the light was bending when we could see too far. And it turns out it's not. And you can see that with all world record long distance photographs. They're all taken in infrared, and you have a visible light picture taken right next to it. So you can compare the two and see which one do you see further in. If light was refracting, allowing you to see further in visible light, you would not see as far in infrared because infrared doesn't refract as much as visible light. And so you could always measure that and see if they are right and refraction is allowing us to see further, but they're just wrong, and refraction is not allowing us to see further. The Earth is actually just flat. You don't need an excuse to assume it's not.
Val, you need to mute when you're not speaking. And Trace, you're coming in low and a bit muffled.
You're talking to me?
Yeah, you need to mute your mic when you're not speaking.
You got background noise, Val.
We're getting feedback.
Oh,
And
sorry.
Trace,
Got a
you're coming
TV
in
or
a bit
something on.
low and a bit muffled, so I don't know if you're close to your mic or what.
Okay, no one is talking right now.
Yeah, did you hear what Trace just told you?
No, I couldn't.
Were you listening? Were you listening to Drace?
Yes, but I couldn't hear the last part that he said.
Okay, so we should be able to see less distance if we use infrared if the Earth were a globe, because they say the reason that we can see so far is because of refraction. So then we use a special type of camera, right, that will mitigate or lessen the refraction. Okay, and when we do that, we can actually see even further.
Okay, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
If you grab a telescope and use it to look into the horizon, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't you be looking like at the, I don't know, if you were in North America, you would be looking at Brazil, for example. Shouldn't be that the case?
Can I answer that one?
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
if you had a 100-story building that was 1,000 feet tall and it was 1,000 miles away, it would be, the angular size would be smaller than a grain of rice at 100 feet away. Or it would be like looking at a pixel on a TV screen 5 feet away. Those all have the same angular sizes. That's why you can't see all the way across the ocean. Things would just be too small to see.
What
That's
if you
that's
use a
why I'm saying.
telescope?
So a
Exactly. What if you
telescope,
use
hey Val, if you use a telescope, if you that would create a cone of vision from your eye to the 1,000-foot tall building, and all the water, if you condensed all the water in the atmos that was in that 1,000-foot distance, it would create a 12 feet of water condensed. Looking through 12 feet of water, it's something smaller than a grain of rice 100 feet away. So it's just impossible to, because the air we breathe is also a medium. It's a fluid. You can't see forever through it.
Yeah, like if you went onto Google right now and you said what's the maximum visibility in your location, it'll probably come up with about 20 kilometers or something like that, depending on how clear the day is. So we can only see so far through the air because of the dust and the moisture and the pollution and everything, right? Combined makes the air semi-transparent, not completely transparent. So we
And
just
if you
can't
ever
see forever through the medium.
and if you ever been up on mountains or stuff like that and looked out at the horizon, seen other mountains in the distance, you'll notice that the color of things start to fade out the further it gets away from you because the light is diffusing in the air, it's attenuating in the air. And so at a certain point you can't see things. The light doesn't reach your eyes.
Okay, regarding the point that you said we cannot look that far away because of the what do you say? Because of the dust and everything, the air.
You're looking through a medium, Val.
Okay.
This is just it's a silly misconception that Globers come in with because they're fed this from, well, we term them anti-flat earthers, people that just hate flat earth and flat earthers, and but they
let me
say
read
this,
it.
oh, if Earth is flat, we should be able to see all the way across it, right? One end to the other or whatever. But it's just not true. There's
You know
limitations to our
why?
vision, right?
You know why you have that idea?
I didn't even make my question. I was just
But
making a point based on your argument. I wanted to contradict that point, but
Go ahead.
like you said,
No, go ahead.
you said that you cannot see that far away because of the air and dust and everything. But when you look into a telescope into the sky,
that's
like you
exactly
can
what I
see
was
the
going to
other
say.
planets.
Yeah, how far
Yeah, so
away
you
is
can
everything?
see.
How far away are they all?
I don't know, really far away,
Yeah,
even
it's just
more far away
you, yeah, you were told this, but you've never verified it, right?
So what do you
Just like you
think?
didn't verify the circumference of the Earth.
What?
You haven't been able to verify the things in the sky either. You don't know how big they are, how far away they are.
How far do you think the planets or whatever
I have no idea. I
So
have no idea.
just to add to that quickly, okay, when you're looking, so obviously the atmosphere is much more dense the lower you go. Okay, if you just go up 20 kilometers, it's 90% or more than 90% less dense. So you're not looking directly through the dense medium when you're looking up into the sky. Whatever distance the things are in the sky, hold on, let me finish. Okay, when you're looking directly through the dense part of the medium, right, you're not going to be able to see very far. Just like if you go up on a mountain and you look at mountains in the distance, each one is going to be less and less visible as the mountains move further away from you. When you're looking up, okay, you're not looking through the dense atmosphere. Okay, so it's very different that looking vertically than looking horizontally. Make sense?
You
Okay.
have this idea that you can see millions of miles, and you just don't
Okay,
know
well,
really the
in that case,
limitations of your vision.
how do you know how dense the universe mass is?
We
If
don't
you
know.
say that,
Why would we know that?
okay, so
I just
you
said
cannot.
20 kilometers. I said 20 kilometers up. It's where we can still test the pressure 20 kilometers
Okay,
up.
so well, there's something I want to say, but my Berber language doesn't let me. Wait, let me think.
Well, look it up. Use Google Translate if you need to. No rush.
Do
I
you
don't want
see
to.
how much? You see how much you're scrutinizing us, though, and you've never scrutinized the globe. You just took it on good faith.
Auto accept, auto believe.
I mean, it's good to question things. Like you should be questioning what we're saying, but you should also be questioning what you were taught.
Yeah, we don't ask you to just believe us. We ask you to go out and test your own beliefs for yourself, and then you can know for yourself if your belief is correct. We did that, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, but the point is that you're not saying that you believe that. You're saying that you know that it's true, and you're
Yes.
stating that for a fact.
Yes, because we're challenging you to challenge your own beliefs. We challenged our beliefs. We used to be globe believers, just like you. We used to believe the authority on all of this, okay? But when we test it, it doesn't hold any water. And so that's where you know. Like, if someone tells you that your table is a ball and you just believe him, you can believe that all you want. But when you measure your table and you find out it's not a ball, it's actually just a normal table, then you know better.
We didn't even want to be. We didn't even want to be flat earthers. We all thought it was stupid.
Okay, so you want me to buy a 30,000 laser and go test it in the ocean?
It's not
No,
required.
No.
Nope.
you can get some binoculars, a friend, and a mirror. You can get a flash from the mirror on the other side of a lake.
Here.
You can do that at distances. So it can be relatively cheap.
I'll post a video for you that I love. That was an easy test for this person. This was a frozen lake test. and the lake was
How do
only
you
8
know?
miles. Here,
How do
if
you
you
know
look in the
that
side chat,
So you need to look into these videos, right? And
Yeah,
you know,
but how do
use
you know
your
that
own
they are
critical.
real?
How do you know what? Sorry.
How do you know they are real? Like, I'm
Well,
just
they're real videos. Okay, they're in
following
high
you,
definition. They're in high definition. They go to a
taking the
location.
guidance,
No,
you know.
no. So anyone can go and repeat these themselves, like I did. Okay, so you can see the video in high definition. They show you where they're going. Okay, you can look it up on Google Maps if you want to. You can go stand where they're standing on Google Earth and see the same thing that they can see. Okay, and then you watch them set up their equipment. They'll show you their equipment that they're using. They'll show you how high they are off the surface. They'll do a measurement and show you how far away the thing that they're going to be observing is. They'll go through the whole process and show you the whole all of the information start to finish in a high definition video. And then you can go do it if you need to do it. If you think it's all CGI, you can go and do it yourself.
Yeah, you can start really simple, and you can decide yourself how deeply you want to explore this subject. But you can just go out yourself and do observations at any body of water. Like, you can do that right now. Doesn't cost you a single penny, and you can look up all the ships, see how far away they're supposed to be from you. You can look at all the landmarks, see how far away they are supposed to be from you, and then you can look at the Earth curve calculators, and you can see, oh well, I'm not supposed to be seeing any of this.
yeah, the cheapest way to do this is go find a 10-mile wide lake. One person stand on one end, another person stand on the other end. Both of y'all hold a mirror, and then you flash the mirror at each other and make a mirror flash.
There's a
Easy.
there's 1,000 different ways you can test it. If you lived near salt flats, when they get flooded, you could take a simple ruler and walk across the whole salt flat. And if there's a bulge of water hill that appears in the middle of the salt flat, well, then you're measuring something that should appear on the globe. But if you don't, well, that's not what's supposed to happen on the globe. It's supposed to create a water hill because of gravity. But in reality, it doesn't. The same is true with a mechanical gyroscope. A mechanical gyroscope is rigid in space. That's a gyroscopic effect. And so, if you take a mechanical gyroscope and you walk across a curved surface, if you imagine the Earth is curved, the housing would twist and you would be able to detect that. We don't detect that. We don't detect anything that verifies the curve is there, no matter where we look.
The only reason we got so good at the arguments is because there's so much sophistry in the globe that we had to learn it.
Oh yeah, you have to be fallacious to believe in a globe.
You can't really help it because all the proofs they claim are in essence fallacious. It's just they're so popularized that people believe them automatically without ever critically examining them.
It's a lot of stuff to go through, a lot of stuff to unlearn. You know, it's too much of a task for the average person. Better to just trust and believe, or easier.
Yeah, it's the comfortable choice. But like all of my family didn't take the vaccines. So maybe being critical actually can help you. But then, like, that was sus to begin with.
Well, you know, that uncritical mind cost a lot of people a lot of things during that situation.
It's the same with all of history. The uncritical mind always suffers.
Yeah.
Because you're the guy who gets pulled along into nonsense, and then you're on the bad side, getting like messed up because you thought the wrong thing.
I still don't know if you guys are trolling or not.
We're not trolling.
Oh, come on, Val.
How can it be trolling? Water's horizontal on the surface.
It's fine.
It's like
Val, you're
kind of
allowed to feel like
obvious,
that.
right?
It's understandable that you feel like that. I thought when I heard about flat Earth, I thought it was trolling. Like when I saw the first video, I was like, he probably is trolling. But like some of these things, I need an expert. I need my uh, astrophysicist friend and robotic engineering friend to help me bring all the globe proofs so I can just show this flat earther how he's wrong. However, by talking to my experts, all I got was we actually assume a bunch of this stuff and we don't have any solid foundations. A lot of this is theoretical and we kind of contradict each other and argue internally. And I'm like, this is my belief system. This is what I'm supposed to believe in. My experts are retarded. That doesn't work for me. I need to find the evidence myself so I can slap these flat earthers with the magnificent globe I believed in. But the more I looked, the more I looked into the actual data and the evidence coming out, not what people interpreted and believed about it. It turns out, well, they're all measuring it flat. So what am I supposed to do? Like, just be retarded and delusional and believe it's a globe when it's literally measured flat? It's about intellectual honesty. Do you want to be honest with yourself and live a good life, or do you want to just believe nonsense and follow what everybody else is doing?
Need to start asking new people that come in what they think would falsify a globe, you know, and get that baseline understanding with them.
Yeah, that's a good start because most of
We
them
know
in
what
the end have nothing they would accept as falsifying the globe, because to them it's too much of a personal religion, too much tied into their personal identity. They can't accept losing it.
Yeah, but because there is this too big to fail effect going on regarding the globe. So when we come along, we tell them it's measured, it's verified flat by measurements, right? That can't be. That's impossible. You just collapsed an entire cosmology with some simple measurements. You know, that's what's going on in their mind. So that's why we need to get them to clarify what would actually falsify a globe in your mind, the globe.
Yeah, it's a really good start to go for, and to get kind of their sense of confidence in their belief, I think is also a really good indicator, because a lot of the times they're not actually absorbing what we're putting out. They're just kind of throwing it to the side and latching on to the next straw that they think will save them, like satellites, they'll save me. But if the ground is measured flat, like satellites are not going to save you. They're just above a flat measured surface. but the implications of that are too big to like accept, and so they have to like, but why would they lie? Anything to like get me to hold on to the belief. I gotta scramble, but it's not good enough. It doesn't work. Like if you want to argue against measurements, you need to go out and measure it yourself. And then if you measure it like flat and you're like, well, it's something else that's causing it to measure flat, then you need to prove that something else. We went out and falsified their assumptions. So if you want to contest that, you can go out and test it, and try to falsify our findings.
Yeah, I keep repeating it, but nobody puts it on their to-do list for the day. I'm going to come in and have my entire worldview completely shattered, you know? People come in here expecting a complete joke, LARP, whatever, and then they're faced with the reality. They were not a bunch of bumbling, fucking drooling morons. We've done our due diligence. And we've got the receipts to
That's
back
because
it up.
it's presented that way. Like you see the
I
anti-flat
know.
earthers, we talked to them for like years, and then they make videos misrepresenting everything we've told them, and then next time we talk to them, we explain to them, and they still misrepresent it. So, of course, the average globe believer is gonna be accepting those misconceptions because that's the only thing they see. We're censored in the
it's the
algorithms.
only
It
option.
doesn't come across their feed.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only option. They have no alternative to it, you know?
I mean, now I
And
understand that you actually believe in this thing, but when I first come into this voice room, I actually thought that you were trolling because whenever there was this guy that was throwing arguments, and you were just responding with, "Why wouldn't they?" Or "Why would you believe that?" Or "Why would that
yeah,
be?" You know,
that
you
was
weren't giving
probably
actual
Radwin.
arguments like right now.
That was probably Radwin Val, and he does that because you know he's been having these conversations for years, and sometimes he just likes to poke globers and be antagonistic, and he just does that, you know.
It's also in a way it's designed also to try to get him to think. Because if he actually followed along and would answer and try to think about those things, we could get somewhere. But when you detect, like we've been talking to people for over 10 years, many of us concerning this, and you kind of quickly discern how trolly people are coming into this discussion. Like, do they want to have an honest conversation? Do they want to listen to our perspective, or do they want to just tell us something or make fun of us or do some stupid stuff? And so, when they ask some stupid questions, which are arguably stupid from our perspective, but from their perspective, they don't feel that stupid because they're based on what we all got taught. But Radvin oftentimes tries to use these questions to try to get them to like think about, where do you actually get this from? Do you actually know this? But most people don't have that critical level of thinking to stop and think, yeah, where do I actually know this from? Who told me this?
Wait, you said that you were doing this for more than 10 years? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 41.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean this debate, quotes, right, has been going on for as long as humanity's existed, but we recognize that there was a kind of modern resurgence of it around 2012 and onwards, right? And a lot of new people came into this topic, so people have been having these conversations for varying amounts of time between around 2010 to now, you know. Some people have
Yeah,
been here for like 10 years, some for 5, some for 2, some are brand new, you know.
Yeah, there was a massive resurgence around 2012, 2015, but if you might think from schooling and basic living in society that flat Earth wasn't a thing and hasn't been a thing for 2,000 years, but that's just not true. That's just how it's framed to you so that you accept the globe. Meanwhile, in the 1800s, the 1900s, the 1700s, the 1600s, there's been flat Earth scientists throughout all of that time, and they released books and other things. They discovered Coriolis hundreds of years before the globe proponent got ascribed Coriolis as being his discovery. And so there's a ton of history that's been suppressed, and you only understand the story you've been told, the little frame you've been sold of how things are to make you believe certain things in a certain way and behave in a certain way in society. It's a mechanism of control.
Yeah, you're in an information bubble essentially. You're isolated. You're only fed information that supports the side of the globe essentially. You'll never be fed anything genuine that calls it into question or poses doubt in your mind. But thankfully, you've found your way to speaking to us, genuine flat earthers. Where, we keep it empirical in these channels, right? And on our home server. You'll find tons of flat earthers on places like X and TikTok and all that, right? But, they're making kind of wild claims that we wouldn't back in here and we wouldn't claim. And we would call them out, right? For making claims they can't verify. Here we only talk about what we can go out and test and verify. And you won't like realize it yet, but hopefully in time maybe that you lucked out like finding us if you want to continue your interest in this topic.
No shit. I will always say that, the Earth is a globe, but I now understand your point of view and everything, and shit. I thought you were actually trolling. I'm feeling kind of bad right now.
That's all good. Just shows you're a good person.
Like when I first joined into this voice room, I thought you were making fun of the guy that were like there was this guy that was saying that was stating arguments against the idea of the Earth being flat, and I thought you were just making fun of him. Then when I joined, I thought you were also making fun of me. So I said,
I'll say this, Val. Like, so in some ways we gauge people based off of how sincere they are and wanting to have this conversation. If they start thinking it's a joke and start making fun of it, then we start trolling them just to kind of like push their buttons and see where they're at, right? Stick around for a little while. Like even when you're done having this conversation, stick around in here for a little while. You'll see some people go absolutely ballistic or they're insane. They can't have a nice normal conversation with a normal person. So yeah, like depending on how you like, if you start acting like this is stupid and you're in just complete disbelief, then we're gonna kind of like not to be mean, but we're gonna pick on you a little bit to see like try to bring you back to life for the conversation. Like it's all about we want you to wake up and go out and do your own observation and live in the world as you see it, the same world that we see also. We're no longer attaching a story to everything that we see.
Would this explain why do you think this would be a troll to you? Where's that? Like help us out. where's the thinking process? So you see a channel that says 24/7 flat Earth, and that includes you because why?
You mean why I think you were trolling? That's what you said?
Yeah, how is it a troll? How would it be a troll to you
Well,
when it had nothing to do with
I
you?
already said it because when I first joined to the voice room, you were mocking, like some guy was giving valid arguments, and you were just, or some of
Right.
them, some of
Why are
you.
you taking it personal? Why do you have a personal attachment to the globe? Why do you think this is an attack on you and not an attack on the globe?
No, wait. What do you mean?
Now, can we clear this up? Look, Val, when you come in, look, you really shouldn't do this because you have to understand we're here, most all days, 24/7, right? In the channel name. We deal with like trolls all the time. We deal with endless abuse, right? Endless people coming in and, thinking we're just the dumbest people in existence. So you don't know if you come into this channel and we're dealing with like a troll that's repeat, that's been here for weeks on end. We've explained things to him politely, tried to educate him on things, but he refuses to listen, refuses to update his thinking, and he's still wasting our time. So we're being more aggressive with him and all this, right? So it's a really, really bad place to start. You shouldn't concern yourself with that. You should wait until you can get into a one-on-one conversation. And if you're going to be sincere and polite and respectful and respect our intelligence as we'll respect yours, then you're going to have a good conversation in here. But trolls are no, right?
No, yeah. I generally just
So-
thought that this was all a big joke when I first joined. That's why I was laughing,
Yeah,
crying.
it's perfectly fine. You thought this was all one big joke. It's just natural, right? You have to. Like people 2025 questioning the nature of the earth. We've got all this evidence and all of science backs that it's a globe. It's pure insanity in your mind. We understand. It must be a joke, right? It has to be a joke. But it's not. And we can't help that. It's not our fault that it's not a joke. The earth is what it is, and we're just trying to transfer that information. If you want to hear it or not, take it or leave it.
Hey, you got to admit, we were on good behavior with you, Val. You were kind of laughing at us for about 30 minutes, and everyone was still very polite with you.
Yeah, that's why now I feel bad. Like I thought
Yeah, don't worry. We've experienced far worse. We'll
yeah, I
forgive you.
thought we were all joking and trolling each other, but now when I realized that you were serious, I was just, oh my god.
It's
What
all right.
else?
We're professionals in here. We're used to it. We know how to handle it.
Some of us, anyway.
We've had so much worse.
Apologize.
And like we even show mercy and kindness to the worst ones who come here for like years, because we're gluttons for punishment. We kind of love being able to go over all the points, even though like we know this person is not gonna actually. We told him this 10 times before. We still go over it again because we understand that at least maybe someone in the audience could understand it. But when they start pulling like manipulative tactics, using fallacies and stuff like that, we kind of start to shut them down, and that can sometimes sound kind of trolly, but we're kind of just using their same tactics against them, mirroring their tactics because we understand how they operate.
Well, speaking of professional flat earthers, what's up, guys? What's up?
Welcome, Cyclone. Certainly professionals entered.
Thank you, thank you. How we doing, boys and girl?
Doing good.
Doing well. Been having a good conversation with Val here.
Nice. Good for you, Val. You figuring it out? You starting to realize the Earth isn't a giant spinning cartoon ball like they showed us in the textbooks?
No, I'm not. Actually,
Oh,
I don't
damn.
think. I was just apologizing that I was such a jerk before.
Oh,
But I
okay.
was.
That's fine. We accept your apologies. We appreciate that. But could you tell us what makes you think it is a giant spinning ball then? Maybe.
Well, I've already talked for an hour.
Okay, okay, no worries.
I'm kind of tired right now. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. I'll guess. The pictures from the government, day and night, gravity, all those, yeah? Satellite. Has to be.
Science. Science.
Why would they lie? All the scientists couldn't lie. They could be in on it. Yeah, I get it. Good luck
Hey,
with that.
nobody would
I was
expect you to
actually,
drop the globe in a in an afternoon or an evening, Val.
yeah.
Yeah, we don't expect
There
it
is a
to
problem.
flip right away.
There is a problem
And
with
I
balls
know
because balls cannot measure flat, and the Earth does measure flat. So you're going to have a little bit of a dilemma there if you ever get into the measurements. But obviously, you are entitled to your own thoughts, feelings, and beliefs about the Earth. So
What you can do is you
all power to
can
you.
you can research the globe and figure out what are their claimed proofs of the globe. You can look into those and you can bring them to us because we've been through this for over 10 years. We know all of them in and out. So we'll show you how they're logically fallacious or how they're making assumptions and how they're not actually determining what they assume they're determining. And so those things do not invalidate the measurements. And once you have gone through all that, you can be like, oh, so my belief doesn't have any evidence. It's just a belief system that's been popularized. Maybe I can go outside and look at the world myself and figure it out myself. It's not too complicated.
Yeah, remember, Val, what's popular is not always true. And what's true is not always popular.
Oh fuck! Truth is never popular, man.
Yeah,
Pretty
especially
sure
right now.
that's a
Very
consistent.
unpopular.
Hey, I mean, it's a good compass for navigating through the world. It's like, where do I think truth is laying? Okay, well, I'll go and look at all the people that are being demonized for whatever they're speaking about, investigate what they're saying.
Yeah, that's a good shortcut.
Yeah.
It at least gives you a much bit more complete picture of everything, and so you can make a more informed decision.
Yes. And you should want to make informed decisions. We got any other?
I was going to say from earlier,
Oh,
Val, when you said you came in and there was a glober making reasonable arguments for the globe, but he probably wasn't making reasonable arguments. He was probably making the same, like, 5 arguments we've heard 10,000 times. And then as soon as he's asked to... See, globers want to come in and say, oh, we know the Earth's a globe, ships go over the horizon, we see them disappearing. And then we'll follow up with, well, okay, at what distance should they be disappearing? What's the math involved? Where's your observations? Are you taking this into account? These atmospheric effects and et cetera, et cetera. And they don't want to follow up on anything. They just want to drop, we see boats disappearing, therefore Earth is definitely a globe, and leave it there. But that's not our standard of evidence or scrutiny here. That's certainly the standard of evidence and scrutiny of the average glober. That's why they remain globers, because they don't actually investigate further into their claims whatsoever. And then they get shaken when they come in here, and we say, okay, that's cool, that's a cool claim. So what about this and that? Because nobody in the rest of society does that. Nobody questions the globe. So nobody's prepared to be questioned over what they think is evidence for a globe. And it startles them, and they start to freak out and act badly.
Nor do they understand logic well enough to understand that that is in essence an affirming the consequent logical fallacy. If the Earth is a sphere, I would see both disappear bottom up. I see boats disappear bottom up, therefore the Earth is a sphere. That is just logically fallacious. I could say, if there are atmospheric effects, I would see boats disappear bottom up. I see boats disappear bottom up, therefore there are atmospheric effects. Like, you can make anything. If there are invisible unicorns who can make boats disappear bottom up, well, I see boats disappear bottom up, therefore there are invisible unicorns. This is not logical, and that's one of the biggest issues is logic isn't taught in schools, and so we have all these scientists who are brilliant, but they have preconceived ideas of how the world is, and they try to match the world into those preconceived ideas. And so we end up with a stack of assumptions trying to match the idea, but if you just test the idea on its fundamental foundation, the earth being curved, it all falls apart. It's all built on that. So once that falls, the whole cosmic ladder falls, the whole idea of our cosmology just disappears.
Well, I wanted to say that yes, I have no arguments because I didn't do my research on this topic. Because generally, I didn't think when I joined this voice room, I didn't think that you were for real. But I could do my research and find my own arguments and
That sounds like a
about
great idea.
why I think mm, the Earth is a globe, and I could argue with you guys. I don't know, another day.
That's fine.
I should have.
Yes.
I look
schedule
forward to
an
seeing if
argument.
you find a novel argument to make.
It's like that Monty Python sketch. Hello, I'm here
It's
for an
just a
argument.
flesh wound. It's just a flesh wound. It's okay.
Oh no, that sounds good. I don't know, Val, if you've got the link to our home server, but if you want to research our side of the argument as well as the globe side, you're going to need a place where they're actually showing genuine material, which you'll struggle to find on YouTube and Google, because for some reason, even though it's totally crazy, there's Google and YouTube are censoring Flat Earth so that you can't hear us or people like us. So you just searching for it yourself, you're unlikely to find much good material. So we have a server that we save a lot of the good stuff on, and we've got terabytes of information, documentaries, PDFs, books, audiobooks, all kinds of stuff. So if you look at the YouTube bots, sorry, just quickly, I'll tell you where to find it. If you look at the YouTube bots in this VC and you click on one of those bots, you'll see a link that's discord.gg/flat earth, and that's our home server. So I would recommend that you join that so that you can research in your own time. But it's up to you.
I might do that, but the thing is that all my resources come from scientific articles, and like I've mentioned, like I've argued with some of the people that are here, they don't consider science as something valuable. Like
No.
I
No,
cannot.
I don't think that's the case. I think you've misunderstood.
What?
We defend science here. What we don't like is pseudoscience, which is what those articles that are speaking about the globe and stuff, that's what that is. That's pseudoscience, not actual science. We like real science, which means observation, testing, repeating, actually physically doing things in reality, like conducting experiments. The globe and all of that, there's no experiments. There's no experiments for the globe. There's no measurements of the globe. There's no observations of the globe. So that's pseudoscience.
Val, there's a difference. Val, there's a difference between scholarly articles and magazine articles, right? Like just because it's from science.com doesn't mean that it's science.
No. I mean actual scientific articles. Like I'm studying biology, and I know where to get those articles.
Have you heard of the replication crisis?
What do you mean? In what matter?
Yeah, in scientific literature, we have something called the replication crisis, or that we're having trouble replicating the results of previous experiments. But we follow the basic scientific method, not
Can you mute just a second, Val?
Frankenstein of the scientific method. So you observe a natural phenomenon, you make a hypothesis of what is the cause of that natural phenomenon. Natural phenomenon is something happening, and then you assume the cause is the independent variable, and you think that cause causes the effect that you're observing, the dependent variable. That's the natural observed fact. And then you manipulate the independent variable to show that it causes the effect. That is the scientific method. If you, however, cannot manipulate the independent variable and you just assume a bunch of the parameters, you're not actually using the scientific method. You can make it seem, or you can frame it in a scientific method like way, but not actually apply the method. Or you could claim it's science, but not use the method at all. And that is much of what we have today in science. And by definition of, if you look at the definition of pseudoscience, if you don't correctly apply the scientific method and call it science, that is by definition pseudoscience.
Yeah, so modern astronomy, cosmology, astrophysics, theoretical physics. This isn't science. This is pseudoscience. That's what we don't like. We like real science. So if you do come across any real science that you think proves a globe, we would love to see it, because we've been looking for like a decade and there is none.
Yeah, what I mean by the scientific articles is like the PDF that you just showed me, or like the laser experiments, where there is objective hypothesis and actual experiment, then the conclusions. That's what I meant. Like actual doing something, not just hypothesis.
Okay, well that's good. That's good. Then you're speaking our language, but you won't find any of those that prove a globe. That's a
That's
guarantee.
why I want to do my research, to
Yeah,
prove
good
you
luck.
wrong.
Good luck in your
How do you
research.
think? How
I
do you
wish
think we
you
all
all the
ended
best.
up here?
Yeah, if that did exist, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, we wish you luck
That's why
in
I
your
want
journey.
to do my research.
Good. I
Yeah,
applaud
we
you
wish
for
you
doing
all the
research.
luck in your journey. Please do that, and when you come back, we would love to talk to you about it.
I might do. But the thing is that, well, I could find all the articles that I want, but I don't know if you guys are going to consider it.
Well, you just defined the parameters. They need to be doing something
Yeah,
in
that's the
reality.
parameters.
They need to be measuring something that can be measured by people in general in reality. I mean, for a scientific experiment, I mean, we're using it loosely here because you're talking about measurements and laser tests and things now. But yeah, you have to be doing something objective in reality. You can't just be making assumptions about the sun, the moon, the stars, assuming the Earth is a ball to begin with. It has to be physical measurements, empirical evidence. But if you've got that, we will entertain it. We will review it happily. But
Yeah,
if it's like, oh, we assume the globe, we assume a distance to the sun, we assume what the stars are, that's pseudoscience.
Yeah, we will read through everything you will find, and we will go through it like with a fine toothbrush, and we will find issues within it, and we will bring them up to you, and you will probably not be able to answer any of it because it's not in the paper, and we've read through it and probably understood it at that point better than you.
Would
that's
you
not to put
actually
you
do
off the research. Yeah, we will go
always do
through whatever. That's what we do 24/7. We review
Really?
claims. Yeah. You can listen on
Right now,
YouTube.
I don't have anything really to do like on holidays, vacations, so I could do that
Perfect.
because I'm not.
Perfect. All right, you take your time, find your best evidence that you think, okay, this is good evidence that the Earth's a ball, and bring it here, and we'll read it all together.
Yeah, and I would recommend you not taking it too personal. Think about this for a second. You're not the guy who's selling everybody the globe. You're just the guy who believes it, and this is claims from other people. Don't take it too personal. Like that way, you can actually go through this without getting into too much cognitive dissonance and it being too uncomfortable. If you ascribe it too much to yourself and you get too invested in it, it's just going to be a bad experience.
Yeah, if you want to find out what's true, it shouldn't be a case of trying to prove or justify your belief at the time. You should actually be trying to disprove your own belief to see if it is true. And if it's not, then you have to move on to something else if you're looking for the truth. If that makes sense.
Okay, so you want me to do research about the Earth being flat?
I want you to do the research about the Earth in general. It seems
Yeah, I
flat.
know.
It seems motionless to every human being on Earth, but there's a small group of people telling everyone that it's actually a spinning ball. So you need to be saying, okay, this is what I observed. This is what I'm being told. What's the evidence for their claims? Can I verify that evidence? Can I test it for myself? This is the way you need to be thinking, ultra skeptically.
I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
the spinning
We're
ball
not telling you to
sounds.
research flat Earth. We're telling you to research
Yeah,
the
spinning
globe
ball does
and
sound funny.
find what you think proves the globe. But that's just what you think in that moment. We can all think. I thought a lot of these things proved the globe until I understood logic, until I understood actual physics and different things. And the more you understand that, you're like, okay, I see what you mean here. This was an assumption. It just takes time to go through each of the materials and understand the point where they went wrong.
Yep. We look forward to having that discussion with you.
Maybe we'll do. I don't know. It'd be
Well, that would
fun.
be
It'd be
entirely up to you. We're
fun.
going to be here either way.
Yeah, I know that
And
you
if
are
you go
trying
down
to.
that if you go down that rabbit hole, and then as you're doing more research, you start to realize that we're right. We still want you to come back and say we want to laugh and about how stupid flat Earth is all over again, and welcome you to the club.
Yeah, bro, we got so much culture, you wouldn't believe. Like, I'm running a flat Earth radio station.
A radio station? For real?
Yeah, we have a bunch of flat Earth music.
No.
A lot of
No.
us work in engineering, like some form of engineering. We're all about the science.
So, do you have any questions, Val? Generally, right now.
Not really. I'm just kind of tired. I don't know for how long I've been talking with you.
Yeah, that's fine. No, I feel like we've explained it a decent amount to you. You said you're going to go away and do some research. That's fine. So maybe let's see if there's anyone else in the chat. Yeah, you're maybe going to research it. You maybe do. You maybe don't. That would be entirely up to you.
Yeah, maybe I forget tomorrow, or maybe I
Oh,
remember in a
I
week.
don't think you're going to forget, because every time you go outside and think, it does seem very flat and motionless whenever I'm at the beach, you're going to remember.
I don't know. I go to smoke at the beach, so I won't be thinking about that shit.
Well, when you see that
Oh,
flat
yes, you will.
horizon, you're going to have to ask yourself, hey, is that flat horizon actually curved as a ball like they're telling me?
Well, yeah, I'd be thinking, well, if the Earth was flat, I would be looking more far away, you know?
Yeah,
That's
exactly. That's what
You
we can
are,
do.
Val.
That's what we
You just
test.
don't
That's what we
realize
test.
it.
Yeah, we see way further than we're supposed to be able to if we're living on a big ball like they tell us, the size that they tell us it is. We see way further.
Well,
We can see hundreds of miles.
well, I don't know, man. I'll probably forget about this in a week. I don't know.
Good luck
I
with
just
that.
come to this server like 2 times per month.
That's fine. Listen, Val, you don't need
That's
to
fine
explain
too.
it to us. You're perfectly capable and entitled to do whatever you like with your life. But if you do want to discuss flat Earth and reality, we're here.
Yeah, you can also
So,
just listen to us on YouTube if you want to just listen to the conversation. A lot of the topics we've discussed with you are just a tiny fraction of what we go into because the globe is just so defunct, it doesn't work. But if you listen on YouTube or just sit in here and listen from time to time, you'll hear other people bring up other things, and it'll give you a more complete picture, and then you'll see that the globe has no hope.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that. Why are two YouTube accounts here? Is this on? Is
This
this
is
on live?
streamed live. Yeah, it's live streamed to YouTube
Oh,
and
oh,
multiple
that's
other
why
places as
someone
well.
said. Oh my god, I think someone clipped me when I was crying laughing.
Maybe.
I don't
Well,
think
yeah, you're
anyone
on YouTube,
clipping you, Val.
so
We
say hello.
record and stream this just for so we can go. If people are going to claim, "Oh, I didn't say this" or "I didn't say that," we can just go back to the stream and call them out, prove them wrong. It's to keep
It's
people
also
accountable, essentially.
It's also they say you said this, you said that, and we can be like, no, I go back.
Yeah, we've got like tens of thousands of hours of just constant conversation about this topic because it is the most important topic of our time. Absolutely, 100%. Everything that is vying for position as the number one topic to be discussed
Is
in the
it?
modern day has nothing on this.
See, that's why I thought that you were just joking. You guys were just joking.
Yeah,
Like
because
I
it's
don't
so.
I don't take anything seriously.
Well, this is
Maybe
as
you should
serious
start
as it
taking
gets.
things
This is
seriously.
cold hard reality. It's serious whether
Yeah,
you
now I realize.
take it that way or not. This changes
Yeah,
everything
now
you
I
think you
realize.
know about human beings on Earth. Why we're here, how we got here, how long we've been here for, all this stuff. This changes all of that.
After a while, you'll discover this is probably the most intelligent conversation on the internet.
Yeah, I would actually challenge you, Val, to try and find a VC anywhere that discusses science as much as we do.
Science servers are empty, bro.
Yep. Because they don't know what it is.
Science, math, they're all empty.
Well, they don't need to sit around
they think
and
science.
discuss science because they just trust it, which
Yeah,
is
they
like
think
antithetical to science itself.
they think Elon Musk's rocket videos are science, so that's why.
Well, they tell me regularly that pigeons are doing science.
And then people will come in here, making claims for the globe, and then they say, "Oh, well, we can't prove anything. I could just be a brain in a jar," and we're like, "Come on, man."
Yeah, that's the other thing they say. If they're not saying like just observing something and making claims about it is science, then like nothing is science, and science proves nothing because they could be a brain in a jar. Like it's two extremes that are just so far removed from reality.
Just a coping mechanism.
Yeah,
If the
that's their
globe's not
cop-out.
real, then all of reality must not be real.
The globe is so fucking funny. And the spinning ball as well. That's why I was fucking laughing at the beginning.
Yeah, do you think the ground outside is spinning right now, Val?
Well,
Like, go
I
take
don't
a
know.
look at
Like
it.
I said, I
Does it
couldn't
seem like
prove it,
it?
but
So it doesn't seem like it.
no, it's not like that. Like I can see like outside and say no, it doesn't seem like that. But I haven't proved it yet.
Yeah. So
There's people
how
that
did
say
anyone
yes.
prove it? How did anyone prove it?
I need to do my research about that.
Okay.
You know what's another crazy story?
I'll give you a hint. No one did.
You know what's another crazy story? They tell you you're moving, and then the evidence for us moving is that you don't know you're moving.
Is that not a bit of a red flag, Val?
There's already physics and mathematics involved, like the gravity and stuff. That's why I said I first need to learn about it and then do my
See
research.
see
Actually,
how they've convinced you that you can't trust your senses? That weakens
what do you
you.
mean senses?
Your senses, your bodily senses that you have faculty over, they direct you in how to orient yourself and live in this world. And they're telling you that the ground is not moving unless you're in an earthquake or something, and then you'll feel the ground moving. So your senses are telling you one thing, but you've been indoctrinated into believing something else. That's all that's happened. We all were. So you've been taught to
Well,
distrust your senses.
The globe is by the definition nonsense all over the place. The globe claim equals nonsense.
mhm. So do you just think that we are just floating in the
No,
universe?
we're not saying we're floating in the universe. It's just motionless. It's not moving or going anywhere as far as can be measured or detected.
Okay,
All
and what
those
about the
lights,
sun?
all those
Mm,
lights above our head, those things are moving, but we're not moving.
Yeah, remember
like
when
the
I told you?
sun?
Remember when I told you
They're
that if the curve isn't there, then the whole cosmic ladder breaks? That means that all of our ideas about how outer space works goes out the window. And so what we have is Earth is the floor of the world as far as we know it, and then we have a sky above us with lights in it.
Okay. I want to ask something. Two
Like
questions.
I
I want to
said that
ask
the sun was moving. What do
I
you
want
see
to
the sun moving?
I want to ask something first. Okay, so
Okay.
you said that the world is not spinning, it's not moving. So you said that the sun is moving, it's not moving. How do you
Do,
explain the sunset? How do you explain
do you see the sun
no?
moving?
Yes.
Okay, I see the sun moving too. So the sun moves
How do you know that it's the sun who moves and not the earth?
it's apparent. The sun moves.
So the starting
Yeah, but
axiom is
you just you can just
you
believe
observe the sun
everything
move, and so
let me
you
you can
sorry.
just believe
The start
everything that you say, you know.
No, we're not saying just believe it.
Everything
We're
that you
saying the
say.
starting axiom is you see the sun move, and now you need some kind of extraordinary evidence to prove that the sun isn't moving. Do you understand?
No, what I'm saying is you see the sun moving, you need to prove that it's the actual sun that is moving.
Yeah,
But
When
how
you
do you
see a
prove?
plane in the air, do you think the plane is moving or are you moving?
Well, it's obvious that the plane is moving
Look,
because
Right,
airplanes
because you
move
understand.
with
You under.
magnetic
You under.
fields.
Right. Hold on. Stop, obvious. Stop, obvious. Stop, obvious. Stop, obvious. You understand. Hold on, obvious. Hold on, obvious. You understand that you're standing still and you know that thing in the sky is the one moving because you know you're not moving anywhere. Correct?
Okay.
You gotta add.
Right.
Hey, listen, you gotta add that there is no measurable, detectable movement of the
Wait,
ground below your feet.
I was
That
about to
there is
go there. I was
yeah, there
about to
is.
go
So
there.
you gotta add. You gotta add the plus and plus. So there is no detectable move.
Right.
Okay, you
So you
believe in
know
this.
that you're not. Hold on, give me a second. So you know you're not moving, and exactly what Jemsy says. We have no calculation.
Motion of
I mean,
the
no,
ground.
not calculation. No measurement of the ground moving, and nothing in on Earth or anywhere could tell you that the Earth is moving. Right. So
Okay,
then you
but
see something on your on top of your head going from one place to another. That means. Sorry, Val, you're talking over me. Sorry. So I did kind of pause. So I do apologize for that too.
you already said your point. No, I want to ask
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Okay.
Do you believe in gravity?
I mean, that's there
Because
you
you
go
already
again. With you going with beliefs. Now, they've been telling you a few minutes ago. It's
well,
not what
so
you
you
can believe on; is what you can prove, right? So they have a thing called gravity, and they have two different types so far, maybe three. And one does not work the same as the other, but none of those are actually proven to be in existence. The only thing that we know is the effect.
Okay, I remake my question. So you say the gravity doesn't exist because the gravity is a key point to explain why the Earth is moving.
And gravity is a key point to explaining everything, supposedly, according to them. Rotation, the forming of it. But if the Earth is not a ball, right? We can't measure or detect any measurement of drop over distance. Where does gravity come to play?
So then the Earth is not flat.
Right. The only reason why they put gravity is because they need something to pull you into the Earth to be attached, so you to be upside down for somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get that?
Yes, I caught it. And
so if it's not a ball, you're not going to be upside down. Do you need gravity to hold you into the Earth?
okay, then what is below us if the
Well, I don't
Earth
know. I
is
mean,
flat?
as far as they've measured or digged was about 7.58 miles. That's as far as
7.8
anybody has
miles.
gone.
And why if we fly from China to why can we go from China to United States crossing the ocean? If the
Right, you're
Earth is
flying
not
from point A to point B. It's just you're going from one direction to another.
Well, they actually don't
You do
cross the
that.
ocean.
You do that over a flat stationary Earth, right? Because you never see the Earth going down. It just goes straight from one place.
They don't cross the ocean to go to China either. The safest route is actually to go north.
Right. And you don't want to see that drawn in a quote unquote flat plane, because that would just completely validate the flat plane.
You also have to add the variables that the aircraft. So the engineer that builds the aircraft, he wants to test the airplane at some point, and also his family one day might be getting the airplane. So he wants to construct this aircraft safely and that it works practically in reality, right? So the engineer takes into account that the Earth is not able, that the Earth is actually motionless and horizontal or flat to build the aircraft in the first place. And then the pilot that operates the aircraft also doesn't take the Earth as a ball. The opposite. So to you do things practically, like air travel that you're asking about, you have to pre-assume that the Earth is motionless and horizontal.
And not moving. You don't expect the runway to run away from you. That's not why it's called a runway.
Okay, I have one example. Like have you ever seen those um have you ever seen an object spinning at full speed? It's not moving. Like it seems like it's still.
Okay. And
Yeah. Shouldn't that apply to the
Here we
Earth?
go. Here we
well,
go.
so
What did I
sorry, would
say
that be an
earlier?
excuse as to why we don't feel any motion all of a sudden? So a reason as to why we don't feel or detect motion, right? Have you ever seen a ball spinning really fast to you? It looks like it's stationary.
It looks like it's a stationary.
Yeah. So that's an excuse to why it looks stationary.
No, it's not an
It's actually
excuse, but
moving.
it could be used as
As what? An excuse.
no, it's not an excuse. Well,
Okay.
yeah, it happens. Right? Let me show you.
Yeah, I also noticed that when I drive down the motorway, the cars either side of me, their wheels look like going backwards. Are they actually going backwards? Of course not. We can understand these things. We can also measure them, quantify them, identify them.
Let me ask you this. If you can't tell you're moving, how do you know you're moving?
What kind of question is that?
It's an external reference.
A logical one?
It's like, if you're existing, how do you know that you're existing? Or something like that. Does it make sense?
Now, well, I mean, it's a leap that you're saying, well, we're moving. That means you have to actually know that the earth is moving to make that claim. Otherwise, you're making a claim that doesn't have no basis in reality, because everything we experience is completely stationary, not moving whatsoever, right? And everything else looks like they move around us. So how can you make a claim that the earth is the one moving and not the things out there?
Yeah, like I feel the wind blow. I see the stars move. I see the planets move. I see the sun and the moon move. I know what motion feels like and looks like. So how do I know I'm moving if I cannot tell that I am moving?
Because you are just what's this word? Wait.
Listen, lady, there are landmarks on the ground, right? And the luminaries are there are luminaries aligned to the landmarks, places that you can go to, right? The ground was spinning at multiple vectors like they claim, at multiple speeds like they claim, there will be no alignment to the luminaries.
Okay, but well, what I was saying, the 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 earth is spinning. Why don't we feel it? Well, physics explain that. Like I said, when something is spinning in a really high speed, it's not visible. You
So it
know?
was a physics excuse. Okay, cool. So some excuse in physics with regards to a rotating reference frame. Okay, but the rotating reference frame is rotating, right? We know that it is. It just appears to us that it's not. We started it spinning, and it gets to a certain revolutions per minute where an optical illusion takes effect. That's cool. What happens if we attach things to this spinning object? Will they come flying off?
If the object is too big, way too big, and like the objects that you're going to touch to it are very small, well, what do you think that's going to happen? And
Well,
also,
the motion of
consider
the rotation is going to throw the object off. That's what's going to happen, right? The rotating reference frame is going to create an angular dispersion of the object. It's going to go flying away.
That's not how physics works.
Okay, is there a special type of amount of size of ball that you need to make things that would go away come back to it? Does the ball need to be bigger now? Does the ball have special powers? Like, it makes things come back to it?
The gravity.
Yeah, I'm just trying to ease it out of you.
If you want to say gravity is the reason why things that are heavier displace lighter things above them, so it looks like heavier things are going down. Okay, cool. But if you're going to attach a definition to it, like mass attracting mass pulling inward towards the center of mass, now we're going to need a science experiment that demonstrates pulling inward towards the center of mass.
Science experiments won't demonstrate that, but mathematics do. And mathematics is a science, not a pseudoscience. Sorry.
Mathematics is a language, right? You can use mathematical
What's
language
up?
to express things, right? So, for example, the ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT. Now, the experiments that went into that and the mathematical language that express the relationship between gas, the volume, the temperature, the ideal gas constant, the molecular, all of this stuff is expressed through mathematics. It's not science, though. They're two slightly different things.
It's not like science, like physics or biology, but it's like it's
yeah. That's kind of what we're getting at. Science has got a particular method. It deals with hypotheses, the natural world, what causes other stuff to happen in it, and the experiment that validate your prediction of it. Right? That's the scientific method. We don't do that in math. We use math to express. Right?
Yes, math doesn't use the. Okay. But well, it doesn't use the scientific method, but
What doesn't?
it uses logical proof.
What? Gravity? Which one gravity are you talking about that loses logical proof? Which one?
The mathematics, do you want me to give you the formula? Because
Sorry, no. At the moment, I just want you to define which gravity you're talking about specifically. Are you talking about Newton's idea, like the mass attracting mass one, or Einstein's general and special relativity, you know, bending and warping of space-time, and the mathematics and tensor equations that went into all of that stuff? So which one you're talking about, then we go through the math.
Well, thank you. You just mentioned all of those. Like,
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
a lot of.
So which one?
There's a lot of proof. Like
Which
you
one,
just said,
though?
there's. Do you want to talk about one specifically?
Hold on, right? The very factor that I've pointed out two completely different sets of mathematics, right, that express gravity in different ways, as in the causal mechanism and what is actually happening. These are two different things. One actually violates the other. So, which one of these two gravities are you going to be discussing? You don't know, do you? This is all news to you, right?
Can you hear me? Fuck. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to discuss any of that. I'm just saying that there's a lot of logical proofs that you just mentioned. You know that there's
Like
the
what?
formulas and
The mathematical logical proofs, but two different sets of math. Yeah, they can work within the mathematical boundaries that are set. Of course, that's what maths does. We're talking about logical proofs, what like a logical syllogism, where we take two truths and add them together and reach a logical conclusion. What type of logic are you talking about?
You're saying that which specific method, like which one, Newton's, which one, but we are not going to talk about one specifically because.
Yeah, I know. You've said that. I'm waiting for the logic now that you're going to use.
My point was that there's a lot of proof, like you said.
Like
well,
what?
it's not proof actually, but it's just.
Okay, it's not proof. So there's a lot of proof, but it's not proof. What do you mean?
I was correcting myself.
Okay, so it's not proof.
It's not proof.
Okay,
I was
so not proof
correcting
then. Okay, cool.
Proof wasn't the word that I wanted to say.
Okay, so it's not proof.
No, it wasn't proof. What I meant to say is that there's see, you're laughing right now, and I was the one who wasn't taking you seriously.
No, not laughing.
Well, now that I'm taking this seriously and I'm actually arguing with you, well,
I'm just trying to follow you, right?
Yeah, I just contradicted my word.
That's okay.
But
We're talking about gravity, right? For some reason, can't even remember why.
oh, yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, because of the words spinning, you said?
Yeah, because all of a sudden now the world's spinning. So this gravity is going to make us not experience it. it take care of all of the different forces to make everything equal wherever you go on this rotating reference frame that's going in a direction which physically would have different forces applied to it, which gravity would have to make its mind up whether it's going to deal with it or not. Yeah, that. You said it's logical. Okay, so where do we start with gravity then? In the idea that it's a ball spinning. Let's go right back to the beginning. What do we experience about the Earth?
Okay. The gravity, forget about the gravity right now. We're going to talk about it later. Why don't we feel the Earth spinning? Because the
Because it's
motion.
stationary. No,
Yes,
we don't
it's
feel any,
stationary.
at the moment spinning, it's also going in a direction. So let's just say any motion. So logically, do we detect any motion? No. Okay.
No, of course, because the motion is constant.
Not of
We cannot
course.
follow
Not, hold
the
on,
fucking
my friend,
motion.
please.
It's
Trying to
basic
help.
physics.
I'm trying to help. Trying to help you understand that we're not going to beg the question that the Earth is a sphere and that it's rotating to then start making up excuses as to why we don't experience this. All right? We're just going to start logically right at the beginning. We experience the Earth to be stationary, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Cool. Okay.
But why?
So we experience the Earth to be stationary. Where's the logical leap that it's moving?
She asked, why does it feel like that? Oh, it's because it's stationary.
Yeah. Unless we can show otherwise, right?
Look, you're being like, well, we're not moving, so the Earth is not moving. But there's
Stop.
That's called logic.
Hold
So,
on.
Val, use your logic and tell us how not moving equals moving.
Yeah, but you just be like, well,
not yet, Val. Not yet, Bart. Take a step back. You're saying he is incorrect when he says it's not moving because it's not moving. I want you now to use your logic and prove to us, by us witnessing not moving, that it is moving.
I just said because the motion is fucking constant. That's why we don't feel it moving.
Circular motion is, it's circular motion. That's constant acceleration. You feel acceleration, so that's wrong. That's incorrect.
It's continuous acceleration and angular displacement. Like going around in a circle, different forces apply.
There's no
This is where we started with the spinning ball thing, right?
When it's constant movement, there's no acceleration. Have you learned MRI?
Right. At the moment, right, I don't want you to beg the question that it is and give us an excuse as to why we don't feel it. I want you to prove that it is moving. At the moment, we all experience the Earth to be stationary. Without an excuse or begging the question that the Earth's a sphere in motion, how do we jump from the floor that stationary is actually moving?
Wait, I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat that question?
How do we jump logically from the Earth experience to be stationary is actually moving?
You mean stationary, like
Not moving.
in the universe?
Not moving. Still. How do we go from we experience it to be still to it is definitely moving?
Oh, like the other way around. Well, the sun and the moon, like I told you. How do you explain that?
Okay, so
You're saying that the
hold
sun
on.
and the moon
Yeah,
moves
I'm with
around.
you. Good. I'm glad we've got here. We've been waiting for you for ages. So yeah, we experience other things to move, right? Now you can be stationary and other things move, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. So
And by
there's
the
that
way,
one choice. Hold on, there's more coming. Okay. All things can be in motion at the same time, right? Yes? Good. Or the Earth could be the thing in motion and everything else is stationary.
Okay.
Okay, so those are the choices that we've got. So how do we validate which one is true?
Look, I just wanted to say something real quick. It would be really helpful if just one guy talks, because if like four of
trying
you
to.
start talking, it's just okay.
Yeah.
So you said that it only can be one, like the Earth is only moving and the other planets are not, the other things in the universe are not moving. Is that what you mean? Like it only can.
Yeah, it's what I'm explaining to you is like relativity and stuff, right?
Okay.
Like back on the train, right? The train could be moving. You look out the window and you see the trees going by. Right now, you don't experience any motion. It looks to you like the trees are actually in motion, right?
Are you really
I'm trying to
going with
explain
this
to you that you've got
again?
three
I told
choices when you
you.
look up at the
I told
sky.
you. That's why, because of the constant. I've already told you why, but you
No,
are
sky,
again.
not why. This is what happens when there's a failure to communicate. I gave you
Okay.
the three
What is
choices.
your question?
Yeah, I gave you the three choices. Do you want me to go through them again?
You
The
gave
Earth is
me three.
stationary. The Earth is stationary. Number one, the Earth is stationary, and the sun, moon, and stars are in motion. Number one. Number two, the Earth is in motion, and the sun, moon, and stars are stationary. Number three, everything's in motion. All three of these things will produce the same observable phenomena to you. So how do you validate which one of those choices is true?
Wait, let me think a little bit, because those are three choices.
What's the fourth one?
Well, the first and the second one actually doesn't apply to my theory.
Well,
Well,
we're
to the
looking at the
theory.
thing moving across the sky. So one, the Earth can be stationary and the thing can move across the sky. Definitely
Yeah.
talking about what you said.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply the
So the sun moving across the
the,
sky. Hold on,
the, the constant movement.
we were trying to figure out logically how we can prove that the Earth is in motion, right? We came to an agreement that you experience it to be stationary. We then finally started looking up at the sky, right? The sun moves across the sky. Therefore, the Earth must be spinning. No, I'm pointing out that the observable phenomena can be caused by you being stationary and the thing being in motion. What do you mean it doesn't apply? Honestly, I think that's just rude.
Jedi,
doesn't
the
apply.
reason she's having trouble with it is because earlier on, 2 words, constant motion. She hasn't got around that yet. Okay, constant motion equals traveling in a single straight line, never turning. If you are on a sphere that is rotating, it is a constant change of vector. You are not constant motion, you are constant turning. So you would feel that. So your constant motion now nullified. You have 3 choices. You look up at the sun is moving. You look up at the sun, the earth is moving. You look up at the sun, they both could be moving. Which one would you like to choose from?
Wait, what? They can all be moving. What are you talking about? And besides,
When you look up into the sky, Val, before you jump to conclusions, Val, you've just exploded it. Val, stop talking. Before you jump to conclusions, if you look up at the sun and you say to yourself, gee whiz, the sun could be moving, that's possibility number 1. You could look up at the sun and say, gee whiz, the earth could be rotating under the sun. That's possibility number 2. Number 3, you look up at the sun and say, gee whiz, they both could be moving.
It could be the 3 of them, dude.
Yeah. So how do we prove which one of these 3 choices is the true reality?
But I'm not. You're saying one of these three choices, but it could be the three of them.
But so, oh my God! So stationary, the Earth is stationary and in motion at the same time. Could be all three. In the example, the Earth was
And
stationary.
everything else is
and
also
everything else.
stationary and in motion too.
That's proper crazy. At the moment, we're trying to reach apparent logical conclusion that the Earth is definitely moving. From our experience, that it's not. We're looking up at the sky, and we're now trying to determine which one of us is moving. Is it that, or is it us? Bloody hell!
Except looking at the sky, I have a better idea. What about
Hold on.
the
No.
the North Pole and the
No.
South Pole?
No. Right? This
Where are
was
you
you.
going to?
We've been following you around for what, the last 10, 15 minutes. We didn't want to talk about gravity. You moved away from that.
No.
Trying to help you understand that every single time you're begging the question that the Earth is actually in motion and a sphere, trying to get down to our base understanding. Not for experience, you have to be stationary, and your claim that it's a logical jump, right? We can logically prove this, that the Earth is definitely the one in motion. I've pointed out
but
the
it means
obvious
that you're
choices
not
to
letting me
cause the
speak.
phenomena of
That
something
you
to
speak
move
over
across
me
your
as
field
you
of
let
vision.
me.
And for some reason, you now feel like you
You're
want to talk
just
through
not
me.
letting me speak. Come
This
on,
is
dude.
just
You're
rude.
not letting me speak. Come on,
This
let
is-
me speak for a
Sorry,
minute.
I'm still
Just
talking.
let me speak for a whole minute, and then you will understand my
Shall I
point.
just mute you? Or would you be offended? Because again, that's just rude. I'm calling you out because at the moment, you're not really being that great. You're interrupting now. We've followed you around for 15 minutes and now you don't want to talk about it. Why are you scared to get to the conclusion?
You're not letting me talk right now.
Jesus, this
I'm
person's
telling you.
intolerable.
You said that you were following me for 15 minutes, but that's when I said the North Pole and the South Pole. But that's to explain my point. That's to explain the point that you were saying, that the Earth is moving, the sun is moving. Which one is moving? So
That's what we're trying to get out of you, Val. How do you separate 1, 2, and 3? You tell us how to separate that.
But I'm telling you that I'm not going to separate them. I'm telling that those three are correct. And my argument is that the time zones, the North Pole, like there's
Okay, this is all just things moving across the sky. Time zones, lines of meridian, they're measured by the sun's motion across the sky. So you're still going to have to prove which one is in motion. What is it you want to do when you talk about poles? Let's go through that one. Why did you bring up North and South poles?
to prove the point that the Earth is spinning.
Okay, let's see if we can do this logically then. You said it was logical. We're trying to get some logic out of you. Isn't it worrying that you're failing to provide the logic you claim? Running from one subject to another and not reaching a logical conclusion with either.
But I already told you the conclusion. You just keep telling me, choose one option, this one, this one, this one. And I'm telling you, okay, I choose the three of them and I jump to another argument because that's how.
Sorry, that's just rude though. That means that it shows us. Hold on, I'll explain. That shows us that you don't understand what the choices are even there for. You choose all three. You understand that 1 and 2 contradict each other? How can you have a contradiction in a truth? That violates a logical law. The law of non-contradiction.
Which one contradicts each other?
1 and 2. Do I need to go through them again?
You mean that the sun is
in number 1, I'll explain. In number 1, the Earth was stationary. Number 2, it wasn't. Oh, that's a problem. How can you have stationary and unstationary at the same time? That's a contradiction.
Wait.
Huh?
I remember that you said that 1, 2, 3. 1 was the Earth spinning. 2 was the sun spinning.
Hold tight. 1, the Earth is stationary and the sun is moving across the sky. 2, the Earth is in motion and the sun is stationary. 3, everything is in
Oh,
motion. Like this is like
you're the
6
one
times
talking.
now.
Okay. Give me one. Excuse me a moment. I was just replying to Matt. What was the name? The moderator of this portion, Matt Tricks. I was replying to his question because he said the 3 choices of him was if the Earth was spinning, the sun was spinning, or the
Who are you
moon
talking
was
to? It's the same question. You just put them in a different order. I'm glad that you pointed out, but now you must understand that 1 and 2, whichever order you put them in, contradict each other.
It's not the same question. It's the Matt's. Oh, what was your name again? I'm sorry.
It's
They're
like
exactly
you're
the
having
same
a conversation with me. You didn't want anybody else to butt in because you got confused. But now what? You're going back to previous conversations. Fuck.
Well, yeah, you are jumping. Like, there's a lot of guys talking, so I don't know which one to reply to.
I've only
And
heard my voice for the last 5 minutes and yours. Matrix jumped in briefly.
well, I thought you
As I'm
were.
really like this. I don't know whether to actually disengage with you. I'm hoping that we're going to get to a logical conclusion somewhere along the line because you claimed it.
Okay, I was
So
replying
real
to.
quick, Jedi and Lady. So just reset your conversation with Jedi and start from point A to point B and just follow through there. Don't worry about the past. Just reset whatever point you guys are trying to make. Go ahead.
Yeah, but like, okay. So I was replying to this other guy. So when you're asking me to respond to you, well, please, no one else should talk because then I don't know which one I'm replying to. I was replying to the other guy. But okay, you said that the first one was, and by the way, I thought you were Dre's AI. The voice sounded familiar. And your choices was, if I remember correctly, the first one, the Earth stays stationary and the rest is moving. The second one, the Earth uh, is moving and the rest stays stationary. And the third one, all of them are moving. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, and you said that. Forget about my answer then. None of them are like. I said that the 3 of them were correct, but forget about that. I was replying to
No,
another guy.
they're all logically correct. Right? To cause
No.
the same phenomena to you making the observation, all 3 of these things could be happening.
No.
You could be
No.
stationary, the sun can move across the sky. Right? You could be in motion and the sun can be stationary. Could cause the same phenomena of it moving across this field of vision. So they're all logically true. We're just trying to figure out how we conclude which one is correct.
Okay, can we conclude which one is correct? Well, I can give you my arguments and my point of views why the third one would be correct. And that way, the other 2 ones, I'd be saying that the other 2 ones wouldn't be correct. So I cannot prove the other 3 of them.
So
I
how would
cannot
you do
prove.
this then?
Okay, the 3 one that all of them are moving.
Yep.
The Earth is moving because the constant movement, like I said, there's no acceleration when there's constant movement. And because there was this guy that said that there was acceleration. And also about the North
Do you
Pole and
understand why he had contention with?
Can
When
you
you
repeat
go in a
that?
straight path, it's not the same as going in a curved path, is it?
Oh, so your only argument is that, well, yeah, you cannot see the horizon? Is that
No.
Proven by science.
No. You're talking about motion, linear motion, straight line. I'm trying to figure out that you know the difference between going at a constant speed in a straight line compared to in a curved path, like around and around, like on a sphere that's moving.
By constant motion, I mean that it's moving in a constant speed, not that is going in a straight line.
But it's not.
Hmm?
Do you not believe that the globe is orbiting the sun?
Okay, who I'm talking to right now?
The Earth is not flat at all. That's a complete bogus, statement.
I don't know. I'm talking to many. I don't want to
I'm
respond to
trying to help you
everyone.
understand that your claim isn't actually correct in the globe model.
Mhm.
In the globe model, the globe is claimed to be orbiting around the sun and rotating. So when you have an object that's being rotated while going in another circle, you have two motions. So at one point on the outside of the equator, you would be rotating at 1,000 miles per hour plus the orbital motion. And then on the other side of the globe, after it's rotated after 12 hours, you're now on the other side and you're moving 1,000 miles per hour in the opposite direction you were moving 12 hours ago. That is a speed change of 2,000 miles per hour.
Okay, so your point is
The point is, it's not a constant linear motion. It's two circular motions moving into
yeah,
and out of each other over a 12-hour period. This would lead to a
yes,
measurable effect. We could measure this with accelerometers. We do not measure any of this.
yes. But what I mean by constant motion is I'm only talking about the rotating, the spinning.
Yes. That's called cherry picking and taking it and taking your model apart and then trying to reify parts of the model when they don't actually apply to what we're talking about. We're talking about your whole belief system and how it operates together. We're not trying to reify it into existence by lying to ourselves.
Okay, so well, in that you're adding also the rotating speed.
Well, at
The
the
spinning.
moment, we're trying to prove them without coming up with excuses and begging the question that they're actually existing. We're actually trying to prove them. At the moment, there's three choices based on our experience that it's stationary, and we're going to try and figure out if there's any motion. Other things are in motion. So we're going to have to prove it is in motion first to then come up with the excuses after. So, but we need to prove it's in motion.
Excuses. Okay, to prove, I will tell you, well, if I say you this, you will say, well, how do you know that it's not the universe moving around? But this is my argument to prove that the Earth is moving, not to prove, but, well, if you look into the sky for a long time, a couple of minutes, I don't know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, you will see that the stars will be moving. So the Earth is moving.
Okay, so when I look up into the sky for 5 minutes, bird, and it moves across the sky, does that mean I'm moving? Because you just looked up into the sky and saw something moved. You literally said you saw the star, and now that's because the Earth is moving. I'm still waiting for you to prove this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
Notice how you
I
didn't
see.
actually provide a logical argument. You made a logical leap. You saw
Look,
the
I
stars
was not
move,
like to play
and then
them.
you assumed that the stars were not moving, that your eyes were lying to you, and that you were actually moving, but you had no evidence for that. You saw
Okay.
something contrary to that.
Okay, Jedi. So yeah, the stars are moving. I see that the stars are moving. That's my point of view. But how do
Yes.
I know that that's actually happening? How do I know that it's not the Earth that is moving?
This is the question we've been asking you. Yeah, how do we know?
Yeah, and that's why I was telling you about the North Pole and the South Pole.
Okay. So what? We never really got to discussing that. So what do you mean by North Pole and South Pole?
Yeah, and just to clarify, you said that I'm jumping from subject to another subject, but it's because I need to prove my point. Like the point of
I'm letting you. Somewhere along the line, you're going to add another truth to this logical syllogism and reach a logical conclusion, hopefully. Let's see if it's within North and South. So tell me all about it.
That's the thing. Also, before telling you, you say truth, but I say arguments. You
Hold
speak
on. Logic, right?
well, you speak as if you were telling the whole
Yeah,
truth,
logic
but
is
I'm
based on truth, isn't it? Logic is
Yes,
based on truth. Right, good.
but I'm
So
not
we're going to at least somewhere along the line form some kind of logical train, logical syllogism, where we're going to take this truth and that truth, and we're going to maybe add them together and reach a logical conclusion. At the moment, we've got, we don't feel an emotion. Okay, that's true. We see things in the sky move. Okay, that's true. So far, they're in motion. I'm trying to figure out how we jump from this, your eventual conclusion that we're in motion.
Wait, sorry, I got distracted by the chat. What the fuck are you talking? Okay. I'm not telling you that. What? Uh, can you repeat your question again, please?
Like, we're following this logic train, right? Now, the logic train has started with, we're trying to figure out what's in motion, right? You say it's the Earth. So the first point, our first truth, right, is we experience no motion. Second point of order, the second truth, is we see the things in the sky move. If we were to add those together so far, we've got, we're stationary and they're moving. We're going to need something else to start adding to this to reach the conclusion that we're actually in motion. So is it in the north and south, or you understand what we're talking about, right? Logic.
Yeah. Yes, I just was trying to clarify something before that, but I don't
Okay,
think
that's
that's
fine. So north and south then.
Wait, give me 1 second, please.
Okay.
Well, I didn't want to leave the chat. What the fuck? Give me 1 second.
Val, I heard you said something, but I couldn't. Was it a question or what was it? What happened with the combo?
Sorry, I was just getting my dinner. Who was
Oh, you're
talking?
getting dinner. No, it's Jamsey. I've been replying a little bit, but I'm just saying that. Are you guys taking a break, or is there any questions on the table, or what's going on?
Oh yeah, we were talking about north and south, correct? Jenny.
Well, the title has been brought up a few times. We'd never actually started about it.
Oh yeah. So about that. Well, my point was the north and I've seen people talking about this, but when you're in the north, like you look at the sky, the like the stars go to one direction, like, and in the south they go to the other direction. I don't know the words in English though. I don't know the direction. Like, there's a word for it, like clock.
Well, like clockwise, anti-clockwise.
Yeah, clockwise and anti-clockwise. Yes.
Okay.
So if that happens, then that could be because that's proof that the world is spinning, right?
No.
No, then why would it happen? Shouldn't they be moving in the same direction?
Why?
Because if they are moving in, contradiction directions, then
No, the question, why? Why would they have to move in the same direction?
yes, because
yeah,
if they are moving,
that blows my mind.
if the Earth was flat, they should be moving in the same direction, correct?
No, if the Earth was flat, things in the sky can move whichever way they.
What?
I mean, it's obvious, right? If the Earth is stationary, other things, they can do whatever the other things do.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Still
my
waiting for
point
the struggling for logic still. Right. So I'm struggling. You said that this could only happen. This wouldn't happen on the flat Earth. No, they move.
Okay. Yes.
Cool.
Imagine this.
Mm-hmm.
You have a sphere, a ball,
Oh,
and
okay.
there's
Yeah.
the north and the south.
Yep.
So in one side, the stars are moving clockwise, and in the other side, the stars are moving anti-clockwise.
Yep.
And that happens because it's a sphere,
Whoa.
it's a ball.
I'm
But if
with
it
you.
was flat,
I'm with you. I'm with you. Right. In this hypothetical, right. If this was
the
true,
Earth was
yeah, I get you.
if the Earth was flat, the stars should be moving in the same direction.
Why?
Like clockwise. Because
Why?
it's flat.
No, the stars are in motion. You say they must by some kind of law that makes them go in one direction only, apparently. No, we observe at least two different motions. One in one place, one in another. Like, quite fittingly, that this place and that place is defined by the things that we see in the sky when we go there. So when we go to these two locations, we observe the stars in these locations doing what appears to be contrary to what we saw in the other location. Okay? So how do we jump from this to the Earth must be moving?
Okay, I get you. So in that case, you say that the sky should be the one moving and not the Earth.
Well, at the moment, we're just observing things in the sky, moving across a flat Earth. That's
you're
the
right.
only thing that we're experiencing. You are coming up with what? We're going to try and add stories together to hopefully make us submit. At the moment, you're just pointing to a hypothetical story. if you had a sphere, you might be able to make the same phenomena. That's cool and all, but we're still going to need to prove that the Earth is a thing that's in motion.
Yeah, but well, I don't. Should I draw this for you? Because did you imagine the thing that I just told you, like the sphere and everything? It shouldn't work if flat wizard. But well, so you mean that how do we confirm if the world, the Earth is spinning, correct?
Yeah, at the moment we're just making observation. One, we need to prove the the cause of the observation.
Well, for the Earth to be spinning first, the Earth should be a ball. And the argument that I just told you that the
No.
example you just gave you, it's a proof.
This is because of your lack of imagination, right? You don't seem to understand that the sky can be moving. But just because you keep repeating it and saying, kind of, it's a nice story for me, I'm still asking you to prove what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think I need to help you understand that what you're not giving a proof or an argument. You're using a fallacy. If the Earth is a ball, stars would appear like this. They appear like this. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. That is an affirming the consequent logical fallacy. You already have your conclusion baked into your premise.
Well, the South and North Pole argument was to what was the word in English? Like I'm changing subjects just to respond the last subject that we talked about, like this one.
But do you understand do you understand that I could say if the Earth is a unicorn, stars would appear like this. They appear like this, therefore the Earth is a unicorn. That does not make the Earth a unicorn, right?
Okay, but I'm telling you that it's
yeah,
a
you're telling
proof
us
because
that, but it's not
It's not a
proof. It's a
proof.
logical
It's a
fallacy.
claim.
It's an error in
so
reasoning.
in that case, why the North and the South? Okay, in that case, why does that happen?
That's a lovely question. Because the stars move.
Yeah, and they move in, I don't
Two
know.
different directions in two different places. That's nice.
Yeah, we're not here to. I told you this many times before. We're not here to give you a replacement cosmology of how the sky works. We're here to tell you that the foundation to your current cosmology has been falsified, and you can go check that for yourself.
Okay.
So, have we stopped searching for this logical claim that you were going to give us? Because at the moment, first truth, we experience it to be stationary. Second and third truths, we see things moving in the sky.
Well, I was just talking about the third one. I don't know about the first and the
But
second.
because this was ages ago, right? You said it was logical that the Earth was moving. Just look up at the right. This is why we're talking about looking up at the sky. Apparently, it's logical for you to jump and say that the Earth is actually in motion. And we've got lots of things that you've said that we're still waiting for the next logical syllogism. Sorry, the next logical truth, right? That actual true thing that when we add this to what we've already compiled, reaches the conclusion that the Earth is actually in motion.
Okay, so the question is Well, I remember that the question was which one of those three options was correct.
Mm-hmm.
So we were just talking about the third one, why the Earth is spinning, the sun is spinning, the moon is spinning, all this is spinning,
Mm-hmm.
and I was starting with the Earth, why the Earth is spinning, and I was giving you all of those arguments, and I could keep going, but
You could
that's
keep
where
making
to end.
claims, and you could
Yeah,
keep repeating some
Can't keep
stories that
going
you
anything. You
remember.
haven't given anything yet. There's nothing to keep going. You can't say I can keep going. All you've done is made up stories.
Yeah, currently
What
you've
stories?
given us.
Like go to the
Sorry.
North Pole and the South Pole and watch the stars in the sky and
You watch the stars in the sky move, and then beg the question and affirm the consequent that you're on a sphere. We're trying to get the measurement and the proof that this is the truth, not you just
well, you said
making observations and claims.
A logical fallacy is
observation.
not a sound argument or a valid reasoning. It is just error in reasoning. And so you can make those until the day you die. That doesn't make you right. But you can try to make an argument and we'll listen to you. But if you don't know logic, you are liable to actually make these mistakes over and over again.
Okay, you said that you're no. It's just you're contradicting yourself because
How?
let me talk, please. Let me talk.
Negative. Negatory.
Seconds, please. Hear me out, please. Look, you said that I'm not talking logic because I'm just seeing. I'm just talking about the observation and stuff. But you keep been saying since the beginning. Look at the sky. Look, we are here. We are not moving. That means the Earth is not moving. Well,
No,
But
that's not what we're saying.
that's
We're
sorry.
that's just the starting axiom. You start
Mm.
at
you're doing
what you
something.
experience. You experience no motion, and then you look for any measurements of that motion. And then what you find is they have pendulums swinging that stop sometimes when there's eclipses happening and there's anomalies, and they need magnetic drives to make them match what they expect to see. So it's very finicky. So that doesn't really work out. We find out that mechanical gyroscopes don't show any drift when moving across the surface. So the surface is not curved. They don't show any drift because they sit there because of rotation. So the Earth is not rotating. The accelerometers don't show any motion, supposedly around the sun. In that, if you account for the rotation, we would have speed changes, which would be detectable on the accelerometers. The same thing happens when we have things in the air above the Earth. We don't detect any Coriolis when we should detect Coriolis, and the flat earthers discovered that in the 1600s. But that was suppressed, and then many years later, it was ascribed to Gaspard Gustav Coriolis. But it means that we can take accelerometers up and make them rise and fall, and we should be able to detect if the reason why we see no apparent deflection or Coriolis is because gravity is holding the air like Velcro and making it magically stick to the outside of the ball. We would be able to see this added acceleration that is allowing things to rise straight up and down without any Coriolis deflection. So we would see that added acceleration to the side, which comes from nowhere. They have no explanation for this. They have nothing to actually validate their excuses. So they try to ascribe optical gyroscopes and the drift within optical gyroscopes because Sagnac and Michelson-Gale and different tests that were done back in the day showed that the Earth wasn't moving. And so Einstein and Lorentz created Lorentz contractions, which allowed them to bend the ruler to create the deflections they wanted. So you end up with the Sagnac effect, and we have no actual verifiable experiments to validate the presumed cause of the Sagnac effect. And that is what they use in the optical gyroscope to show you 15 degrees drift. But if the Sagnac effect could pick up rotation from the Earth rotating. It would pick up the orbit, it would pick up the solar motion, it would pick up the galactic motion, and it would be insane. It doesn't. You don't have any rotation, you don't have any Earth curve, you live in a fantasy, get over it.
Okay, I don't know. I just started saying that you were contradicting yourself, and then you started chopping about everything, and you didn't
Did you
answer
hear a
my
word I
point.
said?
Not a contradiction.
Yeah, I heard everything,
It's not a
but
contradiction.
What did I
mate.
say?
you didn't respond. Oh, don't. The thing that you've been saying for the last
What did I say?
3 hours. Don't make me say it all over again. Just hear me out.
Show comprehension. You don't have to repeat word for word. You just have to show comprehension if you understood that what the words that were coming out of my mouth, that you weren't spacing out in some emotional state, not listening to a word I was saying.
You've been saying the same thing that we were talking about for 3 hours.
No, he brought up a load of different stuff. What the hell?
Oh, well, I was here like 2 hours, 3 hours before, so we were.
Yeah, but you're deflecting a little bit, though. You can also admit that you don't comprehend what he said. You can also say that, though.
He said that if the Earth is spinning, then there's acceleration, and the acceleration then shouldn't be the gravity or something. And then he started yapping about, well, it's because you live in full of flies and air and etc. That's why I said you didn't respond to the statement that I said. That you're just no, it's not a contradiction. But
Yeah,
you didn't
right.
respond to the thing that he said is not a contradiction because he didn't respond
No,
to anything.
when you charged us with contradicting ourselves, it's not a contradiction. We gave the 3 claims. We asked for the proof. We haven't gotten
It's
any.
not a
We
contradiction.
don't
You
measure
did
any
not respond.
motion. It's not a contradiction.
Yeah,
Okay, but what is not a
you
contradiction?
clearly
didn't
did not
understand the
understand
question.
what I was telling you. What in basic terms, what I was telling you is the
No.
specifics of the so-called proofs for Earth rotation and motion, and how they don't work, and how we can measure or could measure if those motions were true. But we don't measure those motions, and so there's no reason to believe they exist.
Mathematics measure
When you
those.
beg the question that the Earth is a sphere rotating at speeds, we understand that within mathematics you can conjure up any type of geometry and make it do what we want. We just need proof that the geometry exists. At the moment, we need proof that the Earth is actually in motion. Still waiting for that logical train to fucking pull into station.
Okay, but first, can you please don't change the subject? See, like
Not
okay,
changing the subject,
I
literally
can
trying to
understand.
clarify because it's getting ridiculous now. This conversation should have been over 2 hours ago, making it longer.
No, actually, we got over it, but then we started again. I don't know why. Then it was before
Because
you
it didn't
showed up.
sink into your head. That's why. You keep jumping to different random things. Your proof of ball spinning was constant motion. How have you validated, verified, or proven said constant motion?
Okay, look. If all
Not
of
okay,
us,
look. Have you done this? Yes or no?
let me talk, please.
I am letting you talk. It's a close-ended question. It involves either saying yes or, you wouldn't believe it, no. Have you done anything to validate, verify, or prove this said constant motion?
Not me personally.
Excellent. So
What, do
who
you want me
has?
to go to the space? Do you want me to, I don't
Who
know,
has? Not you. Okay, Val, not you. So who has done this?
That's why, do you want me to name? Oh, okay. Look,
Well, you obviously
please,
know,
just let me
right?
talk.
You're the
Let me
one that
talk.
made the
No,
claim,
you're
Val.
Martin. Sorry, I'm going to get annoyed.
You're good.
Right, you obviously know, right? Now you haven't been to space, yeah, we know that. So obviously someone else has told you, right? So it's not unreasonable for us to ask who told you and what did they say.
Okay, can I talk now? Look,
That's what the
you're
silence is for.
changing. Oh my God, you're not letting me talk. You're changing the subject because the only thing that I
I'm going to have to
wanted
mute this
to talk
person. This is getting ridiculous.
the
All right. I've
see, that's how
literally
you
said that's what the silence was for, and now you're just going to go off and get fucking confused again. Can you just follow along?
that's how you debate. I thought you were serious.
No,
I
we are
thought you
serious. That's why we're
actually
getting frustrated with you. It's now like you're wasting our time.
no, but I'm telling you that you're
Don't know
just
personally. You've not been to space. You're relying.
let me speak for 30
We're
seconds
asking
only.
you who were they
You're
and what
not
did
letting
they
me
do?
speak. I thought you were serious. Like I was talking to you,
Yeah,
or we're.
yeah, we are serious, right? You don't know
That's not the
personally.
reason.
You've not
You're
been
not
to
letting me
space. You require second-hand information. We're asking you, what is it? What was proven to you by someone else? Fuck's sake.
speak for. Letting me speak. Like I was here talking with Dre's AI
Can you
and
Yeah,
just
so.
Val,
answer the question so
we
we can
don't
carry
care.
on?
We don't care about
And
the
I thought
meta
you were
stuff.
serious.
Val, we don't need the 6 hour conversation. Answer as short as possible. You're saying you know information. How do you know this information? If you have not done it personally, someone else has. So who has done it?
Well, I don't know. Do you want me to bring all the names
You
of it?
don't know.
I know the theories. The
You
theories
are
of
allowed to
the.
say, Val, you are allowed to say, I don't know. That is an acceptable answer. If you don't know something, you don't have to
Okay.
go waffle on. You can just say, sorry, I don't know.
Well, I was talking about the gravity. That's what Newton stated. I was also talking about what else? The constant motion. That's physics. And you want me to? I know the theories. So, do you want me to name the people that created all these theories? Because I
I'm
don't
not
know
interested.
specific
Not
theories.
interested. Right? Be clear. Whatever the claim is, we want proof of it.
I was giving you proof.
No,
I
you were
was talking
claiming
to you.
things.
That's another reason.
You
I
right
wanted to
again,
ask you
right? You
something,
went on about
and you
constant
didn't say
motion.
something. We
Hello?
came to the.
You went
We
on
are just.
about constant motion. The
You're
very
not letting
simple
me
question
speak.
is, how have you proven constant motion? You keep saying things like this. All we're going to ask you is, well, have you proven that then? How has that been proven? Being as you haven't done it, you're requiring somebody else to have done it. So we're just asking you, for the love of God, to actually verify the claims that you keep spouting. Just repeating stories isn't validating those claims.
Well, you're not letting her repeat her japping. The irony, she said Trace was japping, and she's the one doing it now. I mean, come on, lady, get serious though.
You're not even letting me talk right now. Like,
So what do you want to
I've
say? You
heard
want to
you say
repeat the
that
same thing,
nobody's
the
letting
same
you
baseless
talk.
assertion?
For someone that's not talking much, you've spent 3 hours of doing a lot of nothing.
Yeah, I've heard you say nobody's letting you talk like 4 times in the last maybe 7 or 8 minutes, but you're continually talking.
I heard her say that in the last 7 or 8 hours.
Well, I just got
And
back
you've been
on. It's
deflecting
frequent.
though. You've been deflecting. It's
I
like
guess
you,
the
what the
7
guys
or
are
8
telling
hours
you.
means that I guess it's been talking the whole time.
You're not addressing what you're being asked about. You're trying to go to something else. It's basically deflection, or maybe you're not comprehending what they're asking you. Because you're making claims, right? Or baseless assertions. Can you base your assertions with some type of demonstration? And you show the demonstration where you are basing your assertions from, or are you just making baseless assertions and that's what you're here for? Because you should be a little bit of a skeptic, and you're here having this conversation at the moment, and you should be maybe considering what they've been telling you and question what you thought you know, what you think you know, what you believe, because you just say you don't know. If you believe something, what are you basing that on? And the guy's presenting information contrary to your belief, consider that.
Yes, but my arguments, the things that I'm saying, they say that it's not valid because it's only statements, it's not logical. But
Yeah, no,
they
demonstration. Yeah, you're saying something. Yeah, yes,
they
you're
are
saying something. They're asking you where are you getting that saying or that something from?
Yeah, Jamesy, she just missed most of that, brother. She was talking through you. That's probably half of a problem, is because she's complaining about not getting heard, but when she's talking through people, it's just destroying everything anyways. Val,
I will
we have
say
got
though
no
that
problem.
I will say my bad. I will say that she was saying something that she was repeating the same thing, and I actually jumped in the middle of her sentence, so I apologize for that. But I'm making the point that it's been made again and again that the things that you're saying, where did you got that from, and where is the demonstration for that? It's pretty simple though. You should comprehend this. This is as simple as it gets.
exactly. Please let me explain this. But you keep talking over me. Look, I that I say that. Well, I explained to you, but you said that it doesn't. It's wait. Oh my god, my mic is blank.
We say it's a claim that needs to be verified.
You can also, my lady, you can also concede that you don't know, and what you're saying is just a belief. You can also say that though. You can concede
Yeah,
that
I
you don't actually have evidence or demonstrations for any of these. You can concede that.
Mhm. And you said that observation doesn't work. No, because it's not logical.
What?
And those were
Observation
my
doesn't work. It is logical. It's in actual
Well,
fact, it's one of the forms of logic.
what about the looking into the sky then? You said that that was not an argument. You said that
Oh,
that
hold
wasn't.
on. I pointed out the three choices you've got from that argument. Like, for fuck, you're not following along.
Let me simplify it for her, Jedi. Let me simplify it for her because I think that it's getting it got convoluted and it's just being so confused.
You can go on YouTube
So because she's thinking about the luminaries, right? The observable phenomena. She's saying, I'm observing this phenomena, therefore this and that. That's what she's saying. And you guys are
Yeah.
denying that this and that because we can see the phenomena. But the thing is, lady, you have a misrepresentation, right? You have when you look at the phenomena, you're saying, oh, some people looked at it and they said this phenomena is happening because of this and this and that. And therefore, the earth is this and this because of those consequences. This is a consequence of that phenomena that we are observing. The issue that you're having that you only have a misrepresentation of the phenomena being observed. You don't have the cause of that effect. You only have the presupposition, made up story about the cause of that phenomena, and so you come into erroneous conclusions about the observation.
Okay. Jamesy, can I talk with you? Because I think you're the only original person I can talk with here. So can I only talk with you?
I will say we can speak. I'm opening my mic. I'm pushing through the guys a little bit because this is what we do here. There's a lot of people in here. Other people might want to jump in, but yes, we can talk. Other people might want
Yeah,
to jump in, and we cannot stop them completely. So it's okay. Don't get triggered. I get when people talk when I'm trying to talk and other people talk. I do get triggered a little bit, but I do it as well because it's Discord. So you have to, you know where you're at, and you know this is gonna happen. So if it happens, it's okay. No, no, don't worry. So yeah, go ahead. What do you want to say? Hello. Go ahead. Yeah, we can talk. Okay, let me
You're
know.
joking, are you, Jamesy? You finally cleared the floor for her, and now she doesn't want to talk.
Maybe she got busy. I don't know. Maybe she's picking up food again. She's having snacks now. Because she said she was picking up food, or maybe
Phone
she's doing
call,
the
maybe a
dishes.
phone
Because after
call.
you eat, you do the dishes.
Yeah, she'll be back. But well done, Jemsy. I'm going to let you talk to her for a while.
I'll try until I get hungry, and then I'll get cranky.
Is there a whole generation of young ones out there with sore necks because they spend so much time looking up to prove the ground?
Half of them are looking down at their devices and
On their
stuff, right?
phones,
iPhones
yeah.
and shit. They've all got hunchbacks.
Listen. I will give her some credit. She's been here having a back and forth. The logic is not completely there. Maybe she hasn't studied through logical fallacies. Maybe it's, you know, she, just she's here having the conversation. Hopefully, she can hear the other side and consider what is being said instead of deflecting and just jabbing about whatever belief.
Let me just
He
driving a
said,
stake straight into this vampire. You got any proof of curvature? No, you don't? Well, all your other cool stories are now fail. Have a nice day.
"Yeah, that's the
And
that's the
space is
simple."
fake. Get over it.
She cracked me out when after Ray said all that, and she said he was yapping, but you just said you comprehend what he said, but you didn't actually, and he was yapping. I mean, it's
Yeah, I
yeah.
was just like, bro, if you want your side's proof for a rotation, let's go all into that. But she just didn't comprehend anything I was saying.
I think she have to consider the logic and her logic and okay, where I'm saying this, I believe this. Why? Right? Ask that question. Other people are saying something contrary to my belief. Let me hear what they're saying and follow that logic through to see if it actually works or it doesn't.
It's very easy to get invested in this. Like, I think the only reason I managed to break free was because uh, I was playing devil's advocate to all of my friends, uh, my highly educated friends, so that I could get all the information and evidence that would satisfy the flat earthers. But that just it doesn't work. Like, they don't have any evidence. There's nothing they have that can satisfy us. So, so it's just like it dies on its own, and it just takes the courage and the willingness to look into this and look at it with a critical mind, because it's really easy to just accept and believe things. since everyone's being silent, I'll play one of my songs. You can hear it on FE Radio, and you can now use /info inside that channel and get the lyrics and a link to my Bandcamp where you can find the song. Although I haven't fully populated Bandcamp, I'm working on that right now.
They say the curve is proven, the shadow told the tale, like no other answer could ever fit that trail. A claim looks strong when you don't compare, but logic breaks when alternatives aren't there. If one idea is all they choose to see, they call it truth, but it's not necessarily. A single clue doesn't seal the deal. You need the tests that show it's real. You say it's only the globe, but you never check the rest. You jump from one small clue to a claim that's claimed best. If you won't rule others out, then the logic falls apart. They point at ships that vanish, say the curve's the only way, ignoring how perspective can trick the eye each day. A tidy story feels like proof at first, but skipping steps is how weak logic gets rehearsed. They don't compare, they just declare, then act like nothing else could ever fail, when possibilities stay untried. That's how bad conclusions hide. You say it's only the globe, but you never check the rest. You jump from one small clue to a claim that's claimed best. If you won't rule others out, then the logic falls apart. False dilemma, the confident shout. If it isn't the globe, then nothing works out. Argument from ignorance, rise in disguise. No one proved another model, so they improvise. But absence of check-in is not proof at all. It just makes the logic small. They say the stars are spinning, so the glow must be true, as though no other frame could make that view. A clever phrase can sound airtight, but certainty takes more than sounding right. When a claim avoids a fair test ground, that's how fallacies wear a crown. Real proof stands when rivals fall, not when they're ignored, not checked at all. You say it's only the globe, but you never check the rest. You jump from one small clue to a claim that's claimed best. If you won't rule others out, then the logic falls apart. So if they say it only works on the globe, ask which options they truly probe. For any world can seem well known when the missing tests are quietly overthrown. Oh, oh, oh.
I thought that song was fitting, considering the conversation we just had.
You read my mind? How? How? Welcome. I don't know who, but welcome.
You got mail.
Grumman. Oh, he's a pilot. Grumman, how are you? F6, F5.
Oh yeah, he's definitely not a pilot.
It's a pilot and a rocket astronaut or
Yeah, none of that
engineer.
actually. Yep, none of that. I talked to him before. He's been in a panic a few times. Yeah, he's a good one.
He might be a dreamer. He wants to be a pilot and want to work with both of them. Oh, I get it. He has a YouTube channel. And his last video was 3 months ago. Flat Earth melts the fuck down in but rockets don't work on a globe though. Grumman, how do rockets work on a globe though? I mean, the magic globe. Ah, he's not listening. Zero. How are you, Zero? Zero. Zero speech.
Hello.
Hey, Zero. How are you?
Good. How about you?
Welcome to the VC. What brings you by to the Flutter Discord?
Thank you. So I was looking for help. I was trying to open a game in I don't know, in a voice room, and a notification popped up and it told me that I don't have permission to create a game in this voice room. What is that?
Oh, you're a bad
Since
boy.
this is a Discord customer service, so we wanna help you right away with that. The issue that you're having is that you cannot open a game in this room. That's because
Not
you might.
yet.
How long have you been in this server? How long have you
Thank you
been in
for
this?
calling Microsoft. This is Steve.
This
I
is
think
he's not having a Windows problem. He's having a Discord problem. So relax, bro. Go ahead. When did you join the
Microsoft.
Discord?
4 days. I joined 4 days ago.
4 days ago. So the issue that you're having though is that you're new on this server, so your participation is on the low level. You have to get to maybe to a low mid level to be able to do extra things in the server though. So you have to participate in voice channels, text, and you might get those eventually.
Sorry, you cut out. I couldn't hear what you said.
Okay. So you joined the server 4 days ago. Your permissions in the server are in the low end, so you cannot do certain things yet. Eventually, once you participate and you are long long enough period in the server, your tier will go up. You know, the terms that you get in the server will go up, and eventually you'll be able to stream, post images, that kind of stuff, and play the games as well.
All
That's what I
right.
think is happening.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, have a good one. I'm leaving. Bye bye.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay. What about the globe? Does the globe makes any sense?
The what?
You know the globe.
Do you think the Earth is flat?
Oh, what do I
Who's
think?
that jumping in?
Do
Someone
you think
has.
there is?
Let's entertain her since the other guy was leaving. But anyways, are you leaving, bro, or are you gonna stay talking to us? Because you say you might be leaving.
I was looking for help. That's it. I'm
All right.
leaving.
You have a good one. Come back later, and you have any questions, we'll be right here. Okay.
Oh.
We're gonna move on to the lady that's asking a question. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Bye.
Go ahead, lady. You got the floor. What's the question again?
Go ahead, sir. You're up.
Okay.
If Earth is a globe, why is the top of Frankenstein's head flat?
We opened the floor for her, but what was that? Different girl or the same one? Oh, that wasn't Val, was it? Kind of sounded like her. A different
Yes, it was.
username? I didn't. It was the
No,
same
it's
one?
Val. Yep.
Oh, okay. That was weird. He came back and almost asked like a question that a newbie that wasn't here for 2 hours will ask.
Yeah, Val's back.
But Professor, the girl that opened the mic while I was kind of talking to that guy at the end of it, was it Val or a different user?
It was Val.
Oh, okay. So her question, like a beginner will ask, like, do you guys think the Earth is FE, right? That's some flat, right? She asked that just now. And it's almost like she wasn't here for 2 hours.
It has to have been longer than 2 hours. Let's see.
She was
7:45. It's got to have been around 4 hours.
she wasn't asking us, Jamesy. She was asking the other guy.
Okay. I get it now. It
hope.
confused me a little bit. Go ahead. Hey Val, I see you might be back. Did you just ask a question like 2 minutes ago? She was deafened, but now she's not deafened, so she's listening. By the looks of her behavior at the moment, she might be busy to reply. So yeah, guess more music, Trace, or It looks like Drace is lighting up for me, but I don't hear anything. Mic check.
Fuck, you're right. I was being profound in silence on my own.
That wouldn't be the first time that you've done that.
Yeah, it's because when I put the voice mod up so I can play songs and stuff, I have 2 mutes, so I gotta remember to unmute twice.
That's what I was thinking. I think he was playing music, and maybe he's using those settings that something happened within the settings, and that's what's happening. But yeah, we're on the same page, bro. Thanks.
Yeah, I wish I could remember all of the beautiful things I just finished saying.
Can only imagine, bro. I can almost hear it in the ether.
Yeah, if Karma wasn't like half asleep, are you awake, Karma? Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, bro. Just
No, she's listening to music. She didn't
just put
consider me.
Karma. Just put Karma on the mic. We'll listen to her since you messed up. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah, she's half asleep listening to music, so I didn't really.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. We cast confusion on her.
Shout out to Karma.
She says hi to everybody.
Yes. Visit us sometimes, Karma. Speak to the ladies in here in this VC, the English hub. Would like to hear you sometimes. I mean, I'm saying we, but I would like to.
I'll try to drop by more often, okay?
Yes, sounds good. Thank you. I don't know why, but Val, kind of like the voice tone, kind of like remind me of Karma a little bit. But it would have been cool to have them speak sometime. Val, I don't know. Val sounds to me sounds kind of like Northern Europe or something like that. That's what I'm guessing.
She sounds like a nice person.
Yes, it does.
It's just when you're dealing with cog this or like you get kind of wound up, and it's so understandable because this just happens to everybody when you go through this kind of paradigm shift and thing. It feels uncomfortable, and
He does.
so like you want to find some kind of solid ground to grasp onto, and we don't let you do that because we're like we already tried grasping at all those points and we know where they break. And so it's kind of a rude awakening, and so we don't blame you uh, for for whatever happens. You can always come back the next day and it's all good. uh, we'll be fine. And that's one of the reasons why we've had trolls troll us for like years, because we are very nice and accepting of people if they are nice and like cordial, because we just want to have good conversations and go over the topic. We don't really want to have a confrontation. But sometimes it's kind of necessary because when you are being very logically fallacious, when you are being very stuck in cognitive dissonance, and you're just throwing stuff at the wall hoping something sticks, sometimes you need someone to like firmly stop you and tell you no, so that you can calm down and then look at things in a different way. It's just a part of the process, and it's nothing personal. People don't dislike you just because you used fallacies. Everybody does that. It's the what's appreciated is the ability to recognize you did something wrong, the ability to recognize that yes, this reasoning is wrong. I'm going to correct the reasoning. I'm going to try to be more reasonable. And then you present more reasonable arguments. Like, that would give you a bunch of kudos and like pluses in my book. The people who don't do that and just keep just making sure I'm not muted again. Yeah, who don't do that and just like repeat the fallacies. You teach them how the fallacies work, and you're like, bro, this is fallacious because of this reasons. This is what the fallacy is called. You walk them through it. They show understanding, and then next day they arrive and they use the same fallacies. It feels very manipulative, and so we kind of deal with that in a more harsh manner. And but it's understandable to a degree because it's such emotion based. You're like you're feeling your self or your self image getting attacked because the globe is part of that self image. We live on a globe. We are in this global. It's all tied into your personality, and so you kind of gotta decouple from that personality of like I am on the globe. This I am statements to being like, what do I actually know? Where do we know this from? What are we basing this knowledge on? How did they derive it? How did they measure it? It's all there. You can look, and they'll tell you, like, we measured this, we did this, and we're assuming this because we believe it's a globe. And it just it it's a belief system that persists because it's been believed for so long. It's pushed through like if the first instance. I'll because nobody's talking. I'll just do this. The first instance of the globe idea came from Pythagoras and his idea that the gods were perfect, and therefore, because of his love of spheres, that the sphere was a perfect shape, and so because the gods are perfect and the spheres are a perfect shape, the earth must be a sphere. And he had a esoteric cult where he taught this secret doctrine to his cult members, and those cult members were rich, powerful elites, and they took control of a city state, and eventually they got deposed. However, the remnants of that cult then spread all over Greece, forming new little cults, which influenced the rest of Greece and how Greece moved in the world. We get disproportionate records of how the Greeks looked at the world when we get told like the Greeks all believed the earth was a globe. We've known it for 2,000 years, but when you actually look into it, they don't all believe that. They had vigorous debates about that. And it was the cult members or people associated with the cult members of Pythagoras who were pushing the globe idea. And we still use their fallacious arguments today, even though those arguments don't hold any water, and we can debunk them using our higher tech. We have very powerful lasers and very big aperture cameras and can see in different wavelengths. We couldn't do that back then. They were half-naked Greeks trying to reify their religious idea. And that's the basis of our current belief system. That's not good enough for me as a realist, as a critical empiricist, as a logician. That doesn't work. It needs to be logically consistent. I need to be able to verify it and repeat it and show that it physically can work. It just cannot be a faith-based system. That just doesn't work for me.
Everything you said, you should put it into your AI and just make it into a song. That's it.
Well, I'm writing a book right now because Candace Owens is like right over the target on certain issues, and I kind of want to give her the lowdown of where the globe cult came from. So I've been researching this a little bit, writing my little book, and so it basically covers from where the globe idea from Pythagoras came from, how it spread through the cults, through the ages, and through the aristocracy or the elites. It was like a two-tiered system of belief system throughout the ages until about the revolutionary times and about that time. Before that, it was basically the elites had their own worldview that the earth was a ball and all that shit, and that's kind of what we base our current view of history on, is what the elites supposedly believed at the time. And then a bunch of other issues exist in that, but I'm not going to go into that. But I'm basically tracking where the idea came from, where it spread, and how it spread among the elites. Meanwhile, all of the public throughout those 2,000 years believed the earth was flat. And they had a bunch of scholars and other people who argued for that. But most of that gets erased from history through the copying bias of the elites, because they are in control of copying and preserving the information. And so you can, if you copy only certain amount of information and let the other information just disappear, you memory hole it. And they've been doing this for like 2,000 years. And so that's shaped history to a large degree. And that's one of the reasons why Anatoly Fomenko and Isaac Newton, when they looked at history and tried to mathematically like see if this worked out, they didn't find it working at all. And they were like, well, this is mathematically doesn't work at all. This guy is copied over here, and like I don't know, but this doesn't make any sense. But that's our current history. That's our current cosmology. It's all based on this religious esoteric idea of the elites. And it wasn't until they kind of had the technological advancement to be able to debunk their own esoteric secret cult idea that they realized, wait, our idea was wrong all along. The public's been right. Well, that doesn't sound good at all. Then it seems like we're the dumbasses and we've been laughing at the public this entire time. I guess we should like try to flip this somehow. And that's what we got. We got a flipped world where we all believe, the public believes in this globe we're supposed to be on, but there's no evidence for it, just this fallacious rhetoric and 2,000 years of cult books and scripture. But all the ancient scripture and like the religions, they're all flat earth. That's all flat. And now they're like, well, ancients were super advanced. Well, they're so advanced they thought the earth was flat. What about that? It's just retarded.
So what you're tracking, what is the issue tracking to the original claim? When you say you're tracking, where are you from
I'm
the
following
origin of it?
all of the claims and where they spread, and the elite cult systems in control at the place. Like I'm going in. I have a chapter on Constantine, the Roman emperor who made the Council of Nicaea and started the Roman Church. Like it's all tied together. It's and our whole basis is on this Greek lineage of thought. That's where the globe comes from. It comes from this Greek lineage, but everything else was just erased.
Okay, so that's the point that I'm like, good. It's like you're reading my mind. That's what I wanted to ask you. When you say it is erased, how are you basing that? Like, you looking through some missing files, missing.
The history tells you they did that. Like Constantine was was he burned so many documents, destroyed so much history to reframe it in his image. So they've been doing this for 2,000 years, reframing history to try to get more power, get more control. They used the Benedictine monks to falsify so much land. And like, oh, well, I'm related to this guy, so like I have claim on the land. Falsified their genealogies. They falsified so many things. So, and those, like, I'm just pulling the things into this book that we can prove from history, and because I'm using those things that we can prove from history to paint this picture, I'm not saying directly in the book, like certain things, but they're heavily implied just when you look at like the history in the right context. It's pretty obvious that this globe idea has just been part of the control mechanism within the elite circles.
Stop. Stop,
That is
please.
super interesting. Go ahead, sir. Someone was gonna say something. Go ahead.
Stop, just please stop. Sorry.
Wait, couldn't comprehend what you said. Can you repeat it?
Continue, Trace.
I didn't hear what he was saying. I think it was.
No, it was a meaningless interrupt. If you want to go back on your thought.
I'm fine. I don't remember where I was going with that.
No. I like what you're digging into the history, and you're saying that a big chapter or part of the record has been removed from records or deleted and burned, and then this Greek idea has been pushed to no end until this date.
Yeah, and you can even see it within the church. The whole clergy were educated in the Greek cosmology, but they taught biblical cosmology to the public. So they had this two-tiered system of esoteric versus exoteric teaching. So they had one teaching for the public, one teaching for the elite. So you have a certain worldview if you're part of the club. If you're not part of the club, you don't understand what's happening.
Mm. You can see this to this date. Even YouTube, like what was it, like a week ago, deleted like 21 million channels. I mean, fell there. How much, many videos they deleted. People put information in the internet. 21
That's
million
one of
channels. That's a lot of hours. Go ahead.
that's one of the last chapters in my book, which was like we're living through so much censorship today that compared to before is incomparable. Uh, People are censored real time. Like you get shadow banned so that nobody sees your posts. They couldn't do that back in the day unless they killed you.
Unless they burn the whole library or all the record.
Yeah.
Like they did.
Yeah, repeatedly throughout history.
You can welcome English learner. Are you new in here, English learner? Welcome to the VC.
Thank you.
Hey, what brings you by? What brings you to the Ladder Discord?
I'm just curious. I want to know what you have to say. I just want to listen to your discussion, your conversations.
Okay.
To know what makes you believe that the Earth is flat. Just want to listen.
Okay. Yeah, we welcome the new people since we already spoke to a few people in the past hour, and now you're in here, so you're wondering about the VC. It's just basically an acknowledgement of the surface of the world, the way we measure it and navigate it and particularly use it. And flat, horizontal, it's an orientation or a description of the surface that lacks the curvature that it will require for it to be a sphere or a globe, like it's claimed in the books that you have read or the TV shows that you have observed, right? Seen the TV and the images, right? Seen that?
I can actually
The
see that things disappear from bottom to top when they move when they go far away from you.
Yeah, that phenomena is observed sometimes and other times doesn't go like that. But the conclusion that you come into, are you saying that you checked all the variables in place and you came to the conclusion that the cause of this observable phenomena is because Earth is curving? Is that your conclusion?
It's just one of them. The other one is that
What
in
about
the
the other
northern
ones? Yeah, yeah. Tell me about the other variables that you checked that are not causing this effect. Go ahead.
the other reasons that I believe that the Earth is a ball is that in the northern hemisphere and in the southern
Uh,
hemisphere the stars move differently.
Hey, I like
So
that, bro. English learner, I like that. I like that. But let's take it. Let's stay in page one. Let's finish reading page one, and then we can move to page two. Okay? Let's take. Remember, you're an English learner, me as well. So if we jump without coming to a conclusion, if we jump from topics without bringing it to a logical conclusion, we're gonna be losing a lot of context, and you might be making some type of uh false logic to come to that conclusion that I'm trying to tell you. You said that you said that you observed a boat going away, bottom up, right? That's what you're saying.
oh, I said that usually when things move away from you, they disappear from bottom to top.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, anybody wanna address this point with him? I will continue, but I think someone opened their mic. Okay.
Even when you move away from a building, the building becomes shorter, but from bottom to top until it disappears eventually.
Yeah, you know how that your visual, your optics of your eyes have a limitation of you, right? So there's an angle, a line of angle where you're looking across the surface, right? And that angle will eventually reach a limit of view, right? And then you won't be able to see below that limitation, beyond that limitation, right? And then that's your optics, that's your eye. You know that stuff looks um also smaller further it gets away, right? The further you get away from something, it gets smaller and smaller, right? You cannot see it anymore
Yes.
after a while. After a distance, you
Yeah.
can't see it anymore. So that's two variables right there. There's also stuff in the air, right? You have air particles, you have water, humidity, dust, changes of temperature. That you're looking through all that through a distance, and that will cause visual limitations as well?
Yes, but
Does
I
that
also
sound valid?
believe that, no, because I also believe that even if you use a telescope, the same phenomena will happen.
Yes, you can use it. You can extend your optics. So your eyes have a limitation. Then we build optics, like for example, like you said, like telescope, and the telescope you can see further, but still the telescope also has a limitation, right?
Hmm? Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So the same thing happens with the telescope, and you're looking across a horizontal surface that the optic is gonna reach a limit. But this is an important point though, because you're saying you believe the Earth is a globe. This globe has a specific geometry, right? So there is a specific point from there will be a drop over a distance, right? The globe, the geometry, the radius, you're gonna have a drop over the distance,
Yes.
and everybody can see things and do observations, right? With the telescope that you just mentioned, we can see do long distance observations that supersede the limitation of the claim spherical dimensions. You can see further than you will be able to see. You were standing on the sphere of those dimensions. You get that?
I get that. But I'm pretty sure that
Yeah.
if you use the laser, you'd get a pretty accurate measurement of the drop.
Yes. Good. So, the laser. You think you get the drop with the laser? So, come to find out, though, there's dozens, even hundreds of examples of lasers that will not show you that there is a drop. The lasers will show you that there is a horizontal baseline. There is no curvature from the point that you shoot in the laser from to the point that you shoot it at, which is point A to point B. There is no curvature in between those 2 points.
When the laser and the target are close enough, the the point where the laser shoots and the point where it touches the target, they are at the same level. But when the target moves away from the laser, point starts to move up on the target, or it starts to climb. Logically, I think it would do that.
What are you saying is climbing up the target?
No, I said that when you shoot a laser from the laser to a target, the light when where it touches the target, let's say a building. Let's say that it touches the building at a ground floor. If you start moving the laser away from the building, the point where the light touches the building is also going to climb from the ground floor to
Because you think in the building is dropping over the distance,
yes.
but that doesn't happen though. Well, the thing that you're imagining at the moment has been tested for, so we can build it in our minds, write it on paper, make a drawing, do the numbers, and then test for that, and that has been done. And the test results are that that's what you're saying not happening.
Have you looked that up?
You want, anybody want to post? Let me see if anybody posted laser test in the chat. Anybody got any handy? Yeah, because what you can do is that you can look at the test that has been done already, right?
Yeah, what are you trying to look at?
We have many laser examples. I just gotta go look. Someone posted a laser example for you. That's one out of many. This one is 21 miles though. If you want to look at that and let us what you know, you're welcome to do so.
Yeah.
Because like I'm telling you, what you imagining that will happen doesn't happen.
I'm gonna watch it and I'll come back.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for posting that. There's 2 examples now, bro. So you got two demonstrations right there. And then
I feel like people are catching on quick these days. Well, not necessarily quick, but like more people seem to be interested in it to me.
what was that, Vintage? What are you trying to say? My
I
bad.
feel like well, I haven't been in here in like a while, but like I feel like there's more people coming around these days.
Yeah, I guess people interested in information, different topics. Only natural that a lot of people are gonna come back to questioning the cosmology and coming through certain information and getting curious about these topics and just doing the research and realizing that the
Yeah.
global sphere is an impossibility.
Like 3 or 4 days ago, or maybe it's like anyways, really recently there's a new project called like I forgot the project name, but they're blasting off rockets into space and they're over 200 feet in the air and like they're using a GoPro, but like it's not really good evidence for a globe. And that was recent test they did.
Yeah, a lot of the people, that example that you gave, they're going away from the thing in question, the surface of the Earth, right? So the best way you can actually determine the surface of the Earth on what it is, you go to it. But these people are sending rockets away from it, or up, like you said, a balloon, uh, a GoPro camera, which have fisheye lenses, so you're gonna have distortion in the imagery, right? So it's gonna give you concave, it's gonna give you convex, horizontal. So you cannot conclude the shape of the ground just by sending a GoPro up. Can't do that. You go to the ground and you measure the ground, and the ground will tell you. You acknowledge that. Pretty simple. You go to bodies of
Now,
water.
now that listen, now that I'm thinking of it, the video that I'm referencing, I will send it to you in the side chat. But now that I'm thinking of it, it did show a little curve, but like I'm pretty sure it was the time of day. Like the sun, the sun is probably not going to shine in a rectangle or a square. You know, like there's going to be darkness in the distance that may appear to be circular, but it's not even enough for a curvature. For one.
Yeah, even the subject matter experts of the globe side, they will tell you that you cannot see the curvature of those altitudes, though.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
So I'm
so
pretty
if
sure
you if
there's a little slight little curvature, and the dude's saying he's not using a fisheye lens, but I'm pretty sure that little slight little curvature is probably just the sun's the light from the light is not gonna be
yeah, I get
square,
what you're
you know.
saying.
I will post it in the side chat, but
Yeah, post it. I'll take a look. No, but your logic, I think your logic is there. You just you kind of like making sense out of it. But if your senses will come to place if you come back to the ground. That's why the globe, they go away from the thing in question just to make up their story, you know? a nonsensical story. Yeah, I can show you high altitude balloon that doesn't show curvature. So who wins? The guy with showing the curvature, little curvature, or the guy not showing the curvature? Go to the ground and check if that's curving. The water's across. Let me know if you post it. I like looking at these high altitude videos sometimes. I have time. You posted something from from X, but it's not showing anything to me. Let me check. Saying this quoted post isn't available. That's weird.
It didn't work.
Let me check this one.
I sent the original link.
All right, I can see now what you sent. Oh, this one is it says it's 290.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's freaking crazy.
293,000 feet.
Yeah, that's NASA's definition of space. Over like 290 or 270 or something like that. Bro, how are you gonna have ignition in space? That's impossible. You can't have fire ignition without air.
Well, that place up there, this in reality. I mean, there is this reality on the floor, and then whatever is up there. Pretty sure they probably can devise devices that can
Probably
work.
more air, in my opinion.
Yeah, so whatever is happening, testing they're doing, whatever trying to do up there, there's stuff that is doable. I'm not gonna deny technology going very high up. We're not doing that. I'm not doing that. But again, when you go back to the ground, it's motionless. It's not curving. Certain axioms that we have to acknowledge. We can test for. We can also falsify the nonsensical claims of the impossibility. They claim that the Earth is curving and in motion in the vacuum of space without demonstration.
Bro, this guy is seriously telling us that guns account for the curvature?
Yeah. Yeah,
What
they
the
do.
hell is he smoking, bro? Or what are you smoking, bro?
They do. That's why they elevate.
What?
Yeah, that's what you've read,
Bro.
Norman. Have you
No,
witnessed it?
that's on the firing tables.
Yeah, I'm not disputing you've looked at some firing tables.
Maybe because the missile is heavy. Oh my goodness.
Wait, what'd you say? Guns follow the curvature of the Earth?
The gun has to elevate to account, like, a bit more to account for the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
I wonder
were
why
you
we don't
there
just
to
shoot it
make sure
straight
they
down.
were you there
Oh,
to
it's to
verify they
account
were
for gravity.
accounting slightly more?
Yeah, that's on the firing table.
No, it's not to account for the curvature of the Earth. It's to account for gravity.
And then the curvature of the Earth as well. So it's a very
If you want
What
minuscule
curvature?
elevation change.
Grubman,
if you
what
want
curvature?
if you want your bullet or your shell to go farther,
Hold
you
on,
need to
English.
elevate it.
English, you're new here, man. Let me speak to him. Yeah, what curvature?
You keep saying what curvature?
Yeah, because you keep coming
Are
in here
you saying
as if
that
it's a given, and you still
you
haven't given us measurements for it. You give us inferences for it.
if the gun is accounting for Earth curvature and there is no Earth
No,
curvature,
sorry.
how is it
were you there?
accurate?
Were you there during battle stations where shells were going off, or not?
No.
No, right. So you don't actually know. You're just reading up secondhand, right?
No, because
So
I've
it doesn't mean
stood in
anything.
the firing room.
Okay, while they were firing off shells.
Do they need to be firing off shells for the firing tables to work?
So what was going on in the fire? What activity?
It's
Nothing,
just a
obviously, because you already
standard
said
piece.
museum visit, right? So you're
Yeah,
just
it's a
looking at
museum
all the
ship.
props and everything, right? All the stations. It's like, how do we bridge the divide between you reading stuff on paper versus what is actually happening in the very moment in reality?
Because they have also recorded them firing the guns. And they're elevated by a
Yeah,
large
we know they would
margin.
have to be elevated, flat or globe.
The firing table is talking about the elevation change of the gun accounting for
Yeah,
the
that's
curvature of the
nice.
Earth.
That's nice. And we're moving on from the firing table to verifying it's actually put into practice.
It's on the firing table. The firing table from
The firing table is just the
1943.
firing table. I mean, somebody that was so inclined could write this up. It doesn't mean it's being done in reality. So I'm trying to find where you've connected it, right?
Anyone can write this up. It's a firing table in a battleship. It's not made up numbers.
So because firing table said so, therefore globe. That's what you've put it down to.
It's just fucking stupid, man.
No, because the firing table said so,
People
they
don't know how
do
to
this
think, man.
thing because Earth is a sphere. It's not, the argument isn't, the firing table says Earth is a globe. It's,
Well,
the
that's what
firing
you've
table
given
says
us.
they account for this.
No, I mean we've got plenty of manuals for long range firing that talk about taking Coriolis effect to take a shot, but every person that's made long range shots doesn't do them calculations, but they still hit their targets. So there's something on paper, and then there's what's actually really being done when the activity is go time, when it comes to go time. Now we know the guns have to be elevated, flat or globe. So I need to know how you verified that he made that very minuscule adjustment that would account for curvature.
Because it's been demonstrated. This is
Well, it hasn't been to you
how
because
they're...
you just walked around a museum exhibit. So
Those are the procedures that are laid out for that gun. That is a very specific thing.
fucking you people are dumb as fuck, aren't you? If you just put shit on a paper and put the right characters behind the paper, you'll just believe it, won't you?
Obvious, it's the fact that they work that is the evidence.
You've never fired a battleship gun. How do you know?
Because I've seen them fired, and they were in
You've seen
practice
them
in the
fired
Second World
in a
War.
video. In a video.
And they were in practice in the Second World War.
Go find me a video where all the guys at the station, right, that are about to fire the gun, are doing all the calculations, putting it all out, and you can see what they're doing.
Why does the firing table talk about Earth curvature accounting? The reason that I posted that in the chat is because someone said that the military dispenses of the geoid, which they don't.
Which they do. So basically now, you've got your word versus mine. I'm saying they dispense of it, you're saying they don't.
Because
now, how are
the
you going to
curvature of the
validate
Earth
your
is
claim,
on
Junior?
the firing tables for
How
a
are you
battleship.
going to validate your claim, Junior? You've got a bit of paper that says X, Y, Z. How are you going to put that into practice and validate what it says is true and correct?
By firing it, like they did using that piece of paper.
So go and fire it, get back to us.
Can you stop with the cult fucking speak? This we, they,
Do
us.
you know what we
What have you
means in that
done? What have you
context,
verified?
Obvious?
What do you know?
Obvious. We, as in royal we, as in humanity. It's not me and these people, it's we as in a collective of humanity.
That's amazing. So I'd like to go back to Obvious's original point was what curvature. So if they're saying they account for curvature, well, then that means that it was measured in order for them to know that they need to account for it. If they haven't, then there is none that they need to account for, and they're full of shit.
And I mean,
And then
we
their
don't even
shots
know
would
if
have
it
been
was
inaccurate.
Hellcat. We don't even know if it was a museum curator that put that placket up on the wall with some text about it. And I mean, even if we grant you that there is such text in that museum, what does it mean if you can't if you can't prove that the water curves?
Dude, it's a military-owned museum.
Do you think
It's
the military
US
never knows this?
Iowa.
You do understand
sure
that's why
whoever
they
wrote
bring
that
more than
paper
one shell on a
believed
boat,
that's the way
right?
it is.
They bring more than one shell on a boat because you miss often.
Yeah. Okay. So now you're gonna. How are you gonna tell me, right? You
Maybe
said
that's because
what,
they're accounting for curvature.
0.18 degrees.
Sorry.
0.18 degrees is the extra elevation, up or down or whatever. Up, I would assume. Again, that's specific
Up or
numbers
down.
for a specific distance and target.
Yes.
Right. So when they miss, why did they miss?
They didn't get that amount exactly. Or they didn't account for the fact that it will drift. Or wind. Or various factors.
Look, the margin of error, you should read what Yoder pasted in the chat. The margin of error is greater than the fault tolerance or whatever you want to call it. Even if it is a globe. And it's a good point. Maybe they keep missing because they're dumb enough to keep taking globe into account when they really shouldn't.
No, that's
Yeah.
that would be
I mean,
not doing it. That would be falling
the
short.
way of warfare is just keep firing until you blow up the target, right? Till either the target blows up or you run out of ammunition. One way or another.
Or
they're
you could
getting the
just
job
fire a
done.
tracer, shoot a tracer and go, oh, look, that's where it landed. We have to move to the right a little bit.
Yeah, they had shells like that. They still had to use the gun the same way to get that
Hey, kid,
shell.
why don't you just be honest with yourself and just say bluntly, I've got no fucking idea. I'm just going off bits of paper and other bullshit that I've been told.
It's a piece of paper with the numbers.
We know it's a
in
piece
the
of
thing
paper.
That fires
You keep bragging about it, but you have to tie that piece of paper to reality, something that you can confirm. And you've got nothing. We know this. You know this.
Tie
You
the
said
thing
about-
that was used to fire the gun back in the 40s into reality.
Yeah. So you were talking about distances. I think in there was something like 100 feet or something in the diagram. in what you posted. So it's about a distance of like target distance of like 20 miles or something or less.
24.
So
40
we
kilometers
know
is
that's
24 miles.
right, yeah. So we know that that's like too far to see on a globe, first of all. So they're also doing refraction calculations on the go as well before they fire.
What?
You know, just in case they're firing it like a fucking Mirage or something, you know.
You know that they didn't use visual, right?
Well, be what, laser designated, no?
No, they it's radar.
Radar. Fair enough.
What, the radar that wouldn't work on a ball because it'd shoot straight over the top of things?
Why would it do that?
Because that's how fucking line of sight works.
Wait,
No.
what? Wait, they're sighting?
Okay.
They're sighting the target? Over what distances are they sighting the target?
They're not sighting the target.
Oh, they're not sighting the target. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, my bad.
You just said they used
It's a
radar.
radar raging.
Yeah, and that thing is going to bounce off the clouds then or something weird, or is it going to go straight out? If it goes straight out at the datum, it's going to end up where, I mean, what, a kilometer up in the air or something? If it's a ball. You understand this, don't you?
You do understand radar isn't a
Is line of sight.
focused
You
beam.
do understand, Grumman? Radar
It's not a
is
focused beam, it spreads
radar
out.
is line of sight. If you don't like that, that's not a me problem. Sounds like a you problem.
It's not a focused beam.
It's still line of sight. I didn't say it was a focused beam. You pulled that out of your ass from somewhere.
You're
I
arguing
don't know.
about it
I
like
don't-
it is a
I don't know
focused
why that would
beam.
make any difference, Grumman, focused or not.
It doesn't matter. Even if we grant you the radar and everything works exactly as you said, you're still going to have to confirm it. Now go measure the water, see if it curves or not. If it doesn't
Yeah, you
curve,
think.
then it doesn't matter.
So what you're saying is that the battleship guns would be inaccurate, even though they weren't.
No, what you're saying
properly
is
shot.
radar is not line of sight. You're saying radar can magically bend around balls. That's what you're saying.
I said
It doesn't happen, son.
I said radar isn't a focused beam. I didn't say it's not line of sight.
Yeah, which is moot. So,
So where's the measured curvature that the military accounting for?
Why would they be accounting for curvature if there was none?
Where's the measured curvature?
They would be purposely screwing themselves.
All right, so they just like whipped it up out of their head.
I'm just genuinely wondering why you think they would.
I'm just
have
genuinely
the
wondering
accounting.
where they got the idea that there is curvature to account for in the first place.
Can you answer my question? Why would they say?
No, can you answer ours?
Here's how you account for curvature. Why would they say that if they know Earth isn't curving?
I don't know, and I don't really care. It's not relevant if there is no curvature.
It is relevant because then they would just be screwing themselves.
Not really.
Oh, okay then. Who cares? They're screwing themselves. Now go find us proof of curvature. Measured, drop over distance. And stop talking shit. All your inferences
They're
mean
not
fuck all in
screwing-
here.
they're not
Have you
screwing
learned that
themselves,
yet?
Grumman. They're going to fire one or two shots. They're going to miss them. Then they're going to correct as they need to, and they're going to hit their target, and they're going to move on with their lives. They're not going to suddenly all fucking stop. Like, bring the battleship to a halt. Everybody to the captain's quarter. Whatever the fuck. The globe seems to be wrong, guys.
Yeah, they're just going to say, adjust by 1 degree or whatever, and then shoot again. It happens all the time. When I did military service in the 90s, that's what happened to us. I mean, they spot these things, so.
Yeah, and then they'll attribute it to a downdraft or something, right?
Yeah, or wind or whatever.
Yeah, like, yeah, that's what's gonna happen in reality. And for the one sailor that's got a critical mind, and it's like, that shit didn't add up. I'm going to look into this. And he goes away and investigates the globe for a month, and then he comes back to his superiors and he says, I think the Earth's flat. That guy's getting blackballed, and everybody's turning their back on him and demoted.
As he
Never heard
should,
about
because
again.
he's just wrong.
Well, you're just ignorant.
So,
and
wise
your
one,
conclusions.
show us how he would be wrong.
So what I mean, it's like you're book smart, but you're absolutely zero fucking real life working smart.
You say that a lot, but
because it's true.
Then you're going like, then you say shit like this, like you're not making intelligent arguments.
No, I am making intelligent arguments.
No,
You're just
insulting me is not an
enough to
intelligent argument.
understand, there's a
Insulting me
difference.
is not an intelligent argument.
That wasn't part of the argument. That was just after the argument. That's my observations of you.
Still
And I
not
did compliment you.
intelligent.
Said you're book smart. It's balanced.
Just show us when they measured the curvature to know that they have to account for it. And then we know they're not full of shit. And you're not full of shit.
So, I mean, the surveying manual that I posted, the only thing that I saw someone say was, you're assuming.
The survey picture that you posted had one singular picture assuming something. Nothing more, nothing less. It has not been validated.
You can use those equations to do surveying.
You can use those equations to go and validate it, so fuck off and go and do it, instead of crying to us about what's in a book. Get your head out of the book and go and have a look into the real world.
Dude, I'm talking to you. You can do it. You're the one that wants evidence. You go find it.
Okay, Donnie, how about you... Coward.
Shouldn't mute him, man.
Yo, what's up, Matrix?
Hello, Mark. What's today's coping session?
Sorry?
Sorry, I just said that last clown. No, you're all good, mate. I don't know if you've met that other one, that Grumman fella. He's only a young, probably only 18-ish. And yeah, just a complete bookworm. Because it says in book, therefore is reality. The kid needs to get out and suss out what's going out in the real world.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
not too much book learning.
Oh,
Book
no, he's had
learning
way too
ain't-
much.
ain't
That's the
never-
problem. There's
Book
nothing wrong with
learning
that.
ain't never what is the expression? Ain't never cut no pigs or whatever.
There's nothing
Ain't
wrong
never-
with it,
yeah.
as long as you can associate it with reality, and he doesn't. That's the problem.
Why are
It's
you
just
so afraid
book
of-
says therefore. Done.
Why are you so afraid of doing it yourself?
Why are you so afraid of showing us?
Wait,
This is
you're
not
the
our
one that
claim.
wants-
This is your claim, Grumman. Your claim. So you're the one that's got to provide the evidence. Not tell me I've got to go and provide your evidence. Doesn't work like that.
You're the one who is making the positive claim of, we don't measure...
You're the one who
I'm
put
giving
forward
you-
the positive claim, boy. Haven't you considered that? You were the one that posted the evidence. You can go and validate, verify, or prove it. Not hand it to me and say, I've got it, you've got to go and do it for me. No, no, no. You're the one that posted it. You're the one that can go and do it and verify it.
I made a claim, I posted evidence for that claim. You made a claim back,
No, you
you have
didn't.
not provided
No, you
evidence
didn't.
for
You
that
haven't
claim.
posted, you haven't backed anything.
The manual
Oh,
is
shit,
the
you're on.
evidence.
Yeah, but we analyzed what you're posting as evidence, and we don't accept it. We reject it, and we've given you our reasoning why. But you won't accept that.
Okay, you haven't, though. You just said, nuh-uh.
You have a disconnect. You have a disconnect between reading it on paper and verifying it's happening in real life.
Because that's a manual that is used by
And you're
surveyors.
what's your oh well, we've hit targets before, therefore it must be true.
We've hit targets using these calculations. Therefore,
Yeah, how
something
do
in
you
these
know that?
calculations is
How do you know that?
correct.
How do you
The
know that?
fact that it's on the firing table and it's from
They've also missed targets
1942.
with those calculations too. So go figure.
And we went through that as well. We went through when they miss their fucking target, they're just going to adjust. And they're going to adjust until they hit it. And then they're going to move on to the next target. And they're not going to
They
think
hit the
twice as to
target and they
why
miss the target the same amount of times. So you can try all you want. You're either going to hit it or miss it. You're only going to get close. That's it. That's all. No Earth curve.
I don't think
Yeah,
Yoder
so-
can talk right now, but he did write something really cool in
No,
the
I
chat.
know.
So
Anyway, as I said, accounting for Earth curve would be screwing themselves.
So he's
Because
just
you're
going to
wasting
repeat.
themselves one or two
Lift the needle
times,
up,
and then
skip
they
back
get it
and go
right.
again.
You're wasting ammunition. That's what I mean by screwing yourself.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
If the military, as you guys say, knows Earth isn't a sphere, why would they have that? Knowing that they would just be
Here's an
wasting
idea.
ammo.
Why don't you get off,
They don't
go and
use
pick your
that.
phone up, ring them up and ask them.
They don't
Hey
use
guys,
that.
why are you
They don't
screwing
use
yourselves
Earth
over using these fucking stupid tables when there's a whole room full of flat earthers that are just saying this is bullshit? Go and ring them up and ask them. And I know what
they
the
don't
answer's
use
going
Earth
to be.
curve.
Civilian, fuck off. Click.
They don't use they don't use Earth curve for firing long distances.
Yes, they do. It's on the firing
No, they
table.
don't. No, it's
yes,
not.
they do. I posted the firing
No, it's
table.
not.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, see, Radwin's talking about real life application. You're talking about textbook.
The textbook. No, dude, the firing table. The thing that is.
Do you want me to go back a couple hundred years and dig out a textbook that'll tell you, you know, women that do certain things are certified witches? Will you go with that?
Not at
'Cause
all
it's in the
relevant.
text. It's the equivalent.
No,
It's
it's
on
not.
text.
No,
Therefore,
it's not.
true.
See, the difference between a textbook and the firing table is the firing table is used in practice. It's
Yeah, I
the
asked you how you
firing
verified
table.
that. I asked you how you verified that. The best you've got is they hit targets.
And you know what they'd say when you don't hit the target? Oh, the grains must be a little different in your shells. So you'll have to adjust for that. The end.
Yeah, the most common type of missing your target was to the side or over.
Hellcat, do you
So what are you saying?
understand
The
that
tables are
they
wrong?
run tests?
No, it means I guess there's wind downrange somewhere you didn't account for.
That's what I said.
Hellcat, do you know that they ran tests from the USS Iowa? They lobbed missiles downrange, right? And the spread was 250 yards. The Earth curvature thing is 30 yards. So even if they take that into account, it's still within their error margin. Do you understand? They wouldn't even understand it. They would just keep doing their stupid globe calculation. But it wouldn't matter because the spread was higher than the error.
Oh yeah, and the shell was probably not exactly right, and there was probably more wind than we thought, and we just have to adjust for it. Don't you get it, dude? You don't punch the numbers in and the tank blows up. That's crazy talk.
And these tests were done when?
Every day, the military do these tests.
I'm talking
every
about
day.
specifically these tests that
Every
you guys are
day.
talking
Yeah,
about.
every day they do this kind of stuff.
Considering battleships are all retired, I'm gonna go with no, they don't. So when were the tests on the Iowa
They
done?
would have done these tests for them battleships too.
Yeah, they don't do it now. I'm asking when this
Yeah,
study was done.
I'm sure the military retired all of their fleet of ships.
Hey, actually, how about you go and look it up like you told us to go and do with your bullshit?
How about you just post a measurement of curvature?
Didn't say the military retired their fleet of ships. I said they retired the battleships. There are still naval ships.
Yeah,
oh,
but
there's
you don't-
other ships that fire guns then, so the end.
Yeah, they're called destroyers, not battleships. We're talking about battleships.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
And you know what the truth is, right, regarding ships that are still in service? highly unlikely you'll ever see the real manuals used to operate them.
Oh hell no! It's all passed down.
Yeah,
Just
because
like
they're
any
newer.
other job. It's just like any other job.
Because they're still in service, it would be, protected information.
Yeah, it's one, protected information, and two, it's computers. It's not people.
Yeah, yeah. So you're talking about battleships from, what, 1940s, 50s?
Yeah, World War II.
Yeah, and like, you don't think they would have done firing tests with these battleships?
Yeah, they did. I'm
Yeah, and
asking
that's what
when the
Yoda was
tests.
telling
Yeah, I'm
me.
asking when the tests you are talking about were done.
Well, if Yoda can post that, if he knows, in the chat.
Oh, it says 19. Is this 1980s? Yeah, 1980s. Oh, 1980s is also the year that one of the guns decided to blow up on the Iowa. That's funny. Forgot about that incident.
It's because they calculated for Earth curve.
No, it's because they overrammed the powder.
Oh, see, too much powder. So how can your calculations do anything, dude?
Professor, I said the gun blew up. I didn't say it missed.
How can those calculations do anything when they're stuffing powder in there? That's not all computer controlled.
The calculations are for elevation of the gun and direction of
Exactly.
turning the barrel.
Exactly.
Which is done after the gun has already been sealed in the breech.
No, which is done after you do your first shot, and then you start dialing it in.
It's done before you take your shot. You load
Yeah,
the
you try to get close before your first shot. Of course, you don't shoot it behind you and then start spinning around, goofball.
But what happened on this instant was the gun exploded because the powder.
Good.
Yeah, it's fucking
The
irrelevant
powder
trivia,
was
man.
Good.
overrammed.
Nobody
No,
gives a shit.
Nobody cares.
Well, you're trying to just lie about it.
I'm glad it blew up. Now we don't have to talk about that one.
You're saying that it blew up because of like too much powder or whatever. It just
You
at
said
least
that.
let me overramming. The powder was set off
Nobody
before the
gives a
breech
fuck,
was
man.
shut.
Nobody asked you if fucking 1980 is an interesting year. One of the guns blew up. Nobody fucking cares. Bring measurements of Earth curve. That's what this channel's for.
So that you
This
can
is
just
not
say
fucking.
"nuh-uh"
This
like
is
you
not
did with
like
the
aviation
manual.
subreddit or battleship subreddit. You can just fucking circle jerk talking about gun sizes and engine size and all this. This is Flyer channel.
Yeah, is this dude ever
Measurements
going to
of
talk
curvature.
about the channel topic, or is he always going to come in and talk about weird shit that nobody gives a shit about?
Is Drace going to provide evidence for his claim that that the people shooting the guns admit they don't use the corrections, or is that just another claim that I'm going to see?
We have
You haven't
people in here that have
fucking
fired guns that'll
used
tell
these
you that.
calculations, so.
Fired
Here's an
16
idea for you,
inch 50
kid.
caliber
Something
guns?
for you to think about. Here's something for you to think about. Maybe those charts are put out for the specific purpose of if someone steals them, they won't know how to operate the machinery because it won't work properly. Maybe the military does know it's flat, and that's just a ruse for clowns like yourself.
It doesn't even matter. What don't you guys get about you're only going to get close, and then you have to dial it in from there?
Yeah, that's
don't they
the
get
same
about
thing
it's
with
been measured and it's
actual
flat?
like
You're
shoulder-fired
on
artillery
a
as
boat.
well.
You're on moving objects, looking at other moving objects.
And they account for that too. They account for their motion as well.
How can they
Yeah,
account for
with
the
a
next
200
wave
and
that's gonna
what?
come? How can they
What was
account
the
for the
spread?
next wave that's coming to that other boat?
Do you mean they account for the movement of their boat?
I mean, what's the deviation of a boat just from being in waters itself?
For a ship that size, I would imagine it's not too much.
Something though, surely. I mean, this is a side thing. It must rock to some extent, but it is probably minuscule.
Brother, the Drace. Okay, Drace is he's in here. Drace, the article you posted is from 1998. They've been retired since then.
What? You're offended that the article's older than you?
I'm annoyed that he's posting it.
He said it's interesting but unrelevant. I don't know if he was saying that about the article though.
Dude,
so you're going to address what Yoda posted up there, Grumman? About the difference between the spread and the calculated bullshit curvature difference? Or are you just going to go, nah, I don't like the sound of that, and just keep on soldiering through?
What other factors do you think they have to take into account?
Did I mention anything about factors? I said spread.
What other factors can induce spread?
Did I say anything about factors? We'll try again. I mentioned spread. How are you? Did you address what Yoda said about it? Yes or no?
What other factors can induce spread?
Too much powder, too little powder, too much wind, not calculating for the cycle of your ship, the swells in the ocean, swells on the other side, all that. Yeah.
I mean, any distortions in the barrel too, from usage.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about when the tests were done, because the age of the barrel also matters.
Who cares? You're just bringing up bullshit excuses to fucking dodge it. That's all I'm hearing.
That's a weird fucking cope, dude.
Yup.
The weird cope that things wear down?
Hey kid, the spread at 30 Ks is 250 yards. If you allowed for your bullshit curvature corrections, that's 30 yards. The spread is greater than your calculations. So your calculations means 5/8 of sweet diddly. Please comprehend that.
Yeah,
you can sit there and go through your charts. They mean nothing. Here's an idea. What we're shooting at is to the north. We shoot north, we miss, we aim again.
And what do you account
You are just
for when
coping.
you aim again?
So all you're doing is just coping.
Mate, how do you
would analyze how your shot
you
missed,
aim again?
and then you would account.
Well,
Yes,
you
and
see the
how
big
would you
splash
aim?
just to the right-hand side of the thing you're aiming for, and you go, we just landed to the right. I might go a little bit to the left. Congratulations, you're a pro gunman now.
And if you miss by in front of, or like if you hit short, what do you do?
Sounds like you're coping. Use your brain.
Raise
What
your
would you
turret.
do?
Raise your gun.
I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen to a shell between leaving the barrel and hitting its target. Let's not even get into like unknown